Round 7 of the London Chess Classic, the last stop on the Grand Chess Tour. After an exciting round 6, the best chess players in the world came once again in a fighting mood, looking to see who would be the one to move up the leaderboard. Grand Chess Tour leader Wesley So tried to take down the big Russian Vladimir Kramnik, but perfect defense by the former world champion steered the game to a quiet draw, keeping the tournament leader from breaking away from the pack. The mercurial Hikaru Nakamura bravely attacked Naidorf specialist Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and his opening preparation paid off as he blew the Frenchman off the board to once again draw himself into contention for first place in the event. It's the penultimate round with a mad race to the finish line. Round 8 of the season-ending classic coming up next.
Hello everyone and welcome to round 8 of the London Chess Classic. But when you visit London, one of the great things to do is walk through the streets, the cobblestone streets lining the roads. It's so much fun to be here and totally relaxing. But I can tell you there are 10 players who aren't relaxed at all going into this critical round, the penultimate round of the tournament. They'll be looking to get a great position as we close out this tournament. To call all the action, let's go to Tania, Alejandro, and Yasser in the studio.
Hello and welcome to the final weekend of the London Chess Classic, the last stop of the 2016 Grand Chess Tour. Round 8 is about to begin. I'm Tania Sachdev with Grandmaster Yasser.
Delighted to be with you, Tanya. Looking forward to a great penultimate round.
As am I. And yes, we had another scintillating blow yesterday by Hikaru Nakamura, the most enterprising player of the tournament.
Yes, I would have to say the roller coaster ride he's on, he described it himself as being fun, and it is fun to watch.
Couldn't agree more. An absolute delight for spectators and commentators. That's Hikaru Nakamura. And in fact, with yesterday's win, he has taken the second spot of the Grand Chess Tour standings. Take a look at the current standings at the London Chess Classic. Wesley So leads the pack, a half-point lead, a very consistent lead by Wesley So throughout the tournament. He's at 5, but right behind him is Fabiano Caruana. In fact, that is the key matchup for today, as Fabiano takes on Wesley with the white pieces, and if he's able to win, he takes the lead. Tied for 3rd, Vladimir Kramnik and Hikaru Nakamura not far behind with 4. Tied for 5. For the 5th place is Levon Aronian, Vishy Anand and Anish Giri all at 50%. MVL and Mickey Adams are at 3, and Veselin Topalov having an absolute disastrous tournament, but he did stop the bleeding a bit yesterday with his draw against Anish Giri, but he's still at just 1 point. Take a look at the format for the Classic. We've got 10 of the world's best players playing a round-robin event, 40 moves in 2 hours, the remainder of the game in 60 minutes, and it's a 30-second increment which begins from move 41. If we've got a playoff on the last day, this is how it's going to go. If there's a 2-way tie, it's going to be 2 games of rapid, which is going to be a game in 10 with a 5-second increment. If that is also a tie, which means that both players score 1 each, that would mean 2 games of blitz, 5 minutes with a 2-second increment. And yes, if that's a tie as well, we've got the crazy Armageddon. If there's a 3-way tie, and remember this is exactly what happened in the 2015 London Chess Classic, it's going to be an all-play, all-rapid tournament, game in 10 with a 5-second increment. If that's a tie, it's going to be 2 games of blitz, game in 5 with a 2-second increment, and yes, again, the crazy Armageddon.
Absolutely. I'm not looking forward to a tie, but that will be an exciting way to decide the winner.
It's an absolute spectator's delight. The crazy chess that happens during the rapid and the blitz, well, I'm looking forward to it if there is. Let's take a look at Wesley's path to victory. He is closing in on the finish line, but well, Wesley's so close and yet so far. Round 8, he's up against Fabiano Caruana, who's in sole second. A big game for Fabiano and Wesley in round 9. He is going to play the French Grandmaster, who suffered a deadly blow yesterday against Hikaru Nakamura, MVL. Let's go to Alejandro for the key matchups for today.
All eyes are going to be in the American duel between Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So. It's the leader and the person chasing him. And of course, it gets even more exciting as the person that needs to win has the white pieces. Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So have a long history of playing each other, meeting in the World Youth Under 12 in Greece back in 2004. Fabiano representing the U.S., Wesley So back then representing the Philippines. That was a victory for Wesley So back then. They've been having very solid games in this year, a draw both in the U.S. Championship and in the Singfield Cup. Can Fabiano Caruana break through what seems an unbeatable Wesley So in the London Chess Classic? Everybody's going to be very excited for this matchup, but it's not the only important one, as we have an outside chance of Hikaru Nakamura still taking the entire Grand Chess Tour. He needs to keep accumulating victories. He had a scintillating one against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave yesterday, but he faces a tough opponent for himself. Classically, this has been a tough matchup. He's 6-13 against Aronian. Aronian, a very classical player. He's also very interested in accumulating points because remember, it's the top 3 finishers of the Grand Chess Tour this year that qualify for the next year, and Levon is currently not qualifying by rating either to next year's Grand Chess Tour. He needs to make sure that he gets into those top 3 spots. This is going to be a deadly battle as both players need that victory. We have, of course, with us, live from London, Grandmaster Maurice Ashley.
Well, it's the weekend here in London, and of course, no one has any excuses, no school, no work, so what better place to be than the Olympia Center for great chess action? The place is absolutely abuzz as people are looking to see who wins the London Chess Classic. Well, the Americans have been responsible for 8 of the 13 wins in this competition. Hikaru Nakamura has been up and down, topsy-turvy in this event. 5 of the decisive games have been on his board, and he will look to see if he can make that a 6th in his favor against a very tough customer, Levon Aronian. But it's the 2 Americans, number 1 and 2, right now in the tournament and in the United States, Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana, who will battle it out to see who might go +3, +4. There will be at least a +3 after this round, but Wesley, if he wins, will go to +4 and be virtually uncatchable in this event. Will that happen? Well, Fabi has something to say about that. Yesterday when I interviewed him, he said, I think I'm a better player, and he's going to try to prove that today. We'll bring all the exciting details here from London.
Thank you, Maurice. Indeed, the London Chess Classic is a festival, a celebration of chess. Besides the classic event, there's the British Knockout, the FIDE Open, and a huge shout out to the winners, Nigel Shott, who has won the British Knockout Championship, and Etienne Bacro, who was the winner of the FIDE Open.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the Dash for Cash. Oh, actually,
first,
it's the
we'll
schedule
go to the schedule
Yes.
of the London Chess Classic. The weekends, the game begin at 8 a.m. Central Time. Game 8 today at 8 a.m. and the final round tomorrow, same time, same place.
Yes, perhaps. And now the Dash for Cash.
Yes, what you're most interested in. Here's the cash. $300,000 at stake at the London Chess Classic. First goes home with $75,000, second with $50,000. Besides that, another bonus pool. The first overall winner of the Grand Chess Tour goes back home with $100,000. The player to finish second, $50,000. The third spot at the Grand Chess Tour overall standings is also extremely crucial, as that is the qualifying spot for the 2017 GCT. Let's take a look at Caruana's road ahead. The cunning Caruana or the fabulous Fabiano, round 8, he's up against Wesley So, the very, very crucial round, and for all practical purposes, I think this is going to decide pretty much the winner of the London Chess Classic. Round 9, he's going to play against Anish Giri. Kramnik's road ahead, equally interesting. Round 8, he's up against Anish, and he made it pretty clear to Maurice Ashley that with the white pieces, he's going to go for blood. Round 9, we're going to see the big clash of the Titans, 2 former world champions facing each other. He's going to be up against Vishy Anand. And this is Nimble Nakamura, round 8, up against Levon Aronian, and round 9, Mickey Adams, who's been having a shaky tournament. I have to say, yes, looking at their road ahead, Nakamura seems to be the one who will probably go for the kill. Well, so to say, just relatively maybe an easier road ahead.
I'm not sure because he does do badly in his individual matchups with Levon Aronian. I'm thinking about Fabiano and how much is at stake for him today. It's not just about the London Chess Classic, it's about the Grand Chess Tour. And also, can he further close that gap that he has, a 10-point rating gap with Magnus Carlsen #1. This has got to be one of the biggest games of his career, going back to March of this year since the candidates in the final round of the candidates against Sergei Karyakin.
Indeed, Fabiano Caruana closing in the gap. He's just 10 points behind the world champion. Absolute history will be made if Fabiano is going to overtake Magnus Carlsen by the end of it. But for that, he does need to score a big win today, which will not only put him in the first spot for the London Chess Classic, but really close in on the world #1.
Exactly, and also secure his position in the top 3 of the Grand Chess Tour.
Top 3 do qualify for the 2017 circuit, and we see the players here sharing a light moment before the madness on the board begins.
Exactly.
This is the amazing part about sports and chess especially, that on the board there is no friendship, there is no love lost. It's absolute competition and rivalry, but off the board they're just
lightheartedness and easy going,
they're just good
getting
friends.
along. Yes, absolutely. I saw some really wonderful photos. They played in the House of Lords with the House of Commons members, MPs, and you saw a lot of smiling faces in these wonderful historic buildings with the players.
So let's join Malcolm Payne as he's about to introduce the players.
Delivers chess to primary schools all over the UK. We currently deliver lessons, tutors, chess sets and materials to over 300 schools, and we support another 300. Ultimately, we want every school in the United Kingdom to be playing chess, and we can't do that without your support. Lots of people have been donating to the charity throughout the tournament. You can do so via our website, chessinschools.co.uk, and there is a donation page. You can use PayPal, credit card, all the usual conventional means. You can also come and visit the charity stall, the charity table out in the foyer if you're actually here at Olympia, and thank you in advance for your support. The London Chess Classic is part of the Grand Chess Tour. We're delighted to be part of this cycle of tournaments taking place all over the world, including Paris, Leuven, and the Sinkfield Cup in St. Louis. The London Chess Classic climax is the Grand Chess Tour. There's an extra $150,000 of bonus prize money from the tour for the best performers overall. And also the best performers in the tour are automatically invited to the tour next year, which I'm delighted to tell everyone will have an extra 5th tournament and more prize money, taking the total to $1.2 million. So let's invite the players onto the stage. Centre stage, we have another All-American matchup. The ones so far have been very entertaining. So would you please welcome, first of all, the world #2 from the USA, Fabiano Caruana. And Fabiano is playing the tournament and Grand Chess Tour leader, also from the USA, Wesley So. And also from the United States, Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru plays white against Levon Aronian from Armenia. Please welcome former world champion from Russia, Vladimir Kramnik. Playing Holmes #1, Anish Giri. Board #4, the French #1, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Against the wildcard at the London Chess Classic, the UK #1, Michael Adams. Playing white on board 5, please welcome from Bulgaria, former world champion, Veselin Topolov. between two world champions. Please welcome, playing black from India, Vishy Anand. Now, because of the links with the Chess in Schools and Communities charity, it is a tradition of the London Chess Classic that we have a child making the ceremonial first move on at least one of the boards. However, today, because we're having the biggest rapid play tournament ever in the UK taking place just in another part of the building, it's what we call the Super Rapid Play in memory of Michael Rielli. All our junior players are actually playing. And I'm very pleased to tell you that we put 12 of them up against 12 Grandmasters on the top 12 boards in round number 1. And we had a wonderful result as 13-year-old Alex Golding from Sussex drew with Frantimel Kumyan. So that's really, well, if you like, a vindication of the idea. And it's great to see that our young players can get experience of playing top players at the London Chess Classic. Now, we may or may not have, do we? Fantastic. Well, we do have a guest. She's just learning how to play. In fact, she's going to have her first chess lesson here today. So we're going to give her a little bit of help. And she's the young twin sister of Michael Rielli, in whose memory the tournament is next door. So, Noga, would you like to come up with more? Ayala says, Noga, do you want to come? Oh, I don't want to be helped up the stairs. I want to come myself. Right, fantastic. Okay. You're not so sure?
Oh my god.
So, do you want to make the move or shall I make the move?
I'd like to make it.
You. Good. Right, so do you want to make a move? Any move at all? You've got a choice, or you can't, as far as you can reach. I'm going to lift her up a bit further, get her a bit closer.
There we go.
Oh, D4! Fantastic! Oh, brilliant. Okay, well, your brother was a great chess player and you're going to be one too, I suspect. If you can find D4, or you even know the pictures. Fantastic. Okay, let's get a couple more pictures. Have we got that? Okay. And then we're good to go.
I thought you were going to play H4 to go.
Yeah, no, H4 was almost possible. Now, once we've got in the right position, she's got the right move. Great. Okay, thank you, Noga. Thank you very much. Okay. See you. All right, we'll play the London Chess Classic video, and then we'll get the round started. Thank you.
That's Malcolm Payne from the beautiful Kensington Olympia Auditorium. Oh my god, that was absolutely adorable.
My money was on H2, H4. That seemed to be
the furthest that she could reach.
Exactly.
3 or 4 years old, probably. I mean, this is such an amazing opportunity that is given to these kids in London when the Classic is on, that they get to come on the stage with these absolute A-list of the chess world.
Yes, indeed.
And make the first move.
Absolutely. No, that was very special. Let's take a look at the world's rankings of the players in the field.
Absolutely, yes. We've got 3 former world champions in the field. We've got world number 2, Fabiano Caruana, world number 3, Vladimir Kramnik, one of our former world champions, world number 4, MVL, the French Grandmaster. We've got Wesley So, US number 2, who's had an incredible year. In fact, his absolute mind-blowing performance here at the Classic, undefeated, has put him on the world number 4 spot. He's taken Maxime's position. We've got world number 7, Levon, with us, former world champion Vishy Anand, Veselin Topalov. That is the cream of the crop.
Absolutely, and Wesley So breaking into the 2800 club. What a story that's been. How many 2800s we have in this field is just mind-blowing. It's fantastic.
Absolutely, yes. Well, let's go to Alejandro with his thoughts.
It just shows the strength of this tournament that a player that is at 2800 is actually currently on -1 in this event. Now, MVL, he's a fantastic chess player, but he hasn't really found his footing here in this event. It's a little bit too late to say that he's going to endanger anybody, but the fact is, he's a 2800 player himself. Sometimes we overlook some of these players because they're not having such a great event, like the way Wesley So's having a great event, Fabiano's having a great event. But MVL himself, what a player he is. He's shown fantastic chess this year specifically. I mean, I remember over the summer, everybody was talking about MVL and that great streak he had that catapulted him over the 2800 that he is right now. This is a player that is definitely up there in the chess standings as we see the opening moves of Fabiano Caruana versus Wesley So. To me, this is not a surprise at all. A Berlin defense that Wesley So is essaying to try to neutralize Fabiano Caruana from the beginning.
Absolutely, and D2, D3, keeping all the pieces on the board.
And
Fabiano definitely needs to play for the victory. So much at stake for him in this game, and because he trails by half a point, he needs to win.
Very interesting that this is this the second Berlin that we've had? And the exciting thing is that the only other player who's played the Berlin is none other than Veselin Topalov. This is probably the third Berlin that we've had in the entire London Chess Classic.
Right.
The other two played by Veselin Topalov, as non-Berlin as it can get.
Yes.
Absolute crazy games.
And there we see that after C2, C3 on move 5, very quickly, Wesley So, throughout this event, one of the things that I've remarked upon is his speed of play. He's very, very rarely, if ever in this tournament, behind on the clock against opponents. We're going to have to start talking about Wesley as being one of the best theoreticians in the field, because he's getting great openings in all of his games, and he's playing very quickly as well.
There's something very interesting about Wesley So's openings, and it's that even though they're rather narrow, they're very, very deep, and they're strangely deep. What I mean by that is that sometimes the players will leave off theory and say, okay, this is a little bit too wide to be able to really follow up specific moves. Let's just learn the plans, let's learn the ideas. Wesley sometimes goes down these very wide paths and still seems to study every possible move. And it's something that I've noticed that he does very often. And a clear example was his game against Levon Aronian earlier in this tournament with the black pieces. That, yes, at some point he got in trouble, but his opening preparation was much deeper than you would think somebody would have in that specific line, with a very limited amount of data, a very limited amount of games. And I've seen that he does this quite often. It's very interesting also because Wesley So is such a new addition to the tour. A lot of these players have faced each other so many times that they have prepared against each other time and time and time again, that it becomes a little bit sometimes tedious, sometimes weird for them to prepare against each other. Whereas Wesley is a player that has not been in the tour as long, and preparing against him is both a little bit more difficult because he's newer, and a little bit easier in the sense that, well, it's something new and exciting that I can try. Now, when I say that his repertoire is narrow, is that he's actually relatively predictable in some of his openings. For example, his lines against the Berlin have always been the same. He shies away from playing D6 in this kind of Berlins. He's always an early Rook E8 or early D5 player. And this is exactly what he's doing in this game. He's breaking on the center with D5 very, very quickly. And I know that Rustem Kasanjanov has definitely looked at this and prepared something against it.
All right. Well, because again, they've been playing very quickly, and the move D7, D5 in this exact position, I don't think that this is the mainline move. It's certainly an offshoot, and it's a common enough move. I believe D7, D6 is, as well as Rook on F8 to E8, simply refortifying this pawn on E5, are the main lines. But D5 was shot out right away. Essentially offering White the opportunity to grab this pawn on E5. But, well, Fabi didn't spend any length of time really even thinking in those directions. Instead, he immediately captured on, he immediately captured, I can't do this right,
on D5.
On D5. There we go. Queen takes D5. Then he dropped back with his bishop attacking the queen, and the queen found its original home, queen d8. And do we have more moves after queen d8?
Yeah, knight b d2 was played by Fabiano.
Right, knight b d2.
And a5 quickly played by Wesley.
a7, a5.
Nothing new so far. I believe this is the game Gristro Kelianov, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Gristro Kelianov from earlier this year. And by earlier this year, I mean like last month. So.
Wow. I mean, the elite have been playing each other very often in 2016. It's a golden period for chess, and the speed of which theory is changing or rapidly evolving is remarkable. So this position, a7, a5, certainly well prepared by both players, but I'm going to give the edge here a little bit to Wesley because, well, once again, just look how quickly he's been playing.
Well,
and
Fabiano already replied. So.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he played a4.
a2, a4. All right. a2, a4. Well, let's take a look around the horn here and see what other games are going on as we'll wait for number 1 and number 2 in the tournament.
We see Leonard Oots at the stage right now. He's one of the most phenomenal chess photographers, in fact.
He gets some really great photos, does he not? All right, we'll go to the roller coaster man, Hikaru Nakamura, squaring off against Armenia's number 1, Levon Aronian. Hikaru opened up with the queen pawn, and as more or less expected, a Queen's Gambit declined Rogozin system with bishop b4. This is in the repertoire of quite a number of players. I note that along with the move queen b3, which Hikaru's played, another move that's become quite popular on the circuit as well is queen a4 check, forcing the knight to step in front of the c-pawn. With the knight in front of the c-pawn, it means that the d4 pawn cannot be attacked by the c-pawn. Very important theory going on in that line. Queen b3, similar idea was Hikaru's choice, and Levon took that opportunity to support his bishop with the move c7, c5. Takes on c5, knight c6, bishop g5. Okay, just a second. I'm trying to recall some analysis I had done ages ago that was based on the move d5, d4. Instead, captures on c4 was played by Levon, recapture, and queen a5, rook c1, and we're up to date with the players. I don't know what the latest and greatest theory says here. I tend to prefer white in these positions. We'll come back to that game as we just continue our tour. Vladimir Kramnik versus Anish Giri. Well,
another knight off.
Well, first of all, it's not just another knight off, but e2, e4 by Vladimir. Vladimir has played the Kali system, he's played Catalan system, played symmetrical Grunfeld systems, very quiet lines. e2, e4 is a direct challenge. He's throwing down the gauntlet.
Yeah, that's making his intentions very, very clear.
Maurice in London.
Yes.
Maurice, take it away.
Yes, this is the exact position that I was looking at as well, this exact game. You know, you're always talking about the psychological battle in the openings. Who out-prepares who? Anish Giri, one of the best prepared players in the world. He's drawn 6 games so far. Will he try to finally win one? This is a hard one to try to win against Big Vlad. But just this moment in time, seeing Vladimir Kramnik play e4, I was a little surprised. Then they went into a Najdorf. I said, Vladi in a Najdorf? Would he dare play bishop g5 and go into those crazy lines that we've seen already in this tournament? No, he played the more staid g3. And then they go into this setup, and suddenly the move h5 lands on the board. And Anish played the move h5, wrote the move down, and immediately got up from the board, as though he knew that right at this moment, Vladimir would be stopping to think, and that is exactly what happened. Big Vlad went into a think like, whoa, what is this move? We'll see what Anish has prepared and what Vladimir is going to do, and clearly his younger opponent is ready for battle.
Thank you, Maurice. I must say that, well, I'm taken aback by e2, e4, but Vladimir, recognizing that he's playing one of the really top experts in the Grunfeld defense, perhaps he felt that his chances had to lie somewhere else, and today he's playing a white side of an open Sicilian. Quite a challenge indeed. After the move h7, h5, bishop g5 came on the board, taking advantage of this fact that black has weakened the g5 square, and also just temporarily saying to black, I don't want you to play h5, h4 anytime soon. Knight b8 to d7 was played, and Vladimir is thinking. Let's continue our look around on board 4. We have the, wow, when I think about a great rivalry, I have to think about these two players. Veselin Topalov versus Vishy Anand, having played a world championship match against one another in Sofia. Again, we'll take it from the top. It was a queen pawn. Queen's Gambit declined. Very popular amongst elite players to have a very solid defense against 1d4. c5 takes. And this takes me back to the days of Anatoly Karpov and Viktor Korchnoi. Viktor Korchnoi loved to play these very sharp systems. When Anatoly liked to play the move queen a5, Viktor would drop back with his knight in order to then play knight b3, attacking a queen. A queen did not show up on the a5 square. Instead, with this move, rook e8, Vishy is suggesting, look, I want to play e6, e5, open up my bishop that's sitting on c8, attack the bishop on f4. This could be a Donnybrook in the making after a very double-edged move like castles, e5, bishop g5, d4, knight d5. You better know your stuff, because this is great. This is really, really sharp. Alejandro, turning it back over to you.
Well, the move rook e8 is quite rare. The by far main line is the move queen a5 in this position that has been seen about 1,600 times in master level or plus play. Now, rook e8 has only been seen in 60, but out of them, there's a particularly special game, the game between Vichy Anand with the white pieces, not the black pieces, against Magnus Carlsen in their World Championship of 2014. So clearly an important game there. Now, rook e8 was played here by Vichy with the black side instead of the white side. And after castling, we see the move e5 on the board. Clearly, both players with some kind of very sharp preparation. This is going to be a crazy game already.
I can see that. And finally, rounding out the field, we have MVL versus Michael Adams. You had mentioned there was only a couple of games in the Berlin. Well, it's the day of the Berlin today, as we've seen e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, knight f6. And both players of the white pieces, I'm thinking of Fabiano in particular, MVL, have played d2, d3, keeping all the pieces on the board, not going into the Berlin ending. Bishop c5, c3, castles, castles, rook e8, bishop g5. Now this recently was played in the World Championship match between Magnus and Sergei, where Magnus essayed this early bishop g5, a favorite of his old trainer, Simon Agderstein. Instead of dropping the bishop back, as did Sergei, and Mickey just went ahead and said, okay, you've got your bishop out there, and that's fine. I'm going to retain my bishop on this diagonal. I'm not going to put it passively on the e7 square. I'm thinking about the game between Veselin Topalov and Wesley So, remember with that g7, g5. In this particular position, g7, g5, you've got to be careful or be cognizant that knight takes g5, right. Sacrificing knight for 2 pawns is a very sharp and well-known sacrifice. So, a nice start to the penultimate round. I'm looking at all the boards, and there's a lot of people.
No,
it's game on, is what I would say so far for this round. This looks like it's shaping up to be a very exciting round, Tanya.
I am most impressed by e4 by Kramnik, and also Vichy showing his intentions with black. I mean, he's gone into a very, very sharp play with this rook e8 d4 idea.
Yes.
And going back to Kramnik's choice of opening, starting with e4, I mean, it's not completely unknown for Kramnik to go for e4, but I mean, his preferred lines are always knight f3 or d4, starting with a quieter approach, which doesn't have massive amounts of theory, but positions that offer rich positional and strategic play. But his intentions are pretty clear with e4. He obviously knows that Anish has been employing the knight off. It's easy for him to prepare with e4 because he knows that he just has to prepare against the knight off. Anish has made his preparation pretty clear over the last few months in this tournament especially, that knight off is his choice of weapon. Mm-hmm. And knight off is the sharpest line. I mean, when you want to go for a win with the white pieces, and if you can be up against the knight off, you would go for that.
Yes. Well, after Vladimir defeated Garry Kasparov, there was a period in his life where he really started playing e2, e4 a lot, as well as going into his match with Peter Leko. But the e2, e4 never really gelled with Vladimir. I remember him losing a couple of games against Veselin Topalov, Paco Vallejo, in Open Sicilians, where he really got mangled badly. However, in this particular line, this might really suit his style, because essentially it's a positional approach where white very often tries to put his knight on d5, and after a capture on d5, they'll put a pawn on d5 and then get a queenside majority going with c4. It's not as easy as it sounds, of course. Anish will look to stop him, but e2, e4, Well, Vladimir's really throwing down the gauntlet here. I'm very pleased to see his versatility and playing many different ideas. And back to Alejandro.
Well, guys, perhaps it's not one of the key matchups of the day, but when you have two titans, two former world champions playing against each other, they faced each other in a world championship. You can be guaranteed that they still have some surprises left over from that match. And we have this game between Veselin Topalov and Vishy Anand, and after d4 and the expected move knight d5, which has been seen a couple of times, bishop e6 and bishop e7 are both moves. The computer heavily preferring the move bishop e7. None of that. b5 on the board.
Whoa.
Sacrificing a pawn, blowing up and open the queen side. The computers are hating the move for now, but it's unclear if their evaluation is exact. Wow, what can I say? After pawn takes b5, the whole position opens up. Let's just look at some lines. You could take on b5. Queen takes d5 is almost forced. Bishop c4, queen d6 takes here. The bishops are open now, but you can see the danger of opening up the files in front of the king. That might be a line. The computers are saying, I don't care about your b5, just develop your pieces and take on h7 in the next move. And what is the line? Pawn takes e4, bishop takes h7, both kings under attack. This one by a pawn storm on this side of the board. This one's going to run out of shelter very soon because all the pawns are going to disappear after I take on f6 and you have to take with the g-pawn. This is going to be one roller coaster game.
Oh, this is fantastic. And I remember...
he's not even thinking about it. He just moved.
Bishop takes f6 as if he has actually seen this position before. Veselin Topalov playing very quickly against this extraordinary move, b7, b5.
If you play bishop f6 that fast, it has to be preparation.
Exactly. Something is known. Wow, what a sharp line. I love this. I was talking to Vishy, this is ages ago, about his preparation. A move like b7, b5, what he would do is he would put it into his chess engine overnight. He'd go have a good night's sleep, then he'd have a workout, and he'd come back 24 hours later and see
and
what
it's ready for you.
And it's all ready. No doubts, you do not play a move like b7, b5 without doing a lot of preparation.
No, that is definitely not an over-the-board inspiration.
No, it's not. What a sharp line that he's essaying. However, again, Veselin played very quickly, bishop takes f6. Alejandro, I understand this idea of bishop d3, but this is such a double-edged position, what you just showed. Bishop takes h7. Both kings are actually about to get mauled because there is this idea of c4, c3 in the position. Super, super sharp. Let's go to what was played instead. Tanya, you had a thought.
Yes, that Veselin very quickly took bishop f6, but now he's giving it a think after gf6. I mean, it was clear that black is going to go for gf6 in this position, which means that he's probably surprised and taken aback by the move b5. And it's been pretty clear this entire tournament that Vishy Anand has had an absolute killer of a preparation throughout the event.
Yes.
I mean, he surprised us with his moves pretty much in every round. His game against Anish, his game against MVL, just all of it.
So, bishop takes a3.
And now
and
b5
now today.
here.
I'm assuming that Topalov's really remembering his preparation because it's very strange to take on f6.
And then give a think, and then have a
I think
think
he's
here.
just remembering. He's remembering that he takes on f6, and he remembers what he's doing next. He's just trying to remember his lines. Where I'm not saying like...
I'm not
Well,
so
there
sure.
he is. No, he's kind of looking to the side. I agree wholeheartedly. So let's take a look. Obviously, the most forcing move is a capture, and I'm looking after g takes f6, c4 takes b5. Again, there's a kind of a traffic jam on the c file, a lot of hanging black pieces. We're going to assume this capture queen takes d5 is forced. Bishop I love c4. Playing, developing with a tempo. Bishop c4, queen will drop back, takes. Now, doubtlessly, both players have gotten this far. Now, the real question
now,
is...
before we go too far, let's remember that not because a move looks forced is forced. Queen takes d5 is not forced at all.
It's not?
No. You can also play knight a5.
That is a good point. The bishop on c5, even though it is in capture, there's the knight b3 check, forking king and queen. Don't want to have anything to do with that. So there is an alternative to queen takes d5.
Right. I'm not saying which one's stronger than the other.
They're just saying that there is an option.
Well, and after knight a5, can white do something like b4? Or is that absolutely
I would probably...
crazy?
Well, again, Okay, it's clear that black is ready to play moves like bishop e6 and rook c8. I kind of like this knight on d5. I might just
Play
re-forward,
E4.
and then after bishop out, king over, something like this, where b2,
C8.
where b2, b4. Oops, sorry, b2, b4 is on white's agenda. This is very common stuff, but then look at this. There was the undermining move b5 on the one hand. Now you have the undermining move f5 on the other. That is sharp stuff. Okay, so knight a5 is an option, but let's look at this other option because I just wanted to show this one line, which was bishop c4, queen d6 takes. Now in this position, of course you would like to take this pawn, but you'd rather take it with a rook.
And queen c6 probably runs into b4 at this point, right? I don't even think you can take on c6 at this particular moment.
Oh, right, here, queen takes c6, and this position runs into b4.
b4 or even takes on d4 and knight d4.
Exactly.
Because of the bishop f7.
No, I was never thinking of recapturing on c6 with the queen. I was thinking...
You want your rook there.
Well, I really want to play bishop takes a3 is what I want, okay? So some incredibly sharp stuff would go down the pike like this. Bishop takes a3, and,
This is
you know,
absolutely
mauling, trying to maul at least black's king. I mean, the position long ago blew up, and this is just a continuation.
I don't
of
even
that.
want to analyze.
No.
Bishop takes f7 at that last position.
Really?
I don't even know if it works, it doesn't work, is it a perpetual, but it's a move.
Bishop takes f7 check with queen takes. Oh my goodness. I feel like Chris Ward suddenly. The whole position just blew up. What can I tell you?
And I look at him more and more, and I really feel that, I know you and Alejandro feel that he's still in his preparation, but I think he's got no idea how to continue this position already.
No, have some
I
confidence.
disagree so strongly
Come
with you. No, these guys are elite players.
Absolutely,
this is not
no
unusual
doubt. But bishop
no.
f6 played so quickly, yes, and now after gf6 giving it such a big thing.
Well, again, because there are so many options. For example, one option you might want to ask yourself is, do you ever want to toss in e3 takes d4? And to be precise, in a line we just looked at a moment ago, black was not forced to recapture on d4. But again, I'd love to just continue one line. c4 takes b5. Let's look at that knight a5 move again, because that is a move I hadn't considered. That was really a move that was off my radar, but it may actually be the strongest move because of that undermining f5. Now, after this turn, again, I think we just played, I think we played king b1, which seemed right. Another potential move was bishop d3. I think this is really too sharp. But, okay, king b1, bishop e6. These moves all look kind of...
So if I just take on d5 instead after king b1? Just queen d5?
Oh gosh, what am I doing? No, I wanted
have to
no,
go E4
I went e4 first.
right?
I apologize. Yes, no, I did it in the wrong move order. e4 first, bishop came out, king came to b1, rook came to c8, queen went to a5, and then I saw this undermining move f5, and I thought, oh dear, maybe white is in trouble after this. The last thing you want to do, of course, is to allow f5 takes e4,
crazy.
queen takes d5, and you're mated on the spot over here on a2. So this is
No, this is not looking
really
good for white.
Yeah, it's really double-edged, and it just looks like it's advantage black. Alejandro, this is the position that the engines just love. They love these tactically rich positions. What's going on? What's the evaluation?
The computers are still thinking about it. They're not so clear. There are a couple of variations which they haven't fully determined if it's okay for black or not. Here in this position, bishop takes f6 was actually not the main line given by any computer. Bishop d3 and that mess was what most of the computers were suggesting, even though I don't think that the evaluation was necessarily correct. I think I needed a little bit more depth. Now, in this position here, some of the computers are saying that takes on b5, knight a5, of course, with their lovely evaluation of 000 telling us absolutely nothing. A lot of them are suggesting the move, not this one, queen e4 instead.
What?
The idea of queen e4 is that I'm kind of playing bishop d3 and checkmating you on h7. And the other idea is that I'm simply defending the knight on d5. So I have some tactical tricks involving the fact that the knight is now defended. Now, you might think it encourages the move f5, but then I go queen h4. And when you think about it strategically, who wants to trade queens? It's surprisingly white. Because at the end of the day, I'm going to have an f6 target. I'm going to be expanding on the king side. I already broke the center. There's going to be a double pawns to work against. So here, black can trade queens and actually has to trade queens because of the knight f6 check threat. But at the end, does he have enough initiative to compensate for the fact that his pawns are kind of going to be a little bit weak? And some of the lines still get crazy after takes, takes. For example, I still have to defend myself from knight f6 check. You probably have to go rook d8. And after takes on b5, takes on d5, takes on c6, things are still very, very unclear.
Well, that's murky from the start for me, Alejandro. After the move queen e4, was f5 the proper solution there? Okay, I can play f5 next turn, so let me just start with taking on c4, which is the point of b5.
So bishop c4?
No, but here I reveal another point of the move queen e4.
Yes.
Pawn takes d4. And how do you recapture?
All right, because ed4 runs into queen e8.
Queen e8, so let me recapture with the knight.
Knight takes.
Uh-oh, is it this bishop takes?
Rook takes.
Yeah.
Rook takes, and then at the end of this,
Queen
there's this beautiful fork, and c4 is hanging in a much worse ending.
You're probably lost. You're down a pawn in a worse position.
And a horrible pawn structure.
So a secondary threat existing in the position after queen e4, you're threatening to capture all kinds of ways on d4. Fair enough. And how about bishop e6 then? After queen e4, bishop e6. Now, in this position, I can't believe that bishop d3 is a good move because of f5, and that's bad, right?
I agree.
Okay, so after bishop e6...
let's see, the computer likes to play e takes d4.
e4,
which
knight
looks
d4.
like a mess. Knight d4, right?
Yes.
That looks to me like the most obvious to take with a knight.
Knight takes.
And here the computer goes bishop d3 now that you've lost control over e5. A very precise continuation here.
This is blowing up. Let's go to Maurice in London. Maurice, what's going on?
Well, none of us has any idea what's going on except maybe Vishy Anand himself in this crazy position that he played very, very quickly. I'm here in a live audience, in the studio with a live audience in the commentary area, but once this position came on the board, I had to run to the back of the stage. You see the camera showing the players. I can actually go behind there and look out, peer out like a 5-year-old looking in on the big stars playing chess. And what I saw was a very cool Anand, completely prepared in this position, and a very nervous Vasily Topalov. One of the ticks he did that you know is not something that shows that he is prepared is he looked over at his score sheet as though, what's really going on here? I agree with you, Tanya. He is not prepared for this position at all. I can't say at all, but I think he's very surprised right now. He played bishop takes f6 that quickly. The fact that he didn't bang down a move right now in this insane position. When you said, Yasser, there's so many possibilities. Dude, that's why you had to be prepared coming in. You couldn't just sit there and just start making a move at the board. I think Vasilian is out of his element for sure right now, and I think he's in a lot of trouble. And all these variations we're looking at now, Anand has looked at, as you said, maybe 24 hours with his engines, has them all coldly memorized. I think Vasilian is in a lot of trouble.
And thank you for that insight, Marisa, and mentioning what Alejandro had said earlier, that this was from a World Championship match. I remember those World Championship match preparations that I did with Korchnoi, as well as Jan Timman. And oftentimes you don't get to show all your preparations, so this could be
90% of it actually is in the bag waiting
Alejandro.
to explode.
And I think we're giving an unfair amount of credit to Vishy Anand's supercomputer. I think sometimes we have to remember who's the man behind it. And even though Anand does a lot of his own opening preparation, his main second or his main opening preparer is none other than Gajewski from Poland. He has been Anand's second for a few years now. His main second, and he's done a fantastic job. Some of the novelties that you see here in the London Chess Classic, that you see in Shamkir when Anand destroyed Wesley So, he said, I didn't play chess. I just did what Gajewski told me to do. And he has been an amazing influence in the world champion. I think it's been a brilliant pairing for many years. And I have no doubt that many of these ideas, including the move b5, were a suggestion of Gajewski.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Well, there you go, giving credit to where credit is due. And of course, Fabi gave credit to Rustam Kazimjanov for the knight f5 queen sacrifice that he essayed against Nakamura. That worked out brilliantly.
Yes, saying that that was one of the moves that Rustam had employed against him in their training games.
Right.
And he immediately realized that after knight f5, black is just completely lost.
Or virtually helpless. The queen is not doing great. But again, turning our attention to this game, which is riveting, getting our attention. Are the engines still at 000, Alejandro? Have they, or do they suggest that Queen E4, a very deeply hidden move, is the right move for Veselin?
Let me take a look here. It seems like the engines are still really debating. I see that very strong depth on Stockfish is still suggesting the move Queen E4, but they kind of ambivalent. Stockfish prefers black a little bit after Queen E4 F5. Komodo, which is another very strong engine with a completely different point of view in chess from Stockfish, they think quite differently. Actually thinks white's a little bit better. So it's that clash of styles, even inside computers, where they can't really determine which side is better. Sometimes it's Stockfish that's right, sometimes it's Komodo that's right. It completely depends on the position. So this one's still up in the air.
What I'm really surprised about is that if you want to have it think, you have it before you play bishop f6.
Yeah, I agree with Tanya. This is
that I'll definitely, you're right.
I mean, it is so committal in the position,
That's right.
you know, and I'm finding it a bit strange that you blitz out bishop f6 and then you have your big think.
Agreed. Bishop f6, your big thing first, and then comes bishop f6. I'm just fascinated by the position. And for me, the move Queen C2,
and we do
E4
have a move on the board.
is so hidden. I mean, I'm looking at the much more obvious captures, and Veselin finally did go with the obvious. Well,
and I expect Anand to bang knight a5 on the board within less than a minute.
And the engines are suggesting that knight a5 is a superior
to queen takes d5. And I'm assuming since Anand has seen this position before, I guess that he's going to play knight a5 without too much of a think.
Well, indeed, if he does play the move knight a5, I don't think white has any choice then. I think he is, well, actually, he does have choice. He could take on d4.
He has a ton of choices.
He has a ton. I saw two, e3, e4, or taking on d4.
He even has the move knight c3.
Okay, that is a very surprising retreat, I must say.
When you think about it, it's rather logical because you would like to unpin yourself with the queen.
Right.
But it's so uncomfortable to do so. Queen c7 runs into knight e4, queen b6 into knight a4, queen e7 into, again, pawn takes d4 is just hanging.
Right.
It's actually surprisingly difficult to break the pin.
That is a remarkable move. It's grandmasters don't like to walk into self pins, and this is quite a remarkable. I'm still reeling, actually,
I'm
from
just thinking if black can go bishop e6 here.
I'm sure he can. Knight d5 to c3 really would not have occurred to me. Bishop e6 looks
Bishop
like
e6 is the top computer move, and after this, it's just a mess. It's just a mess. This position is a mess.
Because of queen e4?
Queen e4 is playable, but the computers want to play king b1 first.
No kidding.
Oh my
King
God.
B1.
What is this?
This
is
like,
absolutely crazy.
I remember there was a game that Vichy played against Levon Aronian in a Tata Steel Chess Festival. Maybe it was the game of the decade. It was phenomenal.
Oh yeah.
And this game has some alien chess going to it because Queen f5. I'm assuming
Bishop d3?
The computers want to sacrifice material to get in this queen takes h7 check. Is it really that scary? I don't know. I mean, it's just, well, the whole game just blew up. I mean, obviously, we're going to come back to this, Tanya, and I'm going to get our attention. Let me just check in on the game of Wesley So. Fabi versus Wesley So, very, very quiet. Nothing really happening here. Going quickly now because Levon Aronian, Hikaru Nakamura
it seems like
also
completely equalized.
Looks very, very dry. Nothing going on there. This is the Vladimir Kramnik Anish Giri game. Okay, the positional channels that we expected are still ongoing.
But I think it's worth mentioning there's a knight on f8.
That is true. You don't see that often. Where did that come from? The knight came. We were going back just a few moves. We left it about these parts: Queen D2, Bishop E7, Rook C8. All of it. Knight F8. Wow.
And played instantly by Giri, by the way.
That's remarkable. I'm used to seeing this big fight over the control of the square D5. The knight's going away from the D5 square. Pretty unusual. Bishop takes F6. I'm assuming bishop takes F6. And I'm assuming Vlad wants to grab the center square, knight D5, maybe with a rook D1 first. Okay, last quick look at MVL before we go back to the game that's really grabbed our attention. MVL Mickey Adams.
It just looks like a normal Juco piano, even though they didn't start as one.
Exactly. It just has all of those appearance of a Joko piano. And
these are the kind of positions in which Mickey is quite comfortable. I mean, it's he knows all the plans here, and I think Black is pretty happy out of the opening.
Agreed. And the top players play those positions both sides very well. Back to
this absolutely crazy game that has exploded right out
Yes.
of the opening. I look at Rishi now, and Yasser, it's clear that what White has played was not the topical or the principal way for him to go, because Rishi clearly is very well prepared against b5, right?
Yes.
So we know that he's seen all the lines and all the moves that are computer's top choices and whatever's recommended by the computer. But the fact that Rishi is having a think here, he probably has a feeling that White has not chosen the best way to go forward.
Yes, but from what I can see, Tanya, the lines are so complex that the players, have to recall
Their preparation.
their preparation. And it seems like a very good time to stop and reflect on all the lines and how the game could go. I'm still assuming that knight a5, I'm with Alejandro, is the top move because
Absolutely.
it's the most complex, but Vichy did not bang it down
I'm a little
within
surprised,
a minute.
yeah.
So there we have it. So let's have a look again. So knight a5. We got some crazy line a moment ago. Was that based on knight c3?
That's right.
Is that a top choice, by the way? I don't see that move being played.
No, obviously, I don't see it either, but
no way.
it's not even the computer's top choice. It was just a funny move.
It's true. Does the computer want to take on d4 first, or does it
The computers are debating, but they almost all you want to take on d4 first before doing anything else, yeah.
Okay, so we take on d4. I'm assuming the recapture. Well, again, so many options. I'm just even reflecting on this crazy option. Imagine takes queen a2. Legal, right? Knight c3 check, bishop f5, bishop e6 ideas. This is another wild position. I'm not sure I would want this with white. Knight d2.
Yeah.
Ooh, bishop e6. Simple ideas of rook c8. This maybe is not that scary as it looks. It looks scary, but maybe.
Yeah, also maybe you could have played
Weird.
d4 instead.
At what moment?
After you played bishop e6? I don't have an engine, but I thought that
after
worked.
queen a2, knight e2, bishop e6, b4, give back some material so that you can possibly trade queens.
But I guess you have a perpetual with queen a1, queen c1.
Queen a1
Queen C3.
check, queen c2, queen c3. Hence the 0, 0, 0 of our chess engines, right? No,
The edges are not impressed with the sacrifice at all.
I'm sure.
They think that white's just winning after taking on c5. They take all the material happily.
And after queen a2, what?
Knight d2.
Knight d2, they do play.
Bishop e6, they just develop. Bishop d3, they think you have no
Oh,
threats.
bishop d3 and just develop?
Yeah.
Hamana. Oh my goodness. Bishop d3 and
It
just
makes
develop.
sense because at the end of the day, even if you get my rook on d1, like
Well,
You
I
always
want
have
to.
C6, right?
I want to play rook takes c5 followed by rook c8 and force the trade of queens. I'm not. I hope I'm not afraid of bishop takes h7 check.
White can probably also just go c6 to stop.
c6. Okay. Well, all right. A6 you undermine. This is so double-edged. I must say, again, as a human player, you don't really like to see a queen that close to your own king.
We do have a caller with us, so we're going to get
All
back
right.
to the madness of Wishy and Topolov's game, but first, let's see what he has
course.
to say. Hi, tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
My name is William, and I'm calling from Atlanta, Georgia, in the USA.
Hi, William. Welcome to the show.
Okay, thank you. I want to start by saying I'm a big fan of Yasser and Alejandro, and also and what Yasser and Alejandro. I just want to say I really like the broadcast, and Tanya as well. I really like the broadcast, and you guys are doing good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And what's your question?
I want to ask a question of the inclusion of Badur Jabava as a wild card in the year's Grand Chess Tour, in 2017's Grand Chess Tour.
Yes, well, thank you so much for your question, William.
And I also have one more question.
Yes.
I also have one more question.
Sure.
I also have one more question.
Go ahead.
I need to improve my calculation. I don't have problems with visualization. What I need to improve is learning how to know when I've calculated deeper, when the tree is deep enough, when the candidate tree is deep enough.
Got it. Very interesting. So I think
Thank you, William.
What William wants to know, Yas, is how does he recognize the points in the game where he needs to sit and calculate deeper and improve his calculation?
Well, the answer there is very simply, it comes with experience. Sometimes you go and you try to calculate too far, you burn up too much of the clock, and it's not a practical decision. So it's just really with the experience of how deep is enough. Once you get in your calculations a position that you're comfortable with, it's a good time to stop. You just say, okay, I like this position, let's go on.
Right.
As far as Jabava, absolutely. I mean, a headhunter like him in the Grand Chess Tour will be, Mr. Excitement. It's a guarantee.
Well, let's explain first who
Yes.
Badur Jabava is.
Please.
Badur Jabava is a player from Georgia, not USA, the other one. And he has been one of the top players in the world for quite a while. He is known as one of the most roller coaster players, not only in terms of chess playing style, which is absolutely bizarre, but also in his playing strength. He actually goes up to mid-2700s, drops to 2630, picks up 130 rating points, drops another 50. He's incredibly inconsistent, but when he has a brilliant performance, he has a brilliant performance. He is, I think, one of the few people, if not the only person, to have ever scored the top performance on first board in the Olympiad twice. He did it, I want to say, in Tromsø, and he just did it again in Baku. He had an unbelievable tournament with some of the most scintillating sacrifices you have ever seen. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look up the game Badur Jabava with white against Ruslan Ponomarev from Ukraine, and that was just a massacre of like 25 moves in an unbelievable piece sacrifice that seems like it should never work. And he is incredibly tactical, incredibly fun to watch. But he has suffered some defeats. He has been invited to some super tournaments, and he has suffered absolutely crushing defeats. So his playing style is quite wild. And even though I would love to see him for a Rapid and Blitz, I think he is just, at the moment, a little bit too low rated to be invited for the 2017 tour as a whole. That being said, I would love to see him in one of the Rapid and Blitz events.
Couldn't agree more. And if you're not a Jabava believer, seriously, just take a look at all his games from the Baku Olympiad, and you're going to be a fan.
Well, I remember I was in Baku. I was watching that game unfold in front of me, and it was like one of those things, I've got duties to do, and I couldn't tear myself away. I was just like,
and his idea of going knight h8, I think that was, I'm not sure who it was against, maybe Richard Rappo, but I'm not completely sure. But in one of his games, he put his black knight on h8. It stayed there for the rest of the game till the very end when it did the winning maneuver. And that was an absolute masterpiece as well. Jabava's given us some of the brilliancies of recent times. an incredible player. And coming back to the other question of improving calculation,
Yes.
I think one practical tool for that would be to solve studies, simply because they've got very forced lines and they kind of force you to to go deeper into your imagination, develop your imaginative powers, as well as go deep into a variation.
Yes.
So if you're able to solve a couple of studies a day, I think that should help.
Oh, absolutely.
And we do have a move from Vishy, so
And it was the knight a5
It
move.
was knight a5.
It came a little slower than expected, but it certainly was the expected move. And Veselin Topalov now staring at his position, thinking to himself, okay, I've been victimized by Vishy's preparation once again. What do I do now?
Before we go into it, I just had to show the combination.
Okay, you just have to show
We
it.
talked about it for 5 minutes. I had to show it.
All
This
right.
is the game between Badur Yobava, who is only rated 2665. He might be rated 2750. He might be rated 2630 at any given point in his life. It doesn't really matter. He averages about 2700. And in this position after Rook FCA, Badur played knight f5, which, okay, it looks normal. Pawn takes f5 and rook takes e7. And Ponomarev had calculated this after bishop e6. He had thought, okay, I put the bishop on e6 and I'm going to capture your rook on e7. What on earth are you doing? And out of nowhere, the move bishop h6, which I think is the most beautiful move played at the Olympiad, just crushes Black's position. The threat, of course, is queen g5, and I'm checkmating you on the king side. And the problem is that after pawn takes, queen takes, you would kind of assume that somehow Black has a defense here. There's so many pieces defending here. It takes a while to maneuver a rook, and it just happens that there is no way to defend the Black position. You can't defend the knight. This knight is just one tempo too far away. Everything loses in this position. I don't want to take too much time with the combination, but basically after the desperado rook takes c3, Jawad didn't even care about this rook. Queen g5 check. King f8, queen takes f6, rook takes d3, pawn takes d3. Black now has two pieces for a rook, but there's just no way to avoid the move rook e1 and queen h8 instead of rook e1 and rook takes e6. And that's it. That's the game. The problem being that if I attack your rook, rook e1, queen takes e7, you just run into queen h8. Checkmate. An absolutely fantastic combination because of all the quiet moves involved in it. So that is Badur Yobava.
Wow, thank you for sharing that. And really, to the viewers, I know it takes us away from all the action that's going on over here, but that is
one of the most
a
beautiful
delight.
games of 2016.
And we have a caller, Tanya.
Yes, we do. Hi, tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Hello, my name is Ty from Memphis, Tennessee.
Hi, Ty. Welcome to our show.
Hey, I wanted to say it's an honor to speak with you, Yasser. I really enjoy your chess books and going over your games through the years. I think we're probably similar in age, and so we come from around the same time of chess history.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions regarding chess books. As a matter of fact, my first question is there was a book that Irving Chernev did a long time ago called The Chess Companion that had several great stories of fiction. One of my favorites is Professor Pownall's Oversight, which is the only chess horror story I've ever heard of. And I was wondering if there's a modern equivalent of something like the Chess Companion out in the chess publishing world. So I haven't heard of it, but I'd really love to see something like that. And then the second question is regarding chess computers and old classics like Aaron Nemcovich's My System and things like that. Has modern chess engines overturned any of the analysis from the old classic masters?
Well, thank you very much for your questions. As far as the books about short stories and stuff, I can think of Andy Soltis, Larry Evans writing books about the stories behind some of the players and their games.
Although fictional, I'm not very familiar with.
With the nonfiction?
Nonfiction, I'm very familiar with that.
Right.
We have Arnold Denker, the
Sure.
Bobby Fischer I Knew, and other stories.
Right.
Joel Benjamin just released one about American chess. I think they were fantastic reads from a historical point of view. Now, as far as fictional stories, I'm not very familiar with them in the chess world.
I'm thinking of, not Walter Cornett, it was another book. Not very, very common at all. As far as some old analysis, I think in many cases the old analysis has held up, but there are cases where the modern engines have shown that the old analysis was wrong. I'm thinking specifically about Bobby Fischer in his adjournment with Botvinnik in this rook ending, Gary Kasparov in the Botvinnik school overturn some of the old analysis.
I think one of the best examples, actually, of engine analysis just overturning everything the old master said is on Garry Kasparov's The Great Predecessors, which is a fantastic book series. And he very explicitly says that everything that the old masters did has to be taken in context. There were no engines, there was no power of analysis, they weren't basing themselves on anything prior, so it was more difficult for them to know. For example, I can look at a rook endgame and say, oh, this was, you know, like you're saying, Fischer-Botvinnik, and I know the result because I've seen it before. So they didn't have the many resources that we have right now. And of course, engines have overturned many of those analyses. We do have, however, Maurice in London.
Well, it might be breaking news because it looks like Wesley So is going to be the winner of the Grand Chess Tour. Why? Only Nakamura can catch him in this tournament, and the only way that's going to happen is if Wesley starts dishing some points and Nakamura wins. Well, first of all, looking at this position, it looks like no way in the world Nakamura is going to defeat Levon Aronian out of this super solid, I mean, dry, boring-looking position. The engines give Naka a 0.1 edge. I mean, unless Levon just has a brain cramp, this game should be a draw. And with a draw, it's going to be mathematically impossible if Wesley doesn't lose for him to end up in fourth place and Naka in first with only one round to go. And if we look at Wesley's game, he looks like his preparation has been absolutely fabulous. You see here versus Fabiano Caruana, he has played this move, e4. Actually, I think the last time we saw this position was back on a4, h6, rook e1. Actually, no, I think we saw this position as well. Well, after knight f1, e4, knight g3, bishop to h7, and the engines are saying, if anything, it's giving triple zeros, and then it sometimes blinks back towards black being a smidgen better. Of course, black really cannot be much better at all here, if at all better. But it looks now that they're settling in on triple zeros, saying that this position looks pretty much drawn. The most likely line being here, takes. You can attack this pawn again with a rook. I also wondered why you can't just take this, and after a move like bishop f4, bishop to b6, and the engine's here saying, no way, this is not enough, and you can just see it optically that it's not enough. So we may already have wrapped up, maybe not the tournament winner, but the Grand Chess Tour winner. Just looking at these openings, it looks pretty obvious that Wesley So should be riding off of the sunset with the Grand Chess Tour title.
Thank you, Maurice, and really
definitely solved all his opening problems. Normally in such positions, if you're able to get a successful e4 and liquidate the center, black is absolutely fine. And well, just before we move forward, just taking that point of computers refuting a lot of previous analysis, I just want to add that yes, it's true, there are many instances when a lot of our analysis done by the great classics has been refuted by engines, because as Alejandro said, well, they didn't have the computers to double check.
Exactly.
But what hasn't been refuted is the ideas and concepts that have come from those analyses in games, you know, the kind of motives and the patterns that we've learned from them.
Sure, they're constant.
They're constant, they're classics, they're forever, and we see them even in modern chess.
Absolutely.
And that's what you have to pick up from that.
Alejandro, Wesley So solving all of his problems,
Well,
as Maurice
let
says.
me show what Wesley So is doing, but before that, let's remember that we didn't need computers to refute what Nimzovich said in my system. By the way. So here after the break e4, we have tactical problems for the white side. You would like to somehow be able to resolve it in a way that doesn't trade too many pieces and keep perhaps the queens alive so that you have some pressure on b7, perhaps play queen b3. The problem is that here Fabiano had to be ultra precise in order to try to get anything at all. And the only move the engines were considering was really the move bishop e3. The point of bishop e3 is that I'm attacking the bishop on c5, so neither pawn takes f3 nor pawn takes d3 are sufficient. For example, pawn takes, bishop takes c5, pawn takes g2. I have the move knight g3 or knight e3, or even more precise, attacking both the bishop on f5 and the rook on e8. Sorry, on f8. After bishop takes c5, white's already better. So bishop e3, pawn takes f3 is not playable. If the bishop takes on e3, which to me is the most logical, knight takes e3 again, attacking this bishop on f5. You don't want to take on f3. If you retreat, you have the possibility of taking on e4. But still, even in this variation, after queen takes d1, you don't necessarily want to play knight takes e4, because in some variations after queen b3, there is pressure on the f5 pawn. There is pressure on the b7 pawn. Here, white could claim a little bit of an edge. But after the precise trading of queens, I still don't see much here for white. The engines claim there's a slight edge in this position. I don't really believe it. There's knight g4, but still they give some hope for an edge. In the variation played in the game after knight g3 and the simple retreat to h7, the computers are indeed saying that there's absolutely nothing for white in this position. After pawn takes c4, which I don't see what else he can do, pawn takes d4, queen takes d1 again, the idea of trading on d1 first. And notice that when I played bishop e3, I could at least capture with my a rook and continue development. Here I have to awkwardly capture with my e-rook, which means that I don't have as much control over the center as I would like. And even though I can take on e4, the pawn is actually doomed. So even the move rook f8 will give complete equalization here for Wesley. So, and a likely draw because it's not one of those games that's sharp and equal where I could make progress in other side. For example, the Vladimir Kramnik against Anish Giri game, which might be about equal, but it's obviously very complex. This looks the kind of equal where symmetrical pawn structures, everybody's developed. You can see very easily how pieces can be liquidated. So I don't expect this game to go anywhere as Wesley is contemplating whether he should trade queens or should not trade queens in this position. My vote is yes. And I agree completely with Maurice Ashley that Levon Aronian just completely neutralized any opening advantage that Hikaru could play. So a little disappointing for the white pieces of today's rounds that they were not able to not just get any advantage, but really a playable game.
Absolutely, and what it resembles that game that Vishy Anand played king f8 to e7.
Yesterday against Levon.
Right, against Levon.
That's right.
So Levon has the same position that Vishy has with like 3 or 4 extra tempos, and his king's beautifully placed on e7. No problems whatsoever for Levon. Very, very disappointing. No doubts about it. Hikaru came into this game with high ambitions, the roller coaster ride, and he just got stuck. There's nothing happening here. Let's go to the game that had our fullest attention. Veselin Topalov, Vishy Anand. What a rivalry between these two greats. After the move knight a5, played after a little bit of thought by Vishy, he didn't just spank it down. e3 takes d4, attacking the bishop on c5. e5 takes d4, and we're up to date with the players, I believe. I thought I saw a move.
No,
we're up to date with the players. How are things unwound so far? Without the idea of e3, e4, sans the idea of queen e2, seems like the knight is going to have to come back to f4. Knight back to f4, and again, if white gets all the moves in that he wants, which include king b1 and bishop d3, I'm assuming he's going to be very happy. The problem I have with this move, knight f4, is I keep looking at these ideas of queen d6 and bishop takes a3. You know, they call me a positional player. I just want to sacrifice all of Vishy's pieces. Now, I don't want to sacrifice my own pieces. That would be sacrilege, of course. But bishop take, this looks very dangerous to me. I think that it's going to be problematic.
I'm just thinking about knight d3.
Exactly, and bishop f5.
Queen c5, you're okay with queen c5?
Yeah, I've got knight b3.
And rook c8 as well. You've got knight b3. Of course, you've got knight b3 and
rook c8 in both cases. So
bishop f5 looks good after knight d3, and then you've got this rook c8, bishop a3 in the air.
And all the black pieces you can see are very.
I want to go king b1. I mean, instead of knight b3, after knight d3, bishop f5.
King b1.
I want to get out of the c file.
I can have it with very good reasons.
And
yes.
queen a4, right?
And queen a4, indeed.
Well, we're going to get back to this. We've got a caller with us. Hi, tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Hey, my name is Jeremy, and I'm calling from Yasser's hometown of Seattle.
Yoo-hoo! Shout out. Hi, Jeremy. Welcome to our show.
Hey, I've been involved in scholastic chess in this area for about 8 years or so, and I've always, after listening to all these broadcasts, I've always wanted to tell Yasser just about how great chess is in this area now. For instance, at Yasser's high school, where my son was captain for 3 years on the team, they just had a 9th grade FIDE master take over first board. And there are numerous master-level players at the top boards in all the high school, on all the high school teams that play at the top level in the state. And so chess in Yasser's area is just blowing up, and I really, really loved reading Yasser's books, especially Yasser's opening book, where he tells stories about going to the Allegro Cafe and his giant rook cannons that he liked. I tell kids in the area, when I teach kids at the library and stuff about that, I tell them that story because they love to make those bad moves.
Thank you, Jeremy. And to your question.
I mean, not really a question, but I just wanted to mention just how people can get involved in stuff. I just went to the local library and started a volunteer chess program that I've been doing for 5 years, where I just work at the library and kids come in and play chess, and I teach them how to play chess. And so I've had contact with hundreds of kids, teaching them chess in West Seattle, which I think Yasser's also familiar with.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you for calling in. And yes, I mean, there's so many ways in which you can contribute to the game and get the movement going in your community. But coming back to this position, Yas, I mean, this is what today's round is all about. I mean, despite not having clear implications for the standing, but this opening has just grabbed our attention, and how.
And for good reasons. So takes is the current situation.
Yes,
and I just wanted to make sure again.
And we've got knight b4 on the board.
Knight b4.
But I can understand this move simply from the idea that a knight on f4 would, as we were discussing, Yasser, it's not protected. You know, you've got queen d6. You're relying on.
Well, before we analyze too much deeper, let me show the refutation to knight f4 so that we can.
Oh,
okay,
please.
So there's a clear refutation.
Yes.
Yeah, knight f4 was actually not the best move, even though it takes the computer sometimes a little bit of a while to understand why. Queen d6 is not good at all. Queen d6 fails to king b1 immediately. And then you kind of run out of moves because you cannot take on f4 as c5 is hanging. And that means you have to waste the tempo with the bishop, which just leaves you in a very awkward spot and basically up a pawn for white. So instead of here knight f4, you have to move bishop d6. Yeah, I know it's weird, but bishop d6 is killer. The idea is that I'm just going to move the bishop out and go rook c8. And here you do actually have to defend this knight. You might be thinking that rook takes d4 might work. That doesn't work at all. Rook takes d4 has the problem that after bishop takes f4, rook takes f4, bishop e6, the attack here on this file is just too strong. You can imagine that it would work because look at white's pieces. So knight f4 runs into bishop d6. The computers were screaming that knight b4 had to be played, and it was played by Topalov.
Wow, knight b4. And I understand the move because, first of all, whether right or wrongly, I've been eyeballing this opportunity to play bishop takes a3. And a key defensive resource also for white is maybe you can plug up the c file with a timely knight c6. So this move, knight b4, forced.
No, I think it makes a lot of sense, actually, knight b4. The more I look at it, the more you like it. And now the question is, what is Wishy? How is he going to continue this position? So how do you feel? Yes, what would be?
Well, the most obvious move would be bishop e6,
bring the rook to the c file.
Again, as we pointed out,
I want to just point out something that a lot of our audience will be watching this game with a computer, and they'll be saying the position is about equal, which basically doesn't mean anything. But I do want to tell you guys that we are using pretty strong engines here, and I have access to them. And an engine that is quite strong, Stockfish 8, at a depth of 33, which takes a long time to get there. Your laptop might not get there for another 20, 25 minutes. Does think that black is winning.
After knight b4? After
knight b4, it thinks black's winning.
And
because
the best move is?
Bishop takes b4, and it's a little complicated to go into every variation, but bishop takes b4 seems to be the best line.
Okay.
And after pawn takes b4, bishop e6, the computers are not finding a good way of defending the position.
Just simply.
So rook c8 is a threat, and the first move that comes to anyone's mind would be to move the king away.
King b1.
You have to be careful of bishop b3.
Bishop b3.
Bishop b3. Yes.
So maybe we move the.
Is it? Well, I was just going to sacrifice the exchange and try to bail out with b4 takes a5. I'm not happy about it, of
with
course.
Those triple pawns and the development.
Bishop b3 is an issue, but even stronger than bishop b3, queen b5.
Ooh,
so queen a2 and rook c8. Oh
I'm not happy with.
Queen a4.
Box, yes. And now we've got some killer shot.
Blow?
Bishop f5 check.
Or maybe knight b3 first. It just looks so dangerous for white.
Oh, it definitely.
I mean, bishop.
This
so
is
bishop
the tightrope.
you want to play?
we're on a precipice.
And
oh my goodness.
Yes.
But
White is holding on right now.
At the moment, I don't see the killer blow. I'm sure there's going to be some horrifying killer blow.
Yes. Well, things are getting really hot and heavy in this game. We need a break, Yas, but before we go, here's what happened. Take a look when Maurice caught up with Anish.
Congratulations, you've had a childless year. How does that affect your perception and perspective on life and chess?
It's great, of course. But yeah, how that affects my chess, I guess we'll have to see. I loved always the game. I love the game, and I'm passionate about chess. I learned that I can still analyze the Najdorf while listening to my child crying. But yeah, it's wonderful change, and yeah, we're having a good time at home.
You're about 30 points off your peak rating. You've had some, maybe not the greatest of results.
Yeah, it's the age. It's the age.
It's
age. Already, new generation. I have children, so.
What are your aspirations about becoming the #1 player in the world?
Yeah, I mean, it's. I think I should answer that question on the first day of the World Championship match, not the London Chess Classic. For now, I'm hoping to win the London Chess Classic, and of course, I'm still plenty of aspirations and hopes. I'm a father, but I'm still quite young. Hope to do some good childish things and progress my chess still.
we're back. Welcome to the most crucial penultimate round of the London Chess Classic and the big game today, Caruana Fabiano versus Wesley So. I've got to say, yes, Wesley has solved all his opening problems. Not very ambitious play by Caruana. It's clear that he did not want to risk too much out of the opening. Wesley's doing absolutely fine with the black pieces. If Fabiano had to try for the first spot at the London Chess Classic, that would have meant a lot more aggressive play from his side than what he's shown today.
Truly. A little bit of a fizzle in terms of this dramatic encounter between the tournament leader and Fabi, who's in second. When we left it, so a little fizzle, but we also have a little pop for you as well.
Oh, yes,
as
we
we'll
do.
Go to, it relies upon the veterans to spice things up. This is the current position after this very thematic move, e5, e4, solving all of the problems in the center by black, did Wesley So, bishop h7, and we're catching up to the players. Bishop takes e4. We had mostly centered our attention on the move knight takes e4, but bishop takes e4 was Wesley's choice. Very decent because he's offering his bishop, but after knight takes e4, well, this pawn on f2
not a very comfortable way to defend it. You don't want to. You're not happy going back rook f1 ever, right?
Or even knight d4. No,
creating an isolated queen's pawn.
Exactly. Bishop f4 was Fabi's choice, but after the simple move, retreat, bishop b6, defending this pawn on c7, I really don't see any opportunities for Fabi to get anything. On the other dramatic encounter, or the encounter that we expected a lot of things to happen, nothing happened here as well between Hikaru Nakamura and Levon Aronian. We've just seen this move. Knight captures d7. This looks as tame and as dry as it feels. After king takes, bishop b5, a6, all the pieces are going to get hacked off the board. It looks like a dead draw in that game. But these are the two
about
fizzles.
The Hikaru game. I mean,
Yes.
let's not forget that Levon Aronian is, in fact, Hikaru Nakamura's toughest opponent after Magnus Carlsen. He's got a terrible score against Aronian. Lifetime score 6-13, just 6 wins against Aronian's 13 wins. So definitely Hikaru wants to always be a little cautious against Aronian, not risking too much, trying for a little bit, and well, yes, that didn't pay off today at all.
Absolutely. No, this is, so 2 fizzles in what we had hoped would be dramatic encounters. No, we didn't get that, but the pop that
Hikaru
we did
shaking
get.
his head because he knows that, well, with white he was not able to prove any, not even a smidgen of an advantage.
Absolutely. The pop that we did get is in the game between Veselin Topalov and Vishy Anand. When we left it on break, we just saw this move, knight b4, which all the computers liked and everybody was thrilled about, but only at some extraordinary depth. Stockfish 8, I think, is what you mentioned, Alejandro. Did the capture bishop takes b4, a takes b4, bishop e6,
and we have
and
that
this
on the
is
board.
Exactly. And again, this is really a remarkable position with well, that white's king. You just look at the position with the white king on c1 and the white queen on c2, and you say, oh, I'm afraid. And these lines with queen d5. Alejandro, turning it to yourself, my first impression is Veselin needs a really ultra good move. Does he have one?
Well, there's 2 alternatives that don't lose immediately in this position because rook c8 is coming into the position. That's what he's considering right now. The more sharp one, I think, is knight takes d4 and claiming that the pawns will somehow protect the king. The idea is that after rook c8, there's no other move in the position. You don't play rook c8, you lose. Rook c8, knight c6 is the only move, again, because you need to block the c file. This is the point of taking the pawn. Now, of course, you have to take on c6 here. Everything else loses immediately. You cannot take on d8 because after I take with the knight, very importantly, the bishop is defending the rook on c8 still, and you maintain the pin. So at the end of the day, black's up a piece, and it should just be completely winning. So after knight c6, you cannot take on d8. you should take on c6. And then the question is, after queen b6, do I have enough attacking resources? I don't think it takes a computer to realize that, yes, you do. After b5, a6, everything's collapsing. White should probably not be completely lost just yet, but it looks very awkward, and I wouldn't be surprised that this is lost within a few moves. Also, from a practical point of view, playing this position with white is just very ugly. You're going to be down a ton of development, and your king's getting mated in many variations. This is pretty bad. But the move that I think is more dangerous for Vichy is the move king b1, because even though it seems like it's running into checkmate after queen d5, it is the harder move to refute. After king b1, we were mentioning the idea of queen d5, and then, of course, this queen a4 line is very dangerous for white, but still holds on. Knight b3 might be another option, to play knight b3 immediately so as to not allow this queen a4 ideas. It also defends the pawn on d2 after this. Topalov still has the idea of going knight d2. The development's a little bit awkward. He would like to just develop his pieces, but in many cases, even after, for example, rook c8, you can see how this queen doesn't have too many squares. So a very dangerous position still for Topalov. The computers seem to find a refutation everywhere. He needs to try to hold on somehow. I expect the move king b1 because knight d4 looks so ugly, but Topalov knows his position is just bad.
Another brilliant preparation payoff for Vichy.
Yes, it does appear to be the case. And again, the position that we have on board, there was just a, hold on, let me just go back. Takes on b4, bishop e6. I'm looking at this move, king b1 again, followed by knight b3, just to put one line on the board. Bishop c4, development, 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 but then comes rook c8, and after queen takes, bishop takes. From a material point of view, white's okay, but if you delve just a little bit deeper and you see a move like d4, d3, the rook is coming to e2, this pawn on b5 is no great shakes.
And despite black's king looking like it's open and unsafe, there are no pieces of white that can actually put any pressure on the black's king at all. No, this is just really bad for white.
Exactly. So king b1, the other line that was being mentioned just a second, bishop
Knight
e6.
d4.
Yes, knight takes d4. I just wanted to go a little bit deeper. Rook c8, knight c6, knight takes c6, takes on c6, queen b6, all very forcing looking action. B5 a6, bishop here takes. This is like a very temporary, you're keeping this pawn, but if you look deeper, once again, at this king, and you can just see that black has this option of blowing white's king out of its cave on the queen side. The queen on b6, eyeballing the pawn on f2, so if you even try to make a run for it with king d2, you're not going to get very far. Topalov looking at a lot of just bad-looking variations, and again, from the human point of view, despite your material advantage, you're not happy whatsoever. So this is looking like one of those brilliant games of Vichy once again.
Brilliant game or a brilliant preparation?
Maybe both.
A bit of both.
Let me just turn to the game of Anish Giri. It should, of course, be mentioned that he's had 7 draws in this tournament, 7. And
going for the record.
Going for a record. And however, the one player in the field that has a fantastic score against Anish Giri is none other than his opponent today, Big Vladimir Kramnik with the white pieces. He's just played the move knight d5 and h5, h4. Is he really going for a kingside attack against this?
And just to put things into perspective, you were talking about a big score. It's a huge score. Kramnik leads by 6-0 against Anish.
Exactly. That is a huge score indeed. And knight h7. Well, this knight has made quite a pirouette. It's gone from b8 to d7 to f8 to h7. His idea clearly is that he wants to play knight g5 and go after some light squares against white's king. But I'm looking at that gorgeous knight in the center of the board, and I'm thinking, really? I mean, I can play knight takes e7 and virtually force king takes e7. I think after queen takes e7, queen takes d6, I'd be very happy to be white. King takes e7. We've seen in the Najdorf that oftentimes the king stays in the center, but sometimes it just stays too long. I don't trust this play by Anish Giri.
The Naidov indeed has been having a very tough time in this tournament. We've seen 5 Naidovs so far, out of which Black has just got 1. We've seen some great novelties by White against the Naidov, and another shout out to Grandmaster Jonathan Tisdale, who he's originally an American Grandmaster, now Norwegian. An excellent journalist, been writing some great articles. Follow him on Twitter for some great chess updates. He in fact tweeted today saying that is it the return of the Naidov or the end of it at the London Chess Classic?
Yes, indeed. Very witty question indeed. And also to Jonathan Tisdale, he helped me write the first book I ever wrote, which was 5 Crowns. He was my co-author in that. It's still, in my opinion, a great match book because it was a great match. That was the 5th World Championship match between Garry Kasparov and Anatoly Karpov. Phenomenal games. Alejandro, what has your attention?
Well, definitely this Giri game. I like the way that he's approaching the game. Giri being, well, a very fighting spirit in this tournament. It sounds funny because he has 7 draws, but he's actually come up with some cool chess. And yesterday he was trying hard against Topalov, even though he missed a couple of chances. And he's been meeting e4 with the Naidov. I mean, what more can you ask from the guy? Look at the way that he's playing. He's playing some enterprising chess, moving the knight to h7, trying to checkmate Vladimir Kramnik, one of the most solid players in the world, with some kind of light square attack. The computer seemed to really like the way he's playing, says the position is pretty much balanced. There's a couple of ways of playing this position. The computers are not afraid of just switching gears and going knight f6 here. Notice the last move that Vladimir played was the move rook a3, signaling either the rook coming to b3 and pressuring the b7 pawn, or even in some lines the rook coming to d3 and pressuring this very weakened d6 pawn. Not a very usual way of transferring the rook, but something that works. Now the king on e8 feels quite safe for now, so Giri has to decide if he wants to go all out and play something like knight g5 and attack on the king side, or switch gears as the computers are suggesting, play knight f6 and try to take some control over the d5 square. Either way, the computers are not saying that he is much worse in any variation.
Remarkable. And Tanya, we have a phone call.
Yes, we do. Hi, tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Hi, my name is Ben, and I'm 13, and I'm calling from Ohio.
Hi, Ben.
Hi, Ben.
Welcome.
My question is that I'm about 1650 USCF, and I was wondering what things I should study, like openings or middle game and tactics or a little bit of each. And studying is pretty time-consuming. So I was wondering what the correct way to study was, because I know you can study a lot and only progress a little bit.
Thank you for your question. I think a lot of people share
have the same question in mind.
How do you answer that one, Tanya?
Well, the question is basically how do you improve on your play? And of course, I think, again, no matter what level you're at, it completely comes down to how much time you can devote to practice. Because really, training and working on chess is the only way to go forward and to improve your rating. Definitely, I think he's around 1650, which is a pretty decent rating.
At 13, and much.
We will get back to this question, but we do have the first result of the day, a Nakamura-Levon Aronian draw. A very expected draw. Things fizzled out very quickly. Nakamura not trying for much out of the opening. And, well, not getting anything out of the opening.
And not getting anything. It was all set up for a great dramatic encounter, and it was just a fizzle.
And very disappointing for Hikaru. You can see it on his face that he wanted to at least try today. And he was countered so easily by Levon Aronian's preparation.
Yeah, that was a very, very disappointing. And that basically, as Maurice had mentioned, clinches the Grand Chess Tour.
Pretty much seals it.
If Wesley does not have some massive accident and lose his game,
because
he will be our Grand Chess Tour champion.
And a massive accident is exactly what it's going to take for Wesley to go down in this game, because he's clearly solved all his opening problems.
Exactly. So a big result, and wow, Grand Chess Tour, $100,000 bonus. We've been speaking that.
Besides the individual event prize money that he's fighting for the top spot at the London Chess Classic.
How sweet it is. I mean, you're looking at a man who's at the pinnacle of his chess career right now, and with more great things in store for him.
An absolute phenomenal year for Wesley. So, and well, if he's able to call the finish line and finish on the top of the London Chess Classic. Well, what a year he's had.
Exactly. And Alejandro, to the caller's question.
Well, I get this question quite a bit when I go to tournaments. A lot of people come up to me, it's like, hey, I like your videos, I'm 1400, how do I make progress? And it's such a general question. 1400 or 1650 or 2100 or I'm an IM doesn't actually mean anything because I don't know how you play. I've never seen your games. I can give you very general advice, like work on your weaknesses, study games of the classics, but it's just very general. If you want something more specific, there is a large group of chess players that dedicated themselves to being chess coaches, and their specialty is finding your weaknesses and saying, study this, knowing exactly which books to target you with so that you improve in the positions that you need to improve on. Now, of course, they cost money and this is how they make a living, but I always found it's a worthy investment, not necessarily to take classes every week, sometimes even just once a month, sit down with a strong grandmaster and discuss what your weaknesses are, what your strengths are, where your study focus should be, because as the caller said, you can study a lot and progress a little. The idea is to have a strong player route you towards the correct way of studying for your own self. It's very difficult to just gauge only based on rating what a player should be studying.
I agree, and I think, but if I had to give just one advice, yes, to any chess player of any level to improve their game, and this is something that we've spoken about earlier, is to analyze their games. Wherever they play, come back home and see where you've gone wrong, whether it's the opening, the middle game, or the end game, and that would also help you in understanding your particular weakness in chess and work on that aspect.
Yep. And if I was to give one piece of advice, it would be learn to love the training, and all goals are possible.
Yes.
There you go.
Wise words.
Wise words. There you have it. Well, I am intrigued by this game of Vladimir Kramnik. We did see this move, Rook A3, and I was really taken aback by the engine's evaluation that, well, after a simple move like Knight F6, the fight for the D5 square, white doesn't have so much. And I'm sitting there, that is so confounding to me, because I'm looking at this move, Rook B3, and I'm thinking to myself, in the old classical days, this iron grip that white now has over the D5 square, this idea that this rook is ready to pounce, rook takes B7, visually it all looks good for white, and I just don't quite understand why the engines are not evaluating it as a higher score for white. Why is that, Alejandro? Visually, it looks to me to be great for Vladimir.
That's one of the things about modern chess, is that a lot of the positions that were considered classically to be just completely unplayable for one side, the computers tend to just either not care or find resources in which it seems like the position's evaluation is just completely, maybe not wrong, but inexact, from the sense that you would think this is much better for white, especially from a classicist point of view, but the computers just are not impressed. They hold these kind of positions very easily. The move Knight F6 is what it suggests, but again, this is not necessarily the best move. You can also play Knight G5, Rook C6 is considered by the engines. Now I'm just going to try to explain the engine evaluation a little bit, especially from my point of view and experience from working with the engines. And normally the engines are not very impressed by having just one target. In this case, they usually lock up when they are not able to find more than one target in a position in order to break through. The engines, more than humans, are very happy to passively defend certain points of your position without really saying that it needs more activity. Humans always love activity. They always want to put pieces in aggressive squares. They want to do more than one thing. Whereas the computers sometimes play moves like Rook B8, just defending the pawn, and they think, in especially engine talk, that as long as you're able to defend your weaknesses and your opponent kind of runs out of ideas, there's really not that many problems in the position. Now, you would think this is not the case, but actually the computer simply improves the position very slowly. It wants to play King F8. It's not afraid to play after the rook moves somewhere in order to avoid the pin, to put the rook back on C8. It doesn't make any particular progress on the king side. It's just kind of challenging you to improve your position little by little. And if you can't find a way, it says, I'm going to improve my own, just step by step, and eventually, Kramnik's going to have a concrete way of pushing forward, and it's when the computers excel at this. It's when white pushes forward and actually risks something, either by a breakthrough or by sacrificing something or by losing control of certain squares, that they strike back because they've put their pieces in very good positions.
Well, first of all, thank you for the explanation. I still don't fully get it. I apologize. Rook b8, knight takes f6, check, followed by however you capture, putting the other knight on d5. How would the engines recapture after knight takes f6? Bishop takes f6, I'm assuming?
Yes, of course.
And then knight drops into d5. And if you think about, Vasily Smyslov, Arnold Danker, Bobby Fischer versus all kinds of opponents, the old guys would have said, white just overwhelming. It still looks overwhelming, and again, I don't see...
Computers not only think it's not overwhelming, they don't think white has anything in this position.
Remarkable. And we have Maurice Ashley with Levon Aronian in London. Maurice, take it away.
We're with one of the great gentlemen in chess, Levon Aronian of Armenia. Levon, today there was not much for you to play for. It just seemed like the position fizzled out pretty quickly.
Yeah, I just play this line, and if white plays solidly, then it's difficult to win with black. Of course, I try every day, but sometimes it doesn't work. Your opponents are well prepared, as happened yesterday, and today I guess there was not much of a game. After rook c1, it's not a topical move. The game turns into a drawish, boring position.
You must be disappointed with that loss you had against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, where you just had a perfectly fine position. What were your thoughts after this game?
Yeah, that was a terrible game, and I got overconfident. I thought that I'll mate him somehow, and then just blundered a terrible move. So, yeah, I guess, in a tournament like this, if you want to win the tournament, you can't afford to make a mistake of that range. So I'm kind of sad, but I deserve it.
Moving forward, this tournament seems like it's out of reach as far as taking first place. What are your feelings going into the coming year?
Well, we still have one game, which I hope to get a fighting position, not like in the last two games. So, I don't look forward to anything except tomorrow. So, we'll see. The year, let's hope the next year will be a better year.
Final question for you. Kramnik came in here and talking about Wesley So, who's going to wrap up the Grand Chess Tour title now after this result. Kramnik said that he thinks that Wesley So is playing the best chess of anyone, including Magnus Carlsen. And I have it on good word that Garry Kasparov himself has said that Wesley So is a great contender, one of the top contenders for the world title. How impressed are you by the way Wesley So is handling his business and how much he's improved in the last year?
Yeah, he's playing very well. I don't know about if he's playing the best chess. Result-wise, he is. I like more aggressive players. I like more blood on the board. So that's just me.
Okay, well, thank you so much, and good luck in your last game.
Thank you.
Levon Aronian splitting the point today against Hikaru Nakamura.
Thank you,
Levon. Well, looking forward to nothing but what tomorrow will bring. Great work by Levon, and he's going to be white tomorrow, so a lot to look forward to. And we've been chatting a lot about the unstoppable performance of Wesley So and how he's completely uncatchable in the Grand Chess Tour. Well, here, check out the Grand Chess Tour standings. Wesley So leads with 30 points, and well, Hikaru Nakamura has drawn his game, and that but all seals Wesley So's 2016 Grand Chess Tour victory. Behind him, Levon Aronian at 21.75, Hikaru Nakamura 21.5. And when we started the London Chess Classic, it was pretty clear that Hikaru Nakamura was in fact going to be the only player who could have snatched the Grand Chess Tour victory from Wesley So. But that is not going to happen anymore, because for that, Hikaru Nakamura did not only need to win the London Chess Classic clear first, but also Wesley had to finish fourth or below.
Exactly. And the list of prize money that you see on the right-hand column, of course, is what the players have earned up to, but not including London. And we have Hikaru Nakamura
with Maurice Ashley
in London.
We're with Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, who was in sole second place of the Grand Chess Tour. He could have caught Wesley So if he had managed to win today, and a negative result by Wesley, but it looks like neither one of those is going to happen. So Wesley So has certainly wrapped up the Grand Chess Tour title. Hikaru, today you must have wanted to have a fighting position, but he just seemed to neutralize your opening.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of, for whatever reason, I was expecting Levon to play something more aggressive. I mean, it's interesting to see how people treat the different situations. I mean, for example, when I played Fabiano, I kind of had this approach that I thought I could still maybe win the Grand Chess Tour, so I tried very hard to create a position. Obviously, it didn't work out. But still, I mean, considering that there only are two prizes, I think there's first and second in the Grand Chess Tour, I thought it made sense to just go for it, just kind of take the big risk. And so I was kind of expecting Levon to try something a little bit more aggressive, simply because, I mean, there is no prize for third. But obviously, I mean, there's nothing wrong with being very solid as well. So, yeah, Levon he was just very solid, and I didn't really have any great ideas for today. So, yeah, I didn't want to take any big risks.
Are you disappointed in the result, or are you just accepting that it is what it is?
Well, I mean, it would have been nice to get a game. I don't mind a draw, obviously. I mean, draws are part of chess, for better or worse. But still, yeah, I would have liked to have played a longer game. I mean, to play for 1 hour is a little bit disappointing. But still, there's one more round, and I am playing Mickey, he's been a little bit up and down as well. So hopefully I'll get some chances.
Yeah, your tournament has been a boisterous one, to say the least, with 2 losses and then 3 comeback wins. How are you feeling going into the last game about your chances?
I mean, obviously I can't win the tournament or the Grand Chess Tour, but I think at the moment, at least, I still have a shot at second place overall. So I'll just try and play some good chess tomorrow. Hopefully things will go my way. But still, it's nice to at least finish the year with a decent result.
With the Americans out the way, the 3 of you seem to be doing quite well. You won the Olympic title this year. How are you feeling particularly about the way Wesley So is playing? Everyone is really extolling his virtues as maybe a true contender to Magnus Carlsen.
I mean, he has been playing quite well, but you know, it's all relative. I think because I played alongside him in the Olympiad, I was not as impressed with his result there as, say, you know, the Singfield Cup, for example, or here. But nevertheless, in terms of results, he's obviously, I mean, playing the best right now. But I wouldn't go so far as to say he's playing better than, you know, Magnus or things like that. I mean, it's still a long way to go, and you know, everyone's been up there before. I mean, Fabiano's been up there, then he came down. I was up there, Maxime as well. So, you know, it's one tournament or course of a tournament, but anything can happen. So if he stays up there, keeps playing really good chess, then obviously he'll get a chance.
All right, well, we look forward to seeing your last round game. Keep us entertained.
Thank you.
Hikaru Nakamura, definitely one of the sharpest players on the tour, having 5 decisive results, and he's still in contention for a big second-place prize, $50,000 at stake here at the Grand Chess Tour.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Hikaru.
Teammates and rivals, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and Wesley So all fighting for the top spots, and the Grand Chess Tour standings are based on the accumulative Grand Chess Tour points that the players earn in the individual 4 events.
Yes. And in terms of the London Classic, here is our current situation with the games pending. Hikaru Nakamura, having drawn, has equaled the score of Fabiano Caruana, but we're expecting that Fabi and Wesley will make a draw. Wesley will therefore keep his tournament lead with 1 round to go.
And Fabiano will probably be on sole second.
Yes, depending on the outcome of Vladimir Kramnik's game. Exactly. Well,
which seems to be going into wild territory.
Yes.
I'm excited about that one.
Well, I am too, and I'm still taken aback, stunned by Alejandro's explanation of why the chess engines are not as enthusiastic as I am, because, well, They're not. Alejandro.
Well, let's take a look at another game first. But before I get into this, I just wanted to expand on what Hikaru was saying, and I think it's quite important that Hikaru was explaining that Wesley So, even though he's having the best results, he still has a long way to go. And you might be thinking, the guy's over 2,800, what more can you do? And a lot of the times the problem is actually maintaining yourself up there. And I think that's going to be the next challenge for Wesley So before he thinks of challenging Magnus Carlsen, because a lot of the players that are in this tournament have reached such high results. And at some point earlier last year, we were talking about Levon Aronian being the undisputed challenger to Magnus Carlsen, 28-30 or 40, second in the world by a long shot, and he had a terrible year, just nosedived. He went from like 28-30 to 27-70 at some point. He had to recover slowly. He hasn't even fully recovered from there. Fabiano Caruana also, he at some point after the Sinquefield Cup 2014, he reached something like 28-40, and he also went all the way down to 27-80, had to recover slowly. So, of course, Wesley So is, I think, having the best results of the year, but his next challenge, I don't think, will be to face Magnus Carlsen. The cycle is quite long. He needs to first stabilize himself in the position he's gotten, and then maybe he can think about challenging the world champion. So it's a process. I think he's in the right path, and I'm very impressed with how well he handles himself and how little he risks in every game, how few occasions he actually is in trouble. But still, as Hikaru said, he's not Magnus Carlsen just yet.
Good point. John McEnroe once said that he worked so hard to become #1, he hadn't realized how difficult it was to maintain it. Yeah. I mean, these guys do.
Consistency.
They do play musical chairs. Once they get to the world's #2 position, it's almost a danger, as you see that whoever becomes #2 ends up falling. And I remember Levon Aronian's.
Yeah, the target's on your back. I think a lot of the people, considering that Wesley finished last in the Sinquefield Cup, they're not necessarily focusing all their preparation against Wesley. I think that from now on, it's every single team of seconds will be figuring out what does Wesley So play with white and with black, and how can we target it. Now, somebody that is in deep trouble today is Vasilin Topalov, but he has just played an interesting move. He played the move Queen A4, but before we analyze the intricacies of Queen A4, let's go to London with Maurice Ashley.
I wanted to jump in on this discussion just quickly. I remember when one Tiger Woods was just storming up in the golf world, and a lot of people said, oh no, this guy, he's pretty good, but could he really be one of the legends of the game? And it took a legend, Jack Nicklaus, to say, yeah, this guy's good. I mean, really, he's one of the best ever, and I think he'll surpass me eventually. Well, we know Tiger had his personal problems that stopped him from going as far as his potential could have taken him. So that does get in the way as well. But I like Wesley's chances when you get the nod from a Vladimir Kramnik, former world champion, and a Garry Kasparov, who knows a thing or two about becoming a world champion and being a contender. I think that a lot of us may have our opinions, yay or nay, if we're a fan of Wesley or not. But when the great ones, the legends of the game will be written in history, start saying, yep, this guy has the mark, it's a good time for us to start listening.
Thank you, Maurice.
Words of praise indeed from Vladimir Kramnik earlier.
Yes. Alejandro, the intricacies, if you will, of Queen A4.
So Queen A4 was played by Topalov instead of the move that we're analyzing before, B5 holding on to the pawn. Now Queen A4 challenges Vichy in a couple of ways. The obvious is to just take on C6, and after King B1, try to attack somehow, but the queen is actually relatively well placed. Because you didn't play B5, you're not allowing the break A6, so therefore the control of the A file doesn't exist. I can sometimes hide my king simply on A1 or A2. Of course, after a rook here is still very dangerous for the white side, so I would prefer Vichy's position, but the advantage is not that clear, and you can already see that there's no immediate threat. I can even start developing my pieces as white and play something like bishop D3. Yes, I'm dropping F2, and of course there is still a lot of danger for the king, and I would prefer to be black, but it's not so clear. There is, however, a very important detail here. After Queen A4, you would like to take on C6, and I see that he has done this, so he missed his chance. You would think that I want to avoid you from playing King B1, so the move Bishop F5 comes as a candidate move. However, after Bishop F5, the problem is Bishop D3, and I couldn't find any way to make progress. So there was an incredibly subtle move that for a human, it's very difficult to find the move bishop g4. It turns out that this rook doesn't actually have any good squares. If I play the rook up, the rook e1 check will be absolutely lethal. I cannot develop my bishop because my rook's hanging. So the obvious question is what happens if f3? And now comes the point of forcing the move f3 is to play the move bishop f5. Now in this case, I'm cutting the king off with the same idea. And bishop d3 is not playable because now I have the move queen e3 check. So the provocation of this move f3 allows me to prevent the bishop coming to d3, in essence trapping the king in the center of the board. Now queen e3 check is completely winning because after king c2, queen e2 check, rook d2, I have bishop takes d3 check, after which white has lost a piece and his position is completely collapsing. So bishop g4 actually would have forced Topalov to sacrifice an exchange, but here black would have had an extra amount of material. Even the move queen takes c6, simplifying the position and going into an exchange up endgame, should have been completely winning. Bishop g4 I think was just a killing blow, and Vichy has missed it.
Wow.
Big miss by Vichy right there.
Nice subtlety, and yet on the other hand, I would expect Vichy to find it. I mean, he's been a 5-time world champion for a very good reason, and it's because he's so tactically aware. And that move bishop at g4 is
provoking f3, weakening the e3 square.
Very nice tactical provocation. So a big miss there by Vichy, and a very nice position.
Yes, but I have to say that this position that we do have on the board after rook c6, I mean, it does look like it's better for black, but I think this has been probably the position that offers the maximum holding chance for white since Topalov got into the trouble right out of the opening.
You mean after b5? Yeah.
Yes, after b5. I mean, it already seems like a bit liquidated. It's going to be a little difficult to, to defend against the king, but I have a feeling that white should be able to do that, to hold this, yes.
Yes, it does. It does feel like the worst is now behind white.
Yes.
We did see this move, rook takes c6 again. Bishop g4 apparently was a real scorcher of a move, and would have likely have won the game. Rook takes c6 was choice. King b1, rook d8.
Rook d8 is very cute.
Because if I take a rook, rook takes, queen takes, is a cute back rank problem here.
Queen d1.
Check.
And bishop a2.
And bishop a2, and I lose.
Maybe
Or bishop
f5.
Bishop f5 is even stronger.
Yeah, because
yes.
you don't lose the bishop.
And it's mate,
it's mate.
Actually.
Yeah,
it's just mate. Bishop f5
King
check.
a2, queen a4 mate. You don't even want the queen.
You don't want the queen, exactly. And that is a cute trap. So you cannot grab the rook, but having said that, I think it's time to just develop the bishop, right? Bring your bishop out, bishop e2. Alejandro mentioned that, strangely enough, the white king is actually bravely sitting on this a file, but with the a6 square under the control of the bishop. Fortunately, we're not getting checkmated along the a file just yet. So yes, the danger seems to have passed. Still, I would prefer Vichy's position.
Of course, everyone would,
much.
but
Yeah.
yes, the worst I think is over for Topalov.
A game we haven't followed that intently is the one between MVL and Michael Adams. Lots of pieces on the board. This was it felt like a quiet Joko piano for quite a while. And in particular, I was impressed by this particular move, knight c6 to b8. This is a very hard move for many amateurs to play. They think to themselves, well, this knight on c6 is developed. I should be doing something else, such as trying to develop this rook on a8. But in fact, this knight on c6 is in the way, and as Mickey showed with this maneuver, knight to d7, it's much better placed here on the d7 square, buttressing this knight on f6 and bringing his pieces into greater harmony. After some maneuvering, the players have reached this position, and I like what Mickey has done. At the moment, this bishop on h4 isn't doing any great damage to anybody. I think I would prefer white, but just by a smidge. It's not that much. It really, really isn't. And I think Mickey's doing quite well in this game. Alejandro, where would you like to go?
And we have in this position first a couple of...
Oh, no.
But before we go into all of that, over to some more important things.
No, this is not important.
These are the ever-famous Yasserisms.
No.
God, I love that hair, Yas.
Oh, my God.
No. Oh, boy, when it rains,
it falls.
Okay.
True story.
Bishop G5, so you want to play rough.
He's making black suffer, and ourselves as well.
I think I know which game that's from.
Yeah, I was a lot of mutual suffering, I must say. And what was that last one?
I tickled the knight on e5, but I don't think black liked that tickle.
Very good.
A lot of tickling.
A lot of tickling. Oh boy, you guys always do this to me.
We should write a book on Yasserisms.
No,
I
we
think that's
shouldn't.
a bestseller.
No, we shouldn't. It would be a very, very small book indeed. Oh my goodness. Where do they dig up those photos? How does that get?
Oh, you make it easy for us. Yes.
No, I don't. No, I don't. Okay, we need somebody else with a target on their back. Alejandro, you're our target. What's going on?
No. Let's talk about some positions. I don't need no target on my back. So we're looking at this game between MVL and Adams. And as you were mentioning, Yasser, slight preference for the white side. Computers say, of course, slight preference for the black side.
There you go. I didn't think it was that much.
The position, especially because you have both knights on e3 and f5, it looks very dangerous for the black side. But Mickey has done a couple of things that are very smart. And the edges, I think, are preferring black because after eventually taking on e4 and taking on e4, these pawns are in a difficult situation. They are shattered, and in many cases it's going to be possible to target them. So unless you have something very specific on this side of the board, you can see how eventually black does take over the initiative, targeting e4, targeting a4. So here immediately they like bishop takes e3. F takes e3 is perfectly possible. Opening up the rook, of course, this further shatters the structure, so that would be a very double-edged situation. He could more logically take with the knight. Now you cannot take on e4 because this knight on d7 is hanging. Therefore, removing it from d7 makes a lot of sense. But you can see how after the move f3, defending this pawn, the clever move knight h5, which is the computer's top choice by quite a bit, allowing you to go knight f4, knight d3. Suddenly, it's black that is actually taking over the initiative in moves that are really not that difficult to find. So even though from a very optical point of view, it does seem that MVL should have some initiative, the computers are just not impressed, and they refute it. They bring back white's pieces, and you can see at the end it's going to be the shatter pawns on the queen side that really give Adams something to catch onto. Now, a couple of interesting developments here in the Giri game, as after rook c6, rook b3, Giri played queen b8, which the computers hated, absolutely hated. Because of the continuation, knight takes c7, absolutely forced to take this knight. You cannot even calculate bishop takes b3 because knight c6 just wins. And then after knight d5 check, takes, they were convinced that this was a much better position for the white side, saying that the combination of rook e1, f4, as well as pressure on the queen side, and the fact that the knight on h7 and this variation cannot go to g5, just gave white a little bit too much. They were giving a clear advantage to the white side. Kramnik went for a much fancier version of all of this. Instead, he put the knight on a2, an interesting retreat, trying to go to b4 and tickling this rook on c6. The computers are not impressed at all as how either side is handling the position. But of course, computers are computers, and even then sometimes they don't have the best understanding of certain situations.
Well, knight a2, Alejandro, I can see the
very... One knight on a7, one knight on a2, very...
Yeah,
I don't see that too often.
I can see the geometrical joy of that, but knight a2 does have this idea of knight b4, as Alejandro was mentioning, attacking the c6 rook and the a6 pawn, potential for a knight takes a6. Going to what we hoped was going to be the dramatic game of the round, I just want to turn to Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So, of course. When we last left it, there was this trade on e4, right back here, takes, bishop came back to g3, and I thought the game was going to settle down into some very, very quiet territory indeed after this trade. The rook would come to d8, more hacking, and a draw being the inevitable result. Wesley felt that maybe rook e8 was a superior alternative, and was he right? Rook is now, white's rook is the first to be on the 7th rank, rook to d7, and Wesley is taking a little time here. Rook e7 looks like the most logical decision.
Takes on
or rook e8
rook e8
first?
probably, because rook d7, you're tied down to the f7 pawn.
Well, precisely. This is where something, well, oh, wait a minute.
You've
There's
got
a
knight
knight
c5, though.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
But
Knight
I
c5.
didn't like that move rook e7 you guys played. Wasn't there a problem in the e-file? If I
You
take
mean take
on
and rook
e7,
e1?
rook e1?
Pardon me. Sorry.
You played
means
rook
rook
e7.
e7.
Ah, oh, right away. Oh, I see what
Take
you're
on
saying.
Yeah.
Sorry, there's a traffic jam. This is an accident waiting to happen here on
So
the
if
e-file.
I
Rook e1.
You can take on g3, but after rook takes e7, I think white's advantage without even going deep into the variation is already beyond doubt. You
Yes,
can see I
he's
have a
the
rook in
first.
the 7th rank, the knight's coming to e5. Yeah, perhaps this is still
Knight
holdable, but I think this already got black into more trouble than he should be asking for.
Exactly. I
Right.
mean, again, black
Knight
may be
d6
holding,
and
but,
rook e8.
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
it's white for choice. So, okay,
Rook
let's
e8 is
go. Let's go back just a moment so we can start with the move knight takes g3.
All
We
right.
can go h takes g3, and in this case we can play rook e7. But again, isn't white? I'm
But
feeling
now
like
you've got
white's
this rook d1
first.
option because I don't have that move with knight c5.
Yes, but I also have a very simple option: rook takes, knight takes, rook over, and again I'm eyeballing this d7 square. If you play, okay, a poor choice, of course, knight c6. I got rook d7. Well, no, you have knight b8. Haven't yet made great inroads, but I do feel that white somehow got a little bit more than he deserved, or engine's still laughing at me, 0, 0, 0s or something of that
The engines,
nature.
if there were people, they'd be really mean. They just
Yeah.
consistently laugh at everything we say. Rook d7 does seem like white is somewhat better, but there's two solutions that computers are saying just completely neutralize the advantage. The first one is, I think, the simplest, rook d8. And you go into all of the same variations you guys were calculating, but the rook's on d8, so there's no real traffic jam on d7. You're just
Right.
trading off the rook. A rook d1 we already analyzed doesn't really work. So you have to take on d8, and there's nothing at all in the position. Another way of doing it is more artificial. Just put the knight on b8.
Just right away.
Yeah, the rook
Okay.
doesn't really have any good squares, and then you return the knight to c6.
Right, something like this. Rook.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Okay, so nothing happening in that game. The other game was a draw. Let's go to the game of Vladimir Kramnik, because that too is a very important game for Vladimir Kramnik. Now we know he was unable to play in the Sinquefield Cup, so when we saw that list of prizes, it looked very strange that Vladimir Kramnik was at the bottom, but we know that the reason for that was his absence, and Peter Svidler stepped in to take his place. Knight a2 with the direct idea of knight b4. How did the computer handle this one, Alejandro? I don't think you actually told us.
No, I didn't. There's a couple of choices here in this position for black. He can take on g3, which asks the question whether you want to take with the h pawn. You don't want to take with the f pawn and make your structure
H.
ugly. You could take with the rook, but I think every human in the world will take with the h pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And here, after knight f6 or bishop d5, they consider black to be okay. They could also consider bishop g5, moving the bishop out of the range of the knight here on d5, after queen d3 or queen e2, which I think both are logical moves. The computers are even considering the move queen a7 to move out of the pin after knight b4, and also because you can see there's some kind of pressure on the dark squares here against the king on g1. A little bit of a creative maneuver, but in either case, the computers are saying, again, no problem for the black side.
Very good. Well, there you go. Quite a solution. Bishop g5, unexpected, Tanya.
Well, absolutely, and this is definitely one of the games besides the wishy one we want to keep our eyes on, because I think it's going to explode into something quite interesting, because it's a double-edged position, and we love that.
And Vladimir was in my predicted list, by the way. So go
Yes.
Vladimir.
And well, after all that action, what we also love is a short commercial break. So we're going to go into one, and you guys log on to chess24.com for your daily puzzle.
Until recently, chess was like this. Chess24 brought you this. Live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments with computer analysis and video commentary by the likes of Jan Gustafsson, Lawrence Trent and Peter Spidler. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos letting you watch and learn from star players such as Vichy Anand, Peter Svidler, Paco Vallejo and Hu Yifan. You've given up on that outdated computer? That's why there are more reasons to use Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Full playzone access, including pre-move. A tactics trainer so you can stay sharp wherever you are. Computer opponents you can challenge even when you're not online. Live broadcasts of top chess events. And the half? It's free. Well, that's half true. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. You can step up to premium membership and gain unlimited access to our video library. That and much more. See you at chess24.com.
Hello and welcome back to round 8 of the London Chess Classic, the Kensington Olympia Auditorium. That's the players in front of you. An absolute stunning hall, the Kensington Olympia, where a lot of chess activity is going on at the moment. Before we go into the analysis of our games, let's take a look at the current standings.
We have one result, but 4 games pending.
Absolutely, yes. So a lot of action still going on. Wesley So is up against Fabiano Caruana. The position does look equal. Wesley has solved all his problems. So if that would be a draw, Wesley would keep his sole lead and move to 5.5. Hikaru Nakamura and Levon Aronian, our first result of the day. A pretty sober draw. Not much there to analyze. Both players did not. All Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces could not really prove anything. Another very interesting game, Vishy Anand versus Veselin Topalov. Not exactly super crucial for our top standings, but what an incredible opening we've had. And I look at the position now, it's still pretty much alive.
Oh,
yes. A lot of chances.
Yeah, that game definitely started with a pop. The veteran Vishy Anand coming out with a stunning idea, b7, b5, in a well-known variation, the Queen's Gambit decline. This is the position they've reached. It seems like a lot of the advantage that Vishy had disappeared. His final moment for a victory was actually just at this moment. This is where he captured the pawn on c6, and there's this nice little move, bishop f5, which would have definitely given him close to winning advantage.
After bishop g4, and this was the very important subtlety
g4.
in the position.
Sorry, I apologize.
You want to go bishop f5, stopping the king from escaping from b1 and controlling that ever-important diagonal, but this is met by bishop d3, and white solves his problems.
Exactly.
Which is why the very, very important subtlety in the position, you go bishop g4 instead. The rook does not have any good squares to move to. The only way to defend it would be f3, provoking f3, making the e3 square weak. And now you play the move that you've been wanting to, bishop f5, just not allowing bishop d3 anymore. And that would have been
winning a decisive line for black. A big miss, and then the position that they have reached is this one. And after check, king a2, Veselin Topalov is hoping that he'll be able to trade queens after a line like queen d5 check, queen b3, queen takes g2, and you know, you're almost like running into the arms of this wonderful ending with queen g3, and all of the dangers in the position for white have passed. Having said that, if Vishy's not careful, not paying too much attention, at the moment there is rook d1, white will complete his development. Don't forget, this pawn on a7 is actually edible if you've got all of the a file covered. This may be heading for a draw, Alejandro.
Computers disagree, Yasser.
They still like black.
They still like black. It's not the winning shot, bishop g4, but they still are very convinced that it's difficult to hold white's position. Now, you might be thinking at this position specifically and thinking, how do I make progress? And sometimes in scenarios where you're attacking, it's very easy to be lost in the idea that you have to keep attacking. Sometimes you need to pull back and start taking some pawns, getting your material back. And I think in this position, there's still a couple of choices here on how to attack. The computers are extremely precise in this kind of geometrical patterns that are sometimes difficult for humans to realize that they exist. Now, the first move that the computers come up with is not the most obvious, is the move queen d7. This threat is not actually difficult to find. It's queen e6 check, and I'm taking the bishop. In many cases, even if the rook on c6 here is hanging, it's going to be difficult for white to defend the king with just the bishop and the queen attacking. So already the move here, queen d7, is a little bit of a threat. Now you might be thinking, why on earth am I forcing you to play the move bishop b5, hitting the rook? And again, geometrical patterns. The idea is that after queen d5 check, you don't have the move queen b3 because you have this bishop hanging on b5. So I'm essentially pulling the bishop to b5 in order to allow myself to play queen d5 and not have to deal with queen b3. After something, for example, like king a1, rook c2, the ancients are giving it as already winning for black. I'm basically just taking all your pawns on the king side in certain variations. After queen d5, after queen d7, the computers are finding trouble on coming up with a move, and sometimes they're just playing the move king a3, but you can imagine that the king on a3 is not a happy camper.
Wow, interesting. Queen d7 is really an unexpected move, but you can see why the bishop is misplaced on b5. Tanya, we have a phone call.
Yes, we do. Hi, tell us who you are and where you're calling from.
Hi, my name is Rafael, and I am from Waldemar, California.
Hi, Rafael. Welcome to our show.
Huge fan. I actually was calling because earlier I heard the guy from, I believe, Seattle, who was a librarian who does chess clubs. And I do the exact same thing. I'm here in Waldemar, I'm a librarian, and after watching one of Alejandro's videos, started my own chess club here, and quickly fell in love with Blackburn after watching his video on Black Death. My question is, has to do with that. I remember earlier in another broadcast that they were talking in talks to try to get a Grand Chess Tour for women, and I'm really excited about seeing that. But I was kind of thinking if that's a possibility, or if maybe even merging, just seeing men and women on the same boards, because this is one of the few sports where that is something that is easily possible. I'm a huge fan of soccer, football, and it's a lot harder to do those kinds of things there. But with chess, that's one of the selling points when I talk to kids is it doesn't matter your age, your sex, rain or shine, you can still play. And I was wondering what you guys thought about something like that.
Well, first of all, thank you for the call. And yes, I'm sure a lot of women were very excited about any conversations that involved opportunities for them to join the Grand Chess Tour. Still, unfortunately, in the world of chess, it's a male-dominated sport. And in head-to-head matchups, the women would not be able to compete with the elite men, with the exception of only one, maybe two women at that moment. But I love the idea of a Grand Chess Tour, a Genie Sinkfield Cup for the ladies. So that would be very nice.
No, absolutely. I mean, the Grand Chess Tour just picks up the players based on the top 10 players of the world, the absolute elite. And unfortunately, in that, we do not have a woman player. If you had a wildcard entry for a woman player, the first and maybe the only one who would come to your mind would be who you fan, simply because Judith Polgar doesn't play anymore.
Precisely.
And the whole idea of having a Grand Chess Tour for women would be exactly that, to make women, a lot more other women, come to the level of who you fan, so that you don't think that she's the only one of that level. Now, there's another argument that one way to kind of bridge the gap between men and women would be to just completely abolish women's chess and force them to play in the men from the very beginning, so that's the competition that they train in, that they play against, and then that would push them to be the absolute best in the overall rankings of the world where men and women play together.
Right.
I personally feel that there should be a separate women's chess as well.
Why?
I do think that it's there's so many reasons for that, and it's such a conversation that gets all these dialogues and arguments started, men and women chess. But just basically, I think, like, if you are going to have a sport and a career for women where you want to give them the option of taking up chess professionally, yes, you can do that, abolish women's chess, but you're looking at a long, long time before women really reach that level where they're going to be able to make a living out of taking chess professionally. I think for now, it's safe to say that you've got to have a separate women's circuit, which encourages women to
become professional,
to get better at the game. And as of now, where things stand, it's definitely a good idea to have a separate Grand Chess Tour for women.
But also to allow women, when they are able or wanting to compete with men, whether it be in open tournaments or just head-to-head competitions.
Which they absolutely are at even this point. The only dream is that we have more Huya fans.
Exactly.
And how do you get that is simply by giving women the opportunity and the chance to prove themselves and the ability to make chess a professional career, make a living out of it. Give them that motivation factor.
Alejandro, you're the coach of the St. Louis University chess team. How do you see that in your attempts to recruit your top players that you can?
You mean the female to male comparison?
Yes.
Well, currently, as Tanya was mentioning, there is a separate circuit for women, and in some of the university events like the Pan American Intercollegiate, one of the more important intercollegiate events here in the U.S., there is a special prize for the top women-only team, and it's been a recurring theme for some of the strongest teams in the U.S. to recruit a women-only team. I know that Webster University will be fielding one coming up in the Pan Ams. My school, well, we're just starting, so we're starting at the very beginning with Team A and we'll probably fill up Team B. But as soon as that's done, I am very interested as well of offering full scholarships to ladies that are interested in participating not only at the top chess level, but also as part of the St. Louis University chess team. And it's something that I'm planning on building up. And already we have conversations with some of the top women players in the world, perhaps not Hou Yifan or any of the top 20, but definitely some of the international masters around the world that might be interested in coming to America and participating in the Salute Chess program.
There's another thing that I want to add about this whole situation that we have with women participating in Opens. I think it's extremely important for organizers to give a lot of well, to kind of just, to put it bluntly, to increase the prize fund for women in open tournaments. I mean, in most tournaments in Europe that we play, you've got an open prize fund of, say, the top prize of $4,000, $5,000. And the top woman prize would be $300 or $400. But if you have that, then you're not kind of encouraging women to take part in open tournaments. Yes, of course, you can argue, but then the prize is open. I mean, if it's an open prize, women can take over the first prize. But the thing is, if you want more women to come into the sport, to take it up professionally, at this point, considering the gap between men and women in chess, you have got to increase that women prize fund. And there are few tournaments in the world, for example, Gibraltar is one of them, that has an extremely high prize fund for women, and which is why you see such a high level of women competition in that tournament, where women are so motivated that we've seen them even winning the top prizes in the open section.
Well, I remember Gibraltar, what was it, 2 or 3 years ago, Hou Yifan actually won more money than first place because she got second and top women's prize. She had a fantastic event. She actually beat Judith Polgar on her way to the top, and she actually lost the tiebreak. I believe that year was to Nigel Short.
Right.
But still, what a fantastic performance, precisely because there was this incentive for many of the women to play, and some of them had fantastic results there. Not only Yifan, who actually, well, everybody was focusing on because she did finish second in the event, an event with several 2,700 players. But also, I mean, Maria Muzichuk, Anna Muzichuk, they did amazing in that particular Gibraltar. So, I mean, it was clear that the incentive was there, and they were performing at a very high level.
Absolutely. No, that was a breakthrough result for Hou Yifan, and especially her victory over Judith Polgar, because those are the two highest rated women in the history of chess.
What I would give to have Judith back.
Yes, of course, of course.
No, Judith has absolutely encouraged and sort of brought about a new generation of women chess players in the world.
Inspired a lot of young girls.
Yes, inspired an entire generation, absolutely.
I just wanted to go to the position of our featured clash between the two, number one in the tournament, Wesley So, and number two, Fabiano Caruana, playing black. The players have reached a bishops of opposite color position, and after rook f5, I do believe that black is doing absolutely fine. Rook d2, rook e8 was Wesley's last move. And there's a nasty shock in the position. Do not allow rook e1 check, king h2, rook h5, check and mate on the board. So you don't want to allow that. On the other hand, if you were to play a move like rook d8, king f8, and just trade off the rooks, this bishops of opposite color position is just dead drawn. But on the other hand, if you play a move like g3, g4, well, oops, just a second, there's a bishop hanging on c4 as well as a pawn hanging on g4, and that's a move that you don't want to play. So outside of rook d8, well, okay, I suppose white could keep the game alive with king f1 for just a moment, but I do believe that, unfortunately for us, not too much that we can talk about in this position, exact position. It looks like that game's heading for a draw. I wanted to go back to the game, pardon me, it was the Topolov game. I've got the wrong position on my board. Just a second. Let me click again. There we have it. It was a remarkable move, this idea of queen d7. I thought, well, what's wrong with simply rook d1, bringing my queen into the attack with tempo? If you give me a check, well, I'll roll up the board with king a3, and you can't take my bishop, of course, because I've got a Zwischenzug, rook d8 check before I take the rook. But the problem is the rook on d1 and the queen on a4 are nicely lined up on this diagonal. After the move bishop c2, rook check, king here, white's got a problem. The bishop on e2 is hanging as well as the queen. So queen d7 really did put problems to white. Vichy played what also looks like a pretty decent move, but it wasn't the critical one. And after the move rook d1, I think I'm caught up with the players there, just looking at the monitors, rook d1. Well, yes, you're going to be able to take this f2 pawn, but that's basically the only pawn you're taking. And I think, once again, at the risk of repeating myself, I think the worst is behind Veselin Topalov at this moment, unless you're seeing something, Tanya.
No, I mean, queen d7 or queen d6 with a similar idea seem to be something that posed more problems, but I have to say rook c2 is just something that's a move that a lot of us would want to make in this position.
Of course, open file, you take the 7th or 2nd rank in this case.
So I'm seeing after rook d1, and I'm trying to think what would be a good reply for Vichy, and one of the moves that comes to mind immediately would be queen e7.
Yes, and
I want to play queen e6 at an opportune moment, putting pressure on e2, defending my a7 pawn.
Exactly. Queen e7 looks like a very decent move for sure. Now I just have to find a good square for my bishop. I'd love to force the trade of bishops, but unfortunately bishop d3 does not do that. There's a check in the position and the f2 pawn is hanging. Then I'm not sure what to follow up. Alejandro?
Guys, it does seem like it's becoming more and more difficult to prove an advantage here for Vichy Anand. I'm analyzing the position. You're mentioning queen e7, but even this move, just gaining a tempo, and I really like this move, bishop g4, as it doesn't allow you to put the bishop on e6 and bother my king. Tactically, the reasoning is that if I take on g4, I have this rook on c2 hanging. Any trade and simplification of the pieces will simply result in a draw. We can analyze a couple of variations. For example, the move queen e6 check. You could go back to a1. It's not the most accurate. Going to a3, it looks scary, but after queen e5, queen b3, the computers are saying no problems for white anymore. Seems like the worst has passed, as you said, Yasser. So the move rook d1, the computers want to meet it with queen b6 instead, trying to keep an eye here on the a file in certain variations. But after what looks logical to me, queen e8 check first. Not in this position, sorry. Bishop g4 first, so as the bishop not to be hanging. Again, the same trick we were looking at. Bishop g6, queen e8 check, king g7, rook d8. If there's no immediate checkmate here, you can imagine that now we're playing for all results possible.
Exactly. So there's been a swing here. Vichy missed his moment, it feels like.
Well, I have to agree. I think there was so much more in the position for Vichy
earlier than
there is right now. Well, while these players have a think on the board, we've been talking so much about what a celebration of chess the London Chess Classic is. We've got the FIDE Open, the knockouts, the rapids, but besides these, there's so much activity for kids as well. There are classes going on, there are simultaneous displays. It's a great time to be a kid in London. And well, here's a special feature for you all with the future champions of chess.
Here at the London Chess Classic, it's not just about the top players in the world, it's also about the kids. The Chess in Schools and Communities programs serves thousands of kids in over hundreds of schools around the country. They come to this chess tournament excited, happy to be here, winning medals and trophies, and the energy is incredible. We had a chance to ask them who is their favorite player and who do they think is going to win the chess tournament. Who is your favorite player?
A famous one, Wesley So. I like Michael Adams because he's English. Magnus Carlsen. My favorite player, if you say of all time, Garry Kasparov. Magnus Carlsen. Geary. Vintage Geary. Wesley So. Vichy Anand.
Who's your favorite chess player?
Adams! Wesley So because he's the current world champion.
Wesley So is not the current world champion. Magnus Carlsen is the current world champion.
I just like Wesley So, I guess.
For me, it's the ultimate job satisfaction. It's the charity in action. It's a fantastic team effort from all the charity staff. It takes a huge amount of planning, a huge amount of work. It's not cheap to organise either. And it's the culmination of a year of hard work from everybody involved. And it's deeply satisfying to see the results, which are expressed really by the children more than anyone else.
Who do you think is going to win the London Chess Classic?
Hikaru Nakamura, because I think he's been playing pretty well recently. Not sure. But Wesley So.
Maxim because he's been playing really well.
Wesley So. Viciana because he was the former chess champion. Michael Adams, I think that he would win because like he's been one of the foremost of playing chess for ages.
We've played loads of chess and it was very fun and I developed loads of skills. This is the best school trip ever and thank you for the goodie bags, everyone. Thank you.
It's just incredible energy here. All these hundreds of kids having a great time. They love the Chess in Schools and Communities program. The London Chess Classic continues to do amazing work. Absolutely incredible watching those kids. They're just so boisterous, vivacious, effervescent. It's why we do chess here all over the world, but here at the London Chess Classic, the Chess in Schools and Communities program is doing such fantastic work. It's a great charity. You must support it. You can go online and give to this wonderful event, and it continues to be a staple in the world of chess, and certainly here in England. Just a fantastic, fantastic program. And that's the energy. Those are the kids of the future. You see how much they love chess, and it just continues to grow by leaps and bounds.
Wow.
Thank you, Maurice.
Amazing.
And here's not exactly the world champion.
Not exactly, but well, he's on the path of it, and a lot of fan following for Wesley So, as we saw for Mickey Adams as well, the top player for England for many, many years. Definitely the one who's inspired all the young kids who we saw right now.
Yeah, that was great.
A lot of love for the homegrown boy.
Exactly. And unfortunately, not much going on in that game. Maybe Michael Adams is getting something, Alejandro? I'm really warming up to Mickey's position.
Not much going on. Wouldn't be the way I describe it, because I think a lot of these kids will be liking the way that Michael has been handling this position with the black side. Let's take a look at what's currently on the board, as we do have a couple of moves. I think we left off the game somewhere around King H7. And here, Maxime, instead of playing d takes d4, we were analyzing takes on d5, queen h5, rook f8, and a tactical sequence followed, knight, bishop e7, knight f6. Very important move. The queen is under attack. It retreated, rook e8. And we're just going to quickly go to the position we have on the board. H5, by the way, an excellent move. And let's analyze what's going on. The pawn structure is not so bad for Maxime anymore. As these pawns, yeah, they're shattered, but now that I have these two connected ones, they can defend each other. It's not so terrible. But look at the center. The center is under black control. You have d5 and e5, the dream central position. This bishop on a7 is breathing fire against this king on g1. If I play g6 on the next move, this knight doesn't have a lot of squares. I'm threatening after g6 to go knight g4, put more pressure on the f2 square, particularly this bishop on b4. It doesn't have a good way of retreating and performing something useful with the rest of the pieces. You can see it's completely offside. It might as well be a pawn. In this position, I really like black simply because I think that the plan of playing g6, improving your position, is so obvious, whereas I don't see any plan here for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He has an excellent knight on f5, but as soon as he gets kicked out, where is the idea?
Exactly, and like you were mentioning, the central pawn duo for black is just a beautiful position with no real trumps for Maxime. And again, we've spoken about it for 7 rounds now. We'll make it an 8th. Maxime's openings have not brought him in any pleasure. Right. He's been on the back foot, and already Mickey's looking really good.
I love this position.
And Mickey Adams in these kind of positions, I mean, he has so much experience. He knows all the right plans for black, and he's handled the opening just fantastically.
I absolutely agree. At one moment, I was really enthusiastic about Vladimir Kramnik's position. I thought that he was going to occupy d5 at just a very nice moment. Now, I'm less enthusiastic. The bishop's of opposite color. The last few moves, we left it about this moment after queen c8, knight f6, rook c5, and Alejandro mentioned an idea of castling by hand, which we're about to see. King f8, very nice idea. Keeping the rook on the H file, reminding white, okay, don't go anywhere. This bishop on g2, I might just invade you on the king side. And basically White has one good idea of one day occupying the d5 square, but it's simply not enough. When bishops of opposite color, I really feel that Black Anish has solved his problems, and he can face the future with confidence. Let's go to our featured matchup on board 1, which will basically decide the London Classic, and that's the game between Fabi and Wesley. Last moves, I thought that Fabi might play a move like Rook D8 and in short order offer a draw. King F1, still playing King F8. Again, I just don't see any opportunity for either player here to disturb the balance.
Black wants to probably go Rook E7 next and try and trade off the rooks. So,
exactly.
There's pressure on F2, there's pressure on F7. Both are defended. There's really not much the players are trying to push here, but not much to push for either side.
Exactly. I don't see it either. So let's continue the other. No, that was, and well, we just spoke about the MVL and. Oops, that's not the MVL game. Where's the MVL game? Right there. I do like this move H5. Oops, that's not the right game. Gosh darn it. I do like this move H6, H5 very much by Mickey Adams. When you have this situation where there's a knight sitting on F5, you really want to play the move G6 and boot out that knight. But you can't do it, of course, in this situation because the H6 pawn is under attack. So you first start with the move H5, and G7, G6 is obviously on Black's agenda. And just as Alejandro was mentioning, what exactly is White going to do about this? Well,
he has gone D4.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you don't play D3, D4 now or sometime in the near future, this bishop on A7 is going to be a monster bishop in the position. I'm anticipating G6 and something like takes. Oh, I thought knight D4 was coming, but now I realize there's still knight D6 as well. Let me take that back. Maybe I moved a little bit too quickly with the move G6. I'm anxious to play G6, but maybe there's a better choice. Oh, hold on. I like another shot. How about this one, Tanya? G6 takes. How about knight G4 here? This could be a little bit more scary.
Knight D4.
Yes, yes.
And then
true.
you want to take Rook E5.
Yes. But now you have something like Queen F3 and H3 and
F7 pawn.
Yeah, I had sugar plum fairies dancing in my eyes there. I was going to go Queen
F6.
If
you can still continue. No, but
wait, why didn't you play knight D6 again?
at some point.
I went
G6 is fine for Black. Yeah.
Takes. Knight G4.
Oh no, take on E5. It's fine.
Okay.
Knight D6. You're afraid of? Never be afraid when you have a winning shot.
Don't tell me. Rook E6.
Rook E6 is actually a good move here in this position, and it's very dangerous for White.
Right.
Very dangerous.
You're seeing a lot of.
But even Rook E6 is unnecessary. You can take on F2 here.
Immediately.
Immediately.
Ooh, it's a nice shot indeed because you can't drop back with the rook on F1. I've been overlooking the fact that the queen is looking at F1, and I definitely don't want to go king takes F2. I'm walking in some...
Queen B6?
Yeah, very scary things are well, this is over, in fact. There's no move after queen B6. So bishop takes F2 would actually force the white king to move over to H1, and this is definitely a pawn. No, okay, still it's looking like Mickey Adams, who, by the way, after two horrendous first rounds where he lost both games.
Yes, he's really come back, and he's been a solid, I mean, the players haven't been able to crack Mickey at all. I mean, he's been extremely solid and playing, playing good moves on the board, not showing that something had gone wrong earlier in the tournament in any way. But also what is interesting is that obviously Mickey realizes that he's in 3 points, and to do anything, he needs to, you know, take some chances and to have a good end to this tournament. At some point, you've got to create imbalances, and he's kind of trying to do that, which is great, I think.
Oh,
you know,
absolutely.
with black pieces, creating chances, going for a position that's imbalanced, and I think he's been pretty successful out of the opening. It's safe to say that, but quite impressed with Mickey Adams' play after what happened to him at the start of the tournament.
Oh, without question. We thought there for a second that the game on board number 1 was going to end in a draw because we saw a repetition, but just at the moment that we expected the repetition to continue, Fabi keeping the game alive with the move rook on d2 to d7. He says, I'm not quite yet ready to cede to you, Wesley, the tournament as well as the Grand Chess Tour. Keep fighting. And that's what he's done with the move rook d7.
Right.
I don't think there's actually anything really going on in this position that there's no real threat. Wesley need not capture the rook and allow...
And going to rook b8 and losing the b7 pawn.
No, you can play a lot of moves, including a simple rook back to f7. There's something also to be said. I like when you're playing against the double pawns like this, to get your pawn up to h5, not in this particular position, of course, but it always means that in the future you may have a rook to g5 or a rook to g6 to attack the g-pawn. Still nothing's going on. Alejandro looks 0-0-0.
Not quite, but very close to that. They still think that white has the slimmest of edges. And the move rook f6, they're not a big fan of because of g4. And suddenly your rook's running out of squares. But of course, this should be fine for black. I don't think there's too many threats. Even taking on d8 here is actually fine because taking and king rook b8, it seems like you're capturing the pawn, but in many scenarios you're just not. This rook's very active, so I can put it on h1 and start counterattacking your pawns on the king side, so it's not really a big deal. So taking on d8 is probably even the easiest variation, and the computers are also liking your idea of h5 in this position, Yasser, just to constrain these pawns on the king side. And I think h5, to me as a human player, is the easiest way to continue, simply because you don't have g4, my rook has plenty of squares. I don't see any good continuation. Black's just going to play g6 next move. I think this game is headed for a draw, but you have to give Fabi a little bit of credit to at least try to squeeze something out of this position.
Absolutely. Well, again, he came into this round, high expectations. It was such a meaningful game. Grand Chess Tour, London Classic, getting closer to the world's #1.
No, I mean,
so much to play for in case of a victory, what it would have meant for him.
This approach of Fabi is basically to risk, not to risk too much and to try a little. And that's exactly what he's doing right now.
Exactly. And again, we talk about what it's so meaningful for the Grand Chess Tour to be #1 and #2, thanks to that bonus pool money. Also to be #3, so that you're guaranteed a ticket to the 2017 editions. And let's look at how we did. How are we doing with our predictions?
Let's take a look. And who's the happiest of us all? Well, I picked Levon Aronian, Wesley So, and Vladimir Kramnik in that order. Levon Aronian. Well, I've got to say he started great, and I had very high hopes, but something went wrong in the middle. So not very happy with my pick to who would finish the first, but Wesley So, well, he's the king of this tournament and pretty much the tour. Vladimir Kramnik, I'm happy with that one as well. I mean, he's been playing solid, good chess, and I would predict a top 3 finish for, I mean, Wesley, no doubt about that, but for Kramnik as well.
Right. Well, I predicted 1, 2, and 3 just in the wrong order at this exact moment.
And of course, just doing the same thing you're doing, Yasser, but better. I picked the top 3 in the correct order.
That's what I meant to do.
Wesley So, Fabiano Caruana, and Vladimir Kramnik, but unfortunately, Hikaru Nakamura is still in the mix. So we have to see what happens in the last round. As Vladimir Kramnik is only currently tied for 3rd in the standings with a game pending, assuming that Vladimir Kramnik doesn't win, because if he does win, he will be joining Fabi on tied for 2nd.
Oh, and
yeah,
Maurice.
but don't discount one Hikaru Nakamura. He's got a last round game against Michael Adams, and he seemed like he wanted to go for it in that last round. And if he wins that game, then he would tie Fabi. And again, like I said, it was a toss-up for 2nd and 3rd. I would have the 3 players, 1, 2, and 3, if Kramnik doesn't win. So I still feel pretty good about my chances.
Well, I must say the entire panel did pretty darn well. But, okay, giving our... we came in a little late. We saw 4 rounds of play. We actually made our predictions.
3, I think.
Was it 3?
We made them after round 3, so pretty early on.
I think we should have started, next time we do it at the very start of play. I mean, we don't get to look ahead in advance. And I believe in the game of Wesley, Wesley went for the immediate rook takes d8 and said, just as Alejandro mentioned, black is prepared to meet rook b8 with counterplay of his own, rook h5 and invasion down here on h1, going after the g pawn, or even going after the pawn on the b pawn. So rook takes b. This is the current position. Maybe
we do have a move from Caruana. He has gone for rook g8 instead.
I was about to say, maybe it's better to go rook g8 so that in case you do defend the pawn, the g7 pawn, now you play g4 and not allow this rook to creep into the position.
We do have a similar concept on the board where instead of g6, Caruana played rook g5, but white anyway decided to, you know, just minimize the movement of the rook with Caruana went for g4.
Yeah, and then quickly Wesley played bishop c5, and I think this is just dead because once I put my pawn on b6, that's the game, right?
Yes.
Right. Then there's no targets, and the bishop will sit very nicely for the rest of the game on the d6 square, and there's simply nothing for white to do once that construction is achieved. So a dead draw going on here, nothing to discuss there. And that would have, again, I think that would just secure the Grand Chess Tour as well as putting Wesley in the driver's seat. Half a point, he'll have a half-point lead going into the final round. And we were showing Wesley's road to success, but I've already forgotten. Who does he play in the final round, Tanya?
He's up against Anish, if I'm
not mistaken. Yes, Anish.
We'll get an update on that pretty soon.
He seems to be on course for drawing 8 of his 8 games.
I'm sorry, he's up against MVL in the final round.
Oh, wow. And look at that classical match. I hadn't realized that MVL has such a positive score against Wesley. So Wesley's actually saving his worst opponent, it seems, for his final game.
Well, and this matchup against Caruana, a crowd favorite clash between the top 2 US players. We had high hopes for this one, but this did not really prove to be as exciting as we were hoping for it to be.
No. A couple fizzles, but one pop, and well, we're just waiting for Fabiano to give up on his winning efforts.
And of course, Wesley So cannot be too disappointed with this result. Black pieces, maintains the lead. One last round to go. He's going to play with white. It's a dream situation to be in at the end of a tournament.
No question about it.
You're playing MVL, who's already a little shaky. You've got the white pieces. You don't need to risk too much.
I don't think he'll risk
at
all.
He's looking good.
No, he'll be very, very satisfied to draw the game and tip his hat to 2016 as one of his great years in his young career.
He relaxed Wesleyan, taking a walk because he also knows that the worst is over. He survived the storm.
And he found this beautiful idea. It's not that obvious, but this idea of bishop g4 to prevent any bishop e6 checks by, we'll just go back to it. This was the moment where Alejandro said bishop g4, stopping any opportunities for a bishop e6 check. And the whole idea is white is ready to embrace wholesale trades after bishop takes g4, queen takes c2, and, well, there you go. You're in a queen ending, an equal with equal pawns. That's an easy draw.
Also interesting, after bishop g4, you might think that you can take on f2, defending the f5 bishop and the b2 pawn, but white probably just takes on f5 anyway.
Well, let's just see. Well, first of all, it depends on how we take on f2.
With the queen, I meant.
Yes.
Queen f2.
Yes, so you're saying queen takes f2, bishop takes f5, rook takes b2 check, king a1, and it's sort of like, oops.
Yes.
You have no more checks.
It looks dangerous, but it really isn't.
No, so, but then you'd have to actually end up taking on f2 with the rook. And Alejandro mentioned oh, be careful. There are counterattacking ideas based on the idea of queen e8 check and rook d8. I think he mentioned it specifically for this line of play. It was bishop to g6, queen e8, king g7, and wait a minute. All three results suddenly possible as white's eyeballing a checkmate in one pattern with queen f8.
But we do have queen a6 in this position.
And king will walk up to a3, and you're
queen c4.
You're forced to make a perp.
Yes. Am I? Yes, I am.
Because rook c3, and well, I don't think you're making a perp here.
No, I would have to take it after queen c4, king a3, go back to a6.
Yes.
Indeed.
Yes. So, well, that's the table.
And it is, and well, we've been talking about how Wesley seems to be running away with the Grand Chess Tour, which he pretty much has, but it's not all over at the London Chess Classic just yet, because he only, if he's able to draw this game, which looks like what is going to happen, he's going to have just a half-point lead. Anything can happen in the last round.
There's a potential for a tie.
There's a very big potential for a tie. Let's take a look at what we're in for if that's what happens. If there's a two-way tie, there's going to be 2 games of rapid, not a classical, typical rapid, but it's going to be a game in 10 plus 5-second increment. Lot of excitement in that sort of a time format. If that is also a tie, we go into we have 2 blitz game, which would be game in 5 with a 2-second increment, and then if that's a tie as well, the absolute madness of Armageddon will be witnessed. If there's a 3-way tie, as that is exactly what happened in the 2015 London Chess Classic, which eventually was taken by Magnus Carlsen, then we're going to have an all-play, all-rapid tournament, again game in 10 with a 5-second increment. If that's a tie as well, then we're going to have 2 games of blitz, game in 5 with a 2-second increment, which would be eventually, if still undecided, Armageddon will decide the winner. Take a look at the key matchups that we've got coming up tomorrow, and this is going to be the decider of the London Chess Classic, the Grand Chess Tour first prize. Yes, that is Wesley So, but second spot, third spot, big positions to be fighting for. It's going to be Levon Aronian will take on Westlin Topolo with the white pieces. Vishy Anand will be up against Vladimir Kramnik. I can't wait for that. I mean, that is an absolute classical matchup.
Clash of Titans, to be sure.
Clash of Titans. Anish Giri with the white pieces will be up against Fabiano Caruana, tournament leader, GCT leader. Wesley So with the white pieces. MVL, I've got to say, I don't see him risking too much in that game. I mean, if he's able to neutralize Caruana today and get away with the draw, I don't see much action on that one. Mickey Adams will take on Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces. So as I see this, yes, I mean, Hikaru Nakamura, Vladimir Kramnik, Fabiano Caruana, all black, all have everything to play for.
Right.
And, well, a slight disadvantage of being on the black side, but they're the ones who are going to be showing us all the fighting.
Well, it could be a huge game for Fabiano, because imagine he's black tomorrow against Anish Giri.
Right.
And the winning the game and then winning the playoff against Wesley and not winning the game against Anish, I think is a $75,000 difference.
Yes. So,
it's between the 25 extra that he gets from second to first on the London Chess Classic, plus the 50,000 bonus in the Grand Chess Tour that currently, I believe, is Hikaru's after yesterday's win against MVL. So he needs to actually pass Hikaru in the Grand Chess Tour if he wants to take those 50,000 for himself.
And then, like you were saying, just that a win tomorrow could get him into a playoff tie with Wesley So. So, did you describe it as a $25,000?
I think 75.
Yeah, $75,000 game. So big game. Anish Giri with the white pieces, however, and he's been so solid throughout the whole tournament. It'll be a big ask to win on demand with the black pieces by Fabi, but he'll have to go for it because the alternative isn't
as exciting.
As exciting. And for ourselves as commentators, we'll love to see that. We'll welcome that opportunity. Alejandro, to yourself.
Well, and of course, we go back to a game as we have a little bit of action. Anish Giri has not disappointed us this tournament as far as action goes. It's just as his result has been as his standard 7 draws. But he has just sacrificed a piece. After the move queen g4, c4, he actually took this pawn on e4, and he's challenging Kramnik to find compensation for it. He could just move the queen and say, I have the strong light square bishop, but I don't think that's what he's going to do. He played the move f3, forced to take on d2, takes on g4, and you can see this guy on d2 is actually currently trapped. There's no good way of defending him. You don't want to lose two bishops, two pieces for a rook after bishop g5. I think that's just completely lost. He instead will probably take on c4, rook takes c4. You can see that rook is attacking up knight on b4 and the pawn on g4. He's going to have a massive pawns, but this knight on d5 is going to be in a dominating position. And after bishop d8, which I expect this position to actually come on the board very, very soon, it's very complicated, actually. You have this pawn mass for black, but it's currently blockaded by a beautiful knight. It's completely unclear to me still.
Well, to my human eyes, whoa, Vladimir Kramnik, I think, is going to be very pleased by this decision. By no means forced.
No, by no means forced, by the way.
No means forced. But I'm just looking at that position that you had finally in that final position, Alejandro. I'm looking at rook d1 to b1.
Yeah.
And yeah, baby. I mean, wait a minute. A lot of light squares and that bishop on d8 is kind of dominant. Sure, black has a lot of pawns. From the material point of view, maybe black is happy, but I think the initiative really belongs, if I'm not mistaken, to white and Vladimir here.
I agree, but in certain variations, there's just maybe too many of these
many of the little peshis.
I take this guy, I assume you're going to take
yes,
d7.
That was the idea.
I take the other one, and suddenly it's 4 pawns for a piece, and if you don't find anything concrete...
Well, here we go. Rook f3.
Rook f8, I have to defend
bishop
this guy.
h3.
Attacking here the position.
I want to play bishop e6, yes. That was my dream.
I start going forward. e4.
Oh, rook f1.
Rook f1.
I hate going backwards, but yeah, I have
sometimes
to.
you have to. And then after rook a3, I mean, white does have a lot of threats here on the king side.
Yeah.
The computers are not impressed, but they don't think white's worse either. The initiative does seem to go in white's favor, and from a human point of view, I am also scared because with the extra knight so powerfully placed, the king on g7 might be very weak. The computers and apparently Anish just don't care.
Well, there you have it. You just don't care. Do your work.
I have to say, very enterprising play by Anish. I mean, there was absolutely no need to go for this, but he's gone for it because he does feel that is enough compensation, and I love that kind of chess.
Yeah, well,
it's always great to see. I mean, Anish is such a strong player with great understanding, and he clearly knows that he's got his chances. Too many weaknesses for white. The pawn on g4, g3, a4. Even in that last position, I think this resource of playing e4, and you've got this rook on f3.
Yeah.
You know, so that if you go bishop e6, I've got rook g3, rook f3, controlling everything.
Yes.
Impressed that Anish has gone for this line.
Yeah, well, again, enterprising chess, we're all in favor of it. Going to the game of MVL, Mickey Adams for a moment. When we left it, we saw this move d3, d4. Mickey chose to create the imbalance of knight versus bishop, but he's got these really good looking rooks along the e-file, and I'm thinking that he's going to play g6, king g7, put his knight on g4, put his queen on c4. He went for queen c4, rook b1, and do we have an update?
b6.
Pardon me?
b6.
g6, or boy 6.
Yeah.
I favor black because I just love these rooks on this open file. I think the king is very safe. I don't see any targets that white's going to be going for. And, well, there is a target in white's position. There's the d4 pawn. And, again, after g6, knight g4, some ideas of rook e2.
But, Yasser, do you like this as much as you used to like the position?
No, I thought that, but I love that bishop on a7. I was really surprised that Mickey made the decision to get, I like this bishop. It's like a guided missile on this diagonal. I'm a little bit surprised that he just went quickly for a position that's slightly better. I thought there was more opportunity in the position for him.
Yeah, I agree with you, Yasser. I think that the move g6, which we were analyzing, just gave Adams a bigger chance of an advantage. He's still a little bit better, and it's clear that it's basically a two-result game in which some lines black could press a little bit in the position we have on the board, but I think MVL is not going to be displeased at saying, hey, at least the structure's symmetrical, I'm not losing anything, and my king's not really under attack right now.
Well, and I just love that variation that you gave before Alejandro, after G7, G6, which is the simplest follow-up to H6, H5, G6 was telegraphed right here. There's that beautiful cheapo in the position. Bishop takes F2 check, which would have forced the king to H1. And I can see action all over the board here, but I think it's action that's actually favoring black. And I really like black's position here. Really good opportunities for Mickey. More here than in the game, and we just have a move, so I'm going to update my position to the current one, and that was the game, by the way, of Vichy, Bishop G4, but this is B, after B7, B6, A4, A5, and still MVL's on the back foot. He's probably going to end up losing this pawn on D4 and attempt to save a position along these lines, Queen G4.
Well, we're going to keep an eye out on this, but for now, let's go to London with Maurice and a special guest.
We're with Grandmaster Nigel Davies, top British player for quite some time. He runs his own chess site, tigerchess.com. He also teaches Tai Chi, and I do some Aikido, but we won't do any moves for you guys on camera. Nigel, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
What's it like having the London Chess Classic here year after year, and it just seems to be getting better and better?
It's been great, and this year in particular has got some fabulous games, some really exciting chess played. It's been terrific, and I've been watching it with great interest.
You see all these dynamic games and also this computer-esque type of style. This sort of outside of the older generation that used to sort of just get in the books and actually read. Nowadays, all these youngsters, they just do it on their computers. What do you see the difference between the generations?
Yeah, it takes some getting used to. I think that not many older players have really adapted to this way of thinking because they might have half adapted and think, oh, well, it used to be different in my day. And you know, but some of them have kind of stayed with it. I mean, Vichy's a tremendous example. He's somebody that is fabulous with computers and fabulous with preparation. So I think this is one of the reasons for his chess longevity.
Now, you must be proud of another one who has chess longevity, Michael Adams, your compatriot. What is it like to see him playing so well in this type of event?
Oh, it's great. I mean, I think Michael must have been disappointed to lose the first two games, but that was really tough. He had two blacks in the first two rounds, and at this level of competition, that's really, really difficult. So he then pulled one back, and he's got another game still to play here where we think he might have some chances. And so if you can get back to 50% after getting 50% last year, that will be terrific, and terrific for English chess.
Tremendous result in this field. We're hearing that Fabiano and Wesley So have drawn. Final thought on Wesley So, the rise of a future, maybe future champion.
Oh, I think he's terrific. He's so precise. Out of all of the players who look like having a chance of challenging Magnus, I think him and Fabio, they looked like the real deal, and it was a pity in a way that one of them didn't go through this time to challenge Magnus, but I think it's coming very soon.
Indeed. Well, thank you so much. Grandmaster Nigel Davies, he is regaling the live audience here in London, so much going on. If you could get a chance, you definitely want to come and see the last round. Right?
Thank you, Maurice, and congratulations to Wesley So. He has just made a draw with Fabiano, and that will confirm that he is the Grand Chess Tour champion for 2016, but he's still playing for the London
Chess Classic
title, but that was a fabulous result.
And just take a look at the money. Wesley So is going home with $95,000, not counting what he wins at the London Chess Classic individual event.
Right.
These are the earnings of Wesley So out of the 2016 Grand Chess Tour events.
Right.
And the GCD prize money that he's going to go home with $100,000 as the winner of the Grand Chess Tour.
I just have to ask, does that $295 include some prize fund from London?
From the individual events that he's played earlier, so the Sinkfield Cup, because each individual event also has its own prize money.
Of course.
And yes, that's a big purse to go back with.
Wow. And Maurice Ashley in London with Fabiano.
We are with the world #2 player, Fabiano Caruana. That has not changed in this event. It will not change at this event, but he will not get his desire of overtaking Wesley So in this round, though he still has a chance of winning the tournament itself going into the last round. Fabi, I know you really wanted to press him today, but he just simply neutralized your opening play. What happened?
I thought I had a very pleasant ending, but I completely underestimated Rook A8. I think that equalizes on the spot.
So back here, you thought this didn't seem to be much, even coming out the opening.
No, I thought after Bishop G3, it looked like, I mean, the opening is not much for White, but there are chances to outplay Black. And after Bishop G3, I thought it was a pleasant position.
So
on move 18.
This moment here, yeah.
I mean, I thought that I'll be able to play Bishop D5, and then the knight on C6 is sort of misplaced, and maybe I can take on C6 and ruin his pawns. But after Rook A8, I just can't do it because if King F1, he takes the knight E5. If Bishop D5, he takes the knight Rook E2. So I'm just not in time to stop his knight from.
This move that you had intended.
Well, this is just
suddenly
just
runs
bad
into
for
this.
White. Yeah. And King F1 runs into take and knight E5, like in the game. And yeah, just immediately evil. If I had time to play King F1 and Bishop D5, I think I would have a pleasant ending. Then I could maybe take on C6 and put my knight on C4 and
Create
I would play
some weakness on this side.
Yeah, A pawn is weak, and maybe I can outplay him. Maybe I shouldn't have played D takes E4 after Bishop H7 on move 14. Maybe I should have played D4.
D4 had some problems with it as well. You mentioned this move, I think.
Yeah, EF3 DC5, but it didn't look. It looked a bit strange. And
yeah, I think the line ran. No.
I was worried I'd taken Bishop
it
C2.
did run this line, something like this.
Yeah, maybe Black probably has many ways here. And yeah, he played very accurately. I think Bishop B4 was a very important move.
Bishop takes.
Even though the position's very simplified, if he plays the most natural move, knight E4, then I think I'll take.
Oh, sorry.
Take Bishop F4, Bishop B6, and play like knight D2, and then move my bishop from C4, play knight C4. I think there are very good chances to get a nice ending.
You seem a little disappointed in this result today. What are your thoughts about your situation in the tournament?
I mean, playing Anish with Black in the last round, it's there are probably not too many chances to win, but I will try to get a game. I mean, +2 is good, but Wesley has just played better. And yeah, if I end up getting second place, I mean, I think that he just deserved the win more.
Last comment about Wesley himself. Now that you no longer have to play him, how's he been playing? I mean, what do you see now? It looks like game after game he continues to impress.
I think I've been asked that about 3 times in this tournament. Yeah, he's playing very well. I mean, he's even this game he played very accurately. I think in general his level of accuracy is very high.
Tough guy to beat. Well, we wish you a chance for a complex game tomorrow, at least as you fight for possibly winning the tournament. Still, yes. Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana, #2 in the world, #2 in the tournament as of right now, but still with a chance to take the London Chess Classic title.
Indeed, a chance for Fabiano, but like he said, Black with Anish, it is going to be a tough one to crack.
Absolutely. Well, I just like the way he smiled about it as well.
Yes.
And there's the head-to-head between these 2 players.
A lot of draws, 18 draws.
18 draws, wow, I hadn't realized. Yeah, gee, what a surprise indeed. 2 wins for Anish and 3 for Fabi.
And their last matchup was at the Sinkfield Cup in 2016 when in fact Caruana did beat Anish Giri.
Right. So, well, obviously he's...
My dream situation, yes. Caruana wins, Wesley draws, and we've got a tie break.
Are you really? You love commentating. I can see that, Tanya. Alejandro? Oh.
And let's go to London. It's Maurice with the tour leader, Wesley So.
Not just the tour leader, but the tour champion, Wesley So, after sewing up a draw today, has now officially sealed the deal. He is the 2016 Grand Chess Tour champion. First of all, congratulations, Wesley.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm very happy to win the Grand Chess Tour 2016. Obviously, the world champion was a wild card this year. I mean, he won last year, but still, this is a huge success for me. And as usual, I'd like to thank the Lord for letting me win such a prestigious tour. I mean, this tour is made up of 4 events. You know, you don't just win by getting a break from one event, but you know, it's a kind of a progressive schedule. And I'd like to thank the sponsors of the tour and the organizers and everyone who made it possible. You know, as my first time playing in all the 4 events, I have learned truly a lot from it. I can attribute the fact that I played so many world-class players that I can attribute to the fact that I have improved a little bit. So
I would say improved a lot.
Well, I'm still trying to improve and get better every game. So I mean, the results have been better, but based on the game, it's subjective, you know. So there's a last game tomorrow against Maxime, and I really look forward to that.
Well, before that, we'd like to talk about just how you did. Last year, you were a wild card for the tour. This year, you may not even have played if Magnus had played in the event, and yet you came very solidly in both Paris and Leuven. Then you won the Singfield Cup, and now to be sitting atop the world of chess with at least the Grand Chess Tour, it's just simply a meteoric, incredible achievement.
Yeah, it's completely unexpected for me. Of course, there are a lot of great players. You know, Fabiano Caruana is really amazing with white, so I'm happy to draw today because he wins almost every other game with the white pieces. And of course, Vladimir Kramnik, who is still number 2 or number 3 in the world, even after playing chess for a long time. He's clearly a legend, and he's still playing very strongly. Yeah, the Paris and the Belgium leg was completely new for me, you know, with the time controls, rapid and blitz, and the Singfield and the London are completely different tournaments with the classical rating. I mean, with the classical time control. My main focus right now is to play well in the classical games, try to use my time, but again, I'm very happy to win it.
Well, you've shown it in both, obviously, playing well in all time controls as the Grand Chess Tour is currently structured. Today's game, it looked like you simply neutralized his advantage very quickly. Were you surprised that it was that easy just to get an equal position right out of the opening?
Well, I wouldn't say it's that easy because white always had pressure during the entire game. I mean, I had to play carefully. I became quite comfortable with the position after I got the opposite colored bishops. Because in the worst case, if I manage to trade all the rooks in the position, even if I lose a pawn, let's say the b7 pawn, my chances of drawing are still very high because of the opposite colored bishops. So in the opening stage, he played a4.
Did this move surprise you in the opening? It seemed like you did stop the thing for a little bit.
Yeah, I kind of...
It's not a move you expected.
Yeah, I kind of forgot what I'm supposed to play, as usual. So I just played a normal move, h6, I think.
I mean, when you got to this position, rook e1, bishop f5, knight f1.
I was surprised by his knight f1, actually, because it allowed me to liquidate events I was expecting. But maybe it's the best move.
The engine's giving knight f1 as
e4, bishop e3.
What did you expect?
I thought queen e2. And then, let's say I play rook e8, still threatening e4. Then he plays knight e4. And then if I take. But maybe it's not much for white. And then the point is, here he doesn't change bishops, but he pins my knight. And then he plays bishop e3 next.
And this knight is often an issue in these kind of structures.
Yeah, I don't like it that it's always pinned to the rook on e8. That's why I'm not sure if I was going to play rook e8 after queen e2. But when he played knight f1, of course I was happy to play e4 and liquidate events. But so the computer is recommending bishop e3 here, which I did not expect. But when I play knight g3, bishop h7, I think that, yeah, take, queen d1, rook d1, and I think that black is fine, even rook a e8 here. I went bishop e4, bishop f4, bishop b6.
Yeah, it seemed like you were fine once the pieces came off here.
Yeah,
certainly.
Bishop g3.
Let me ask you a question. What can you attribute it to? I know you work extremely hard. You know, the talent is undeniable. You've been a grandmaster since you were 14 years old. We all knew that there was potential there. But this last year has been really incredible. What can you attribute this growth period to that has solidified you now at 2,800 level, one of the top 4 players in the world?
Yeah, it's a big honor for me to reach a 2,800 and be one of the top 5 players in the world. Well, as I said, it's unexpected for me. I mean, everybody from the Grand Chess Tour are all hardworking and extremely talented. They wouldn't be in this level if they're not. But at the same time, I just try to work, try to continuously work every day, try to get better after every game that I play, and then eventually results will come. Of course, I never know what's going to happen on my next game, or never know what's going to happen tomorrow. You know, I can have bad results and off days as well, but just try to learn from my opponents and learn from every game that I play, and hopefully that one day, you know, I'll eliminate my weaknesses.
Now, I'll add a little bit more pressure to you, because a couple of days ago, or maybe it was yesterday, I heard one Vladimir Kramnik, he actually in an interview said that he thinks that you're playing the best chess of the year, maybe even better than one Magnus Carlsen. And then I also heard the very reliable word that Garry Kasparov thought that there were 2 people who are the best in the world right now to challenge Magnus Carlsen. That was Fabiano Caruana and you. That's high praise coming from 2 former champions.
Yeah, that's really high praise.
What are your thoughts about that?
Well, I'm very honored to have such legends say that nice things to me. Yeah, Vladimir Kramnik is a very nice guy, but hopefully hopefully he meant it. Obviously, obviously saying that I played the best chess in 2016 is probably a bit too much. Hopefully he's right. But, you know, Magnus and Fabiano, and of course also Vladimir has played really great chess this year, and also Maxim. So it's really hard to say, but hopefully one day I'll get there.
Well, Kasparov has no reason to play any head games right now. He's not one of your competitors, although
No.
you did beat him fairly well in a classic blitz game earlier this year, which Grandmaster Seirawan calls the best blitz game of all time.
Yeah, that's why he can't retire yet, because hopefully next year he'll play in the same blitz match.
You mean Kasparov?
So, yeah,
but again, I mean, this is really high praise coming from champions.
Thank you, yeah. Well, I can't, you know, it's a big honor for me to have them say that. Meanwhile, just continue to work on my game and not let my not let my head get over me.
Well, you're a very humble guy. Congratulations on winning the Grand Chess Tour 2016.
Thank you. Yeah.
A very deserving champion. Ladies and gentlemen, our Grand Chess Tour champion, Wesley So, 2016, definitely a deserving champion, one of only a dozen players to have crossed the 2,800 barrier, and he still has the game to go, and he still has a tournament to wrap up, so we'll let him get his rest. Thank you, Wesley.
Big congratulations to Wesley.
Everybody from St. Louis to Wesley. Hearty congratulations.
Grand Chess Tour champion and a champion person, I have to say.
He's marvelous.
He's
well
won
done.
so many hearts with his humble attitude and keeping his humility. And like Yas, what he mentioned as well, I mean, winning the Grand Chess Tour is not performing exceedingly well in just one tournament. The tour comprises of 4 events. The players have to prove themselves not just in classical, but that also they're the best in rapid and blitz.
Exactly.
It's an extremely tough tour, comprising of the world's absolute best players, and a very deserving victory by Wesley So.
And it always makes me smile to remember that the way it all started was with Wesley So flagging Magnus Carlsen in a lost position in Paris. And that's all of the momentum he needed to take the entire chess tour.
Exactly.
When you think about it, it all started in that position.
Yeah. We had a Veselin Topalov also flagging Magnus Carlsen in the Norway event, and then what you said earlier in was it Leuven or Paris?
It wasn't the very first game.
Yeah,
it was Paris. It was Wesley So against Magnus Carlsen,
and Wesley was worse, but then
not worse, completely lost.
Oh, lost.
He was down a queen.
Okay,
so, yeah,
and then it was a win.
Right.
Wow. Alejandro, you were going to tell us about this game between Vladimir Kramnik, who has a very big positive result score against Anish Giri, but the pawns are beginning to march.
Not only are the pawns beginning to march, the problem is for Kramnik that some of his own pawns are falling, and he just doesn't have enough material to really capitalize with anything. We left it off at knight d5, bishop d8, and we considered rook b1, rook takes b7. Kramnik wanted to keep more material on the board in order to up the pressure, play the awkward-looking rook a1 in order to push the pawn to a5, and then rook b3, capture the pawn with the other rook. But after rook takes g4, a5, e4 is an important resource in order to clear here the fifth rank and attack this a5 pawn. After the move rook b3, rook h5, you can see that this rook is going to soon eliminate the pawn on a5. For example, if I play something along the lines of knight e3, you could even consider going into something like this, where black has just like all the pawns in the world. He has a million pawns for this rook. And that should be enough. It's a very crazy position, but even that's not necessary. After knight e3, you can just probably retreat this rook here and take on f5 on the next scenario. Even though there's a lot of pawns, once I lose e4, they're not connected. So it's going to be very difficult to actually make anything of them. In true Anish style, this looks quite drawish after a very exciting game. And in the other game, the Veselin Topalov here, I think, is playing with fire. As after rook takes f2, which we had on the board, let me just refresh. We saw it after check on e6. We had considered this idea with the idea that queen b3 cannot be played because bishop takes g4 would just cleanly win a piece. King a3. This is the best square for the king according to the computers. Queen e5. Again, I have to defend, so queen b3. Bishop g6. The bishop retreated, which was a fine move. Rook takes f2. Another problem is that I don't know why he really cared about this pawn on h4. With the king on a3, I'm just really scared about life, so I want to trade queens. Queen c3 I thought was just the easiest way of doing things. I don't see a good square for the queen anywhere on the board. I think that you just have to trade queens in this position. You're going to get mated if I take on h2, queen takes f6. So I thought that this trades queens and everybody's happy. After h4, well, suddenly bishop c2, rook d8, king g7, and after, for example, queen c3, you are already getting mated as white after queen b5. So this is already getting a little bit of danger, and he has played queen c3.
Oh my god, we do have queen c3 on the board. Queen b5 would be game over for Veselin, and he's gone for it.
But queen b5 is super obvious.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. And
did he just miss queen b5?
Veselin is just shaking his head in disbelief.
Boy, when it rains, it pours, right? I mean, this is really, really tragic.
And
oh my god.
Veselin Topalov, he's had the worst tournament of his career.
The worst tournament of his life.
He just can't defend against queen a4
yeah,
and queen a6.
Checkmate.
Queen a4, queen a6. And
pretty
unbelievable. Just when you thought everything was under control for white and the worst was over, a one-move blunder by former world champion Veselin Topalov.
He still was in an inferior position. Like, he didn't have to blunder like this. He could have played queen c4 in order to keep control over this diagonal.
Over b5, yeah.
Yeah. And then, okay, there's still dangers for the position. You can play queen e3, for example, and I wouldn't like to be white, but okay, you're holding on. This is just...
Resign.
I think he's just going to resign. There's like no move in the position.
Oh, my goodness. Tragedy. Oh, terrible.
I'm feeling very bad for Veselin at
we
this
all are.
moment.
We got our... Oh, boy, this is really, really sad. Because I haven't got the position in front of me, but that was just so painful. Oh, my goodness.
Yes.
I'm thinking
sure
that
what he missed.
I think
he just missed queen b5.
No, I'm pretty sure his intention was to meet queen b5 with queen c6.
But then rook f3, right?
But then rook takes f3 check. So I'm sure he felt, oh, queen c6, I stop queen a4, I stop queen a6.
Rook takes f3
Game over.
check.
But even if you don't have rook f3, queen f1 is still winning.
Even queen f1. Well, then it's really hard to say what he missed, because this move, h4, is really a strange move. Queen c3 is just begging to be played. just to get your king out of dodge and to trade queens and, just play, as you were saying, happiness. Get rid of the queens, for crying out loud. But h4 was the step on the, and queen c4.
I just don't understand h4 at all. Like,
No.
what was that move about?
No, and queen b5, and it's over. It's just over.
No, it's just completely resignable in this position.
Right.
You don't even have to analyze very much because from now on, every black move is either completely obvious or all the alternatives win.
Exactly.
Like, for example, if you play b3 check.
We do have queen c6 on the
play rook
board.
f3
Rook f3 is going to be a resignation, yeah.
Exactly. And he's done it, and there goes...
Or we'll probably see queen f3 and queen
Did he not
a4,
see rook f3?
Handshakes,
No, a head shake. Oh.
Head shakes and handshakes.
Okay,
This is
I'm
an
stunned.
absolute
This is
disaster.
I'm stunned. This is very,
tragedy.
very sad.
This is just absolutely tragic for Veselin Topalov. I mean, just when brilliant novelty by, a brilliant idea in the opening, amazing preparation by Vishy Anand, but Veselin did seem to come out alive from the mess that was the opening, and then just when we thought the worst was over, a one-move blunder, queen c3, and it's game over after queen b5. This is painful.
Yeah, I'm staggered, truly, and so very, very saddened for Veselin Topalov, who has brought so much enterprising play to the London Classic 2016. He kept us on the edge of our seat in so many of the games, but this is just going down in horrendous style. Ouch, ouch, ouch.
Completely out of form, Veselin Topalov. I mean, this is the only explanation for the way things have gone for him. When you miss a move like queen b5, you know that there's some kind of a blindness. It happens to all chess players, the best in the world, where they've got this terrible tournament where they just miss moves that they shouldn't be missing on any given day.
Yeah, but it's been happening across all of the rounds, and
Yes,
in all kinds of positions too, whether they be complex or safe positional chess.
Just blunders.
Blunders galore, and wow, I think that's going to cost him like 26 rating points, easily the worst tournament of his career. Nothing else to say. Let's avert our eyes because this is painful. Going back to the game you were about to talk about, Alejandro, Vladimir Kramnik, Anish Giri, has Anish. Does he have the better side of a drawn position now?
No, I don't think this is anything for either side. Unfortunately for Anish, the pawns are just way too weak, the ones that he has remaining. So for example, even if I take on e4, there's other moves. There's rook d1, there's rook takes b7, there's king f2. Anything really. But let's, for example, put this on the board. You imagine I take one pawn, you go back. I'd probably go back as well. I'm going to take this guy, you're going to take this guy, I'm going to take you. You can see very easily how this very quickly simplifies into nothing. Now, even if I don't do anything, the 4 pawns cannot beat the knight in this position. Opposite color bishops, the knight is very strong. They're all uncoordinated. These are the only 2 connected passed pawns, which is not sufficient. The bishop can catch all of these pawns on the diagonal. There's really no risk for either side. You can even just play rook d3 and start forcing matters because there's no way you can make progress. I mean, the pawn's just stuck on d6. This is pretty easy draw. Kramnik has instead decided to fight on a little bit more by the move king to f2, but even here rook takes a5 should lead nowhere for either color.
Very good. Thank you, Alejandro. Well, I'm sorry. I'm just still feeling the pain and the shock of watching one of the really great chess players of the world going down like that. That's not nice.
And it's not a blackout moment. I mean, like you said, we've been seeing it throughout the tournament, pretty much a blackout tournament for Veselin Topalov, that one that he'd like to forget as soon as he can. But like I was saying, it happens to the best players in the world. You have this one tournament, we've seen Magnus Carlsen even go through it at the Norway Chess, which went so badly for him. So yeah, it happens to the best of players, and Veselin Topalov will definitely come back from this. That's what we can hope for.
Yes, definitely. Let's look forward to better days in 2017 for Veselin Topalov.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Oof. Oh boy, still in pain.
Let's also take a look at the update on the MVL Adams game.
Yes, Alejandro's got position and standing by.
We left it off quite a while ago here. After bishop takes a5, we said queen takes d4, takes a pawn, and Adams is currently up a pawn, but MVL thought this was the best way to make a draw, and he's probably right. Bishop c3, queen g4, he took on g4, and he just traded everything. Takes on f6, takes on f6, rook b4. Adams offered this trade of rooks. MVL said fine. Takes, rook e1, rook e6, g3, and we have this 4 versus 3 position, which can be held very easily. After king f5, king g2, g5, White's in time of playing h3, which I think just solves all his problems. And we have currently this position on the board, which should be a pretty easy theoretical draw for a 2800 player.
Agreed. Again, Mickey is enjoying himself these last few rounds because he's had the more favorable plus side. I mean, as he had yesterday against Fabiano. Okay, bishops of opposite color in a draw, but he was the one with the extra pawn.
Yes, he is. But first, let's go to London. It's Maurice with former world champion Vishy Anand.
We are with the Tiger from Madras here, Vishy Anand, who will always bare his teeth if you're not careful, and today he definitely did so against a hapless Vasily Topalov, who's having a really bad tournament. Congratulations, Vishy. But first, I've got to say, it must pain you a little bit, maybe not in your individual game, but to see a great player like Vasily play so off form in a tournament.
Sure. I mean, I don't even know what it's like to be in his shoes. He's, what, half out of, no, 1 out of 8? Okay. Yeah, it's just, what can I say?
I think it's half. Did he draw?
No, he drew yesterday.
He drew yesterday as well. That's right. So it's 1 out of 8. That's really incredible result. But in the meantime, this game itself was incredible. You guys blitzed it out to this position, and then you played the move B5. Can you give us any insight into this move, which got us all very excited?
Well, it's an improvement. Again, my second brought it to my attention. Again,
do you pay him enough? Because he's giving you a lot of these good novelties.
Yeah, I try to pay him well, you know, these days. Okay. Well, there are like 7 or 8 moves you analyzed here. So every single move is playable, and there are the variations. But I felt that I should play it anyway, even though I myself didn't have it all worked out. I mean, you hope that he doesn't, that he finds it a surprise, but Veselin said he had seen it before, so it just goes to show.
Wow.
Or I got the impression from our conversation that he had seen it before.
But after you took on F6 and you took back, he spent like 30 minutes on this position.
Yeah, well, both of us weren't thinking very clearly. I mean, the game is...
You like to hear it?
Yeah, the game is very complicated. But just to give you a flavor of what happened, I'll show you the bit at the end.
Well, where do you want to go? I'll work it here for you. Which position?
So rook d1.
D1, okay.
Okay, so I wanted to play queen c7 because this is a much better version of everything I'm trying to do with queen d6. And I sat there for trying to make this work, but he goes rook d8. And the variation I started calculating was bishop e6 check, king a3, queen c3 check, king a4.
Of course, pawn takes was not playable because of mate.
Because of mate. And I simply could not believe that this position was not winning, but at the same time I couldn't say how.
And the Indians are saying it's not winning either.
Yeah, I mean, the Indians aren't that enthusiastic, are they? So then we do this, rook here, and now I thought he had to do this here, and at this point I gave up. But the engine, I'm happy to say, finds rook e4, but I was already in meltdown. So I went queen b6, and then...
So are you bringing up this, why did you bring up that line? To say you weren't quite clear on the position?
No, it's just that the position is so complicated. I mean, when I went rook c2, I thought I'm winning, and then one move later, the whole thing froze up. And then he defended incredibly well. I mean, bishop g4, all this is very accurate.
If I may, there were some great lines we were analyzing. I just have a couple of questions about. The line right here, bishop e6, knight c6, of course, when he played Queen A4. This was the moment. Queen B6. If he had played B5, of course, you had the very powerful A6. When he played Queen A4, it seems like the move Bishop to G4 was decisive.
Oh.
If I'm not mistaken. I think this is the position, yeah.
And what is the difference? If F3, then some Bishop F5? Or
Yeah, Bishop F5 being the real shot with Queen E3 coming in.
Oh, I simply missed this. Oh, that would have been very nice.
So you didn't look at Bishop G4?
I was looking at those ideas, but the idea of just provoking that I needed the square on E3 just escaped my mind. Of course, the whole time I'm working with the same idea. The rook D8, the idea is to get the D3 square. So if his bishop can't come to D3, then I can do all sorts of things and put his king under a lot of pressure. So I was working with the same theme, but Bishop G4 would have been cute. That's for sure.
Okay. All right. So that was a critical moment. Going later, you said he was playing great defensive moves when he played Bishop to G4.
Yeah, in fact, here he's out of danger. As far as I can see, he's out of danger. I mean, I took the pawn because I took the pawn. I mean,
Rook
F2. And he said just Rook C1 was okay for him.
Yeah, the Indians give Rook D5. Were you shocked to see this move?
Well, I thought I'd missed something because the whole point of my play is to get Bishop C2 back into the position. And in fact, yeah, the computer confirms that he's lost. So here, and the one thing that took me a while to find, and that's why I understand that it escaped his attention, is Rook F3 was check. So that took me a good part of my time to find. And I think he just missed it as well, because if he had not played H4, he's practically back in the game. So, which is a pity. I mean, if I had found the line you pointed out, Bishop G4, that would have been a nice game. It's a pity to win it like this, but
well, a win's,
I'll take it.
A win's a win, yeah, sure. It's a point. So now you're on +1 again. Mathematically, you can win the tournament, but how do you feel about the event itself?
Well, I'm happy with today's win, of course. I mean, I've been waiting for a win for a while now, so this was nice.
And your goal going into tomorrow? You'll have the white pieces, I believe?
Yeah, well, I'll play. I mean, Laddie's also having a pretty interesting game, so we'll see where that goes.
All right, well, congratulations on your win, and we look forward to seeing your game tomorrow.
Sure, thanks a lot.
Five-time world champion Viswanathan Anand after a win today.
A win is a win.
Exactly, and wow, a great idea, B5, and a shout out to Vishy second for having found that. That was great.
That was indeed great, and what's also interesting is that it is so important in modern chess, maybe even more important than the absolute correct line by the computer, the top line, is to surprise your opponent, because that does so much psychological damage that goes, you know, the importance of which is beyond what one can imagine. It doesn't really matter if your move is the top move of the computer. If you're able to psychologically damage your opponent right out of the opening, that's honestly half the battle won.
Well, definitely, and it was not only was it a psychological blow, it was just a great move. It's
Yes.
a whole, it really turns upside down the theory in that line.
Shakes up the whole position.
Big time. I'm sure the theoreticians around the world will be scouring White's resources there because Veselin was on the back foot early.
Right, yes. And what's interesting is that after a move like that, even if Vishy was not able to find the idea of Bishop G4 and Bishop F5, the most accurate and strongest way to go forward, as was shown by the computer, the thing is that there's so much pressure on Veselin because he's been taken aback, and you know you're constantly trying to find lines that somehow you don't get checkmated in that
You're
position.
just trying to save your patus.
That even if the worst is over, you can't keep up the defense going and just crack under pressure.
Yeah, well, again, he did crack, unfortunately, and a little staggered.
Well, we're going to keep an eye on the remaining games, but we're going to go in for a short break. See you soon. welcome back. 2 games remain. Well, we don't have those 2 players on the board right now. We see Mickey Adams up against MVL, and our other board, Kramnik versus Giri. A very interesting endgame indeed, where Giri has sacrificed a piece for a million pawns. But I have to say that I prefer black. I do prefer Giri's position. I think it's a lot. I mean, I don't even think it's about compensation here. You've got a number of pawns, and in the end game, I don't see how Kramnik can make use of his extra piece.
Indeed, definitely Anish Giri's positions to be preferred by far, but a likely result is still a draw. After these 3 results that we've seen in round 8, Tanya, what does that mean in terms of our standings as we set the stage also for the final round? Here we go.
Let's take a look. We've got 2 games pending with Wesley So. He is the Grand Chess Tour, the 2016 Grand Chess Tour champion, but he's still fighting for the top spot of the London Chess Classic. He does have a half-point lead going into round 8. Behind him, Fabiano Caruana with 5 points. Hikaru Nakamura, Vishy Anand tied for 3rd, and well, a lot depends on this game of Vladimir Kramnik against Anish Giri, because if Vlad is able to win this game, which looks very and highly unlikely, he will catch up with Fabiano for this 2nd spot. And yes, it all kind of depends on what happens tomorrow. The 3 players are playing with black. We're going to have Fabiano with black, Hikaru with black, as well as Vladimir with black. Yes. Wesley So is going to be up against MVL with the white pieces. A very nice position to be in going into last round. Grand Chess Tour champion, fighting for the top spot of the London Chess Classic. And these are our matchups for tomorrow. Levon Aronian will take on Veselin Topalov, and just so much, I feel so much pain for Veselin right now. He just lost to former world champion Vishy Anand, who will be up against another former world champion, Vladimir Kramnik. We've got Anish Giri with the white pieces taking on Fabiano Caruana, a very crucial matchup, because if Fabiano Caruana does win tomorrow and Wesley So, who's playing with MVL, draws his game, we're going to see tie breaks for the top spot of the London Chess Classic. Mickey Adams will be playing against Hikaru Nakamura.
And Mickey Adams and Hikaru Nakamura definitely having the 2 roller coaster rides of the players in the field. Mickey Adams starting with 2 losses, but really acquitting himself nicely ever since.
Yes.
Hikaru, well, what can you say? He's been the man bringing the excitement throughout this tournament. There you see MVL. A pawn down in a rook and pawn endgame, but I think for many of us, we feel that he has resources to hold the position, that he will take on f4 and play rook to the 8th rank in order to check the black king from behind. Mickey realizing that it's a draw, but hey, you know, he's got the extra pawn, so let's give it a shot. But the position that's definitely got our attention is the one between Vladimir Kramnik and Anish Giri. When we had left it, with this move e5, e4, and how important that was, because as we'll see the game unwind, along the 5th rank, there's this nice little A pawn over there hanging, and with this move, rook h5, black accomplishes a great deal. He brings his rook that had been remaining passive into the game, and he's ready to take away white's one of white's 2 remaining pawns. And this move, king f2, I'm not sure I fully appreciate that move. I thought the bishop takes e4 and bishop takes b7, those positions that Alejandro was showing were much easier for white to draw than what happened in the game, because what has happened in the game now after b5, I mean, the plus definitely is on Anish's side at the table. The 2, 4, 5 pawns to 1, 4 pawns for a knight, and with bishops of opposite color. Well, what can I say? I like Anish's chances here. I like Anish's chances of winning more than I like Vladimir's chances of drawing. I think the draw is the most likely result, but still, I mean, these are a lot of pawns, 4 pawns. And if you can get them rolling in a nice way with b5, b4, rook e5, and a5, well, you have to be very careful. It's easy to slip and slide away. Having said that, it's white to move. I'm pretty sure Vladimir is going to play rook to c3 to try to get an active rook behind these pawns, and
he played king f3, so it's white
king
to,
f3.
It's black to move. Yeah.
So king f3. Oops, excuse me. King f3 was Vladimir's choice. Probably the engines are going 000s and things like that, but I like Anish.
You know the engines well, Yasser. The computers are saying 0.00, partially because they can calculate to the point where they win a pawn back. They actually think that Anish cannot keep 4 pawns against the piece. He's bound to lose one very soon. And even though some of the lines seem a little bit too concrete and strange to me, and I agree that Anish is the one with all the chances in this position, it seems like even in the best case of scenarios, it's very hard to make any progress, especially because the opposite color bishops are on the board. I think if the color bishops were the same, you would be able to sometimes trade the blockading pieces. But if I ever manage to blockade your pawns with knight and bishop, I mean, there's just no way you're going to ever be able to tear that apart. Your bishop on e7 might be nice, and maybe it can defend some pawns, but it's never going to actually help push the pawns. And since you can't help push the pawns, they're going to eventually get stuck.
I see.
But I have to say, Yas and Alejandro, that when Anish did go for this sacrifice of the piece, we were finding it extremely questionable, and
yes.
we were thinking that Vladimir Kramnik should be more than happy with this chance given to him.
Agreed.
And now we're in this position where, yes, maybe white, the computers are saying that white can hold, but well, I too prefer black. And if anyone does have a chance, it's black. So I'm just trying to think, what happened in between? Where did Vladimir mess this up?
Oh, it's very simple, Tanya. He played this very strange idea way back when the sacrifice was taken. Right about here, rook a1 followed by a5. This looks like a very artificial idea, because as it turns out in the game, that a pawn was actually hacked off the board very quickly. So right about here, we were thinking that after bishop d8, white was going to play the move rook b1, followed by rook takes b7, and as we see, unlike in the game, black's rook on h8 is going to be forced into a passive defensive role. Okay, again, a likelihood of a draw, sure, but I would have preferred white's position. So I think it was here where Vladimir simply overestimated his chances as he pressed to put his pawn on a5, and we see it right away with this move rook h5 followed by rook g5. Black is not going to be able to keep this pawn on the board, and that's what happened, and that's why we now are thinking in terms of favoring I think it was king f3, pardon me,
yes,
that was played, of favoring Anish's position. So a5, rook a1, a5. Didn't like where that went.
And I'm wondering if he did that because he got too ambitious and wanted to keep this a5 pawn on the board, try and attack the b7, a6 pawn, pick everything up, and then just go like, I have this amazing pawn on a5, but you just cannot defend it.
Yeah.
You are going to lose that pawn, and then that just is a very passive follow-up of the position.
So sometimes you just get fascinated with your own play, and you think to yourself, oh, I'll play rook a1, a5, pick up the b7 pawn on my time, I'll have my cake and eat it too, and you're not aware that suddenly after e4 and rook h5, black's the one who's fighting back as well. He's not going to just sit back and let you do everything you want.
That's so interesting, As, because I think that happens to all of us.
Absolutely.
You know, this concept of getting so caught up in what your ideas are in a position,
yes,
what your plans are, that we just overlook what our opponent wants, and boom, just like that, all advantage gone, because you were so busy just seeing your best move or what you thought you wanted to do.
Exactly.
And you have to always be aware of what your opponent wants in a position, especially when you are actually the one who's driving the position, simply because your opponent is on absolute alert mode, looking for any chances, any tricks in the position.
Exactly, and that's how Bobby Fischer lost a large number of his games, getting infatuated only or solely with his own play and his own ideas. And Vladimir Kramnik, now, especially after seeing the loss of his a5 pawn, well understands the situation. He has to make sure that he keeps the pawns under control, so to
Yes.
speak,
You
and
can't
not
let them march on too far.
Yes, exactly. That b4 followed by rook over to c5 followed by a5, and the pawns don't march too quickly. Having said all of this, let me see why the computers think that Anish isn't going to be able to keep all of his pawns.
And you put the rook on a1, just by the way.
He did play. I want to get. Obviously, I want to get the rook out of the position from a5, so I can escort the pawns or push them forwards with b5 and b4 and a5. I thought he was going to go rook a2. He played rook
A2 probably
a1.
just invites bishop d5, and then if you move the rook away, then I've got this rook a3 ideas, right? Attacking your a6 pawn.
Well, in some ways, I'm a little unsure. White's going to put a piece
Right.
on the d5 square, but I'm unsure whether I should be inviting the bishop to d5 or I want to see the knight on d5. So I was thinking that, well, maybe I'll coax the bishop to d5 first with rook a2, bishop d5, rook a1, and then White might question himself, well, where am I going to put, where is this guy going to go? But rook a1 was Anish's choice.
I think rook a1, yes, it makes sense as well.
And again, I imagine that as White, I would be reaching for the rook with the idea of getting the rook behind these pawns and then deciding.
Rook c3, yes.
Yeah, I want to go rook c3.
Which is why I was thinking that maybe the bishop on d5 also eyeballs the f7 pawn.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I mean, I think rook a2, rook a1, these are subtleties that you choose on the board. Both moves are interesting. And here, like you said, yes, I'm either expecting rook c3 or a jump on d5.
Well, here there's another move, actually, that's probably a very good choice, knight c2, with the idea that, okay, if you put your rook on a2, I can then go rook c3, and maybe this knight is holding up b4 for a second. And if I can get your rook to go elsewhere, for example, rook to c1, maybe rook f1, in fact, is the best move. Well, then I can, no, I can't, pardon me.
You've got d5, you
I
have
can't,
to be
no.
very careful of d5 in this position.
Right, I was going to swipe a pawn if I could with rook here, but of course I'm walking into a terrible double attack with the move d5. Okay, Vladimir will find, he will play knight, he did play knight d5. Rook a1, knight d5 was played, and now the bishop either goes back to d8 or it goes to
g5.
To g5.
But if you move it to either one of those diagonals, I just remove the knight from d5, right?
Just go
knight f4, for example.
Knight f4. Hitting this pawn on d6. And can black go back with the idea of actually repositioning the bishop on e5?
But can't you take on d6 after bishop f6?
Oh, Jesus. Of course you can, and you should. For some strange reason, I forgot that the
But then
rook
you
is
don't,
unmasked.
you're always like uncertain about putting your bishop on f8. I mean, if you don't go bishop g5, bishop d8, you want to put it on f8 and support the d6 pawn, but it's so passive.
Yes.
And that's never a good feeling to put the only minor piece you have on the board on
Okay,
f8.
but having said that, the nice part is that
Your
you
pawn is
keep,
defended.
keep your pawn very well defended for the moment. And, well, maybe you just do something silly like playing rook here just to prevent a5 and b4, which is essentially the only plan. Yeah, this looks a draw. This knight on d5 is
it's
tremendous.
It's very difficult to actually create anything with black. And it's not like white only has one way of preventing black from making progress. Even in these positions, I mean, if you could start analyzing bishop f8, yeah, rook b3 is the computer move, but even rook c3 with the idea of rook c7, knight f4, starting to pressure some of the pawns on the king side, this doesn't seem like it's going to go anywhere. And as I said many times, I mean, even if you get these pawns pretty far advanced, eventually they kind of get stuck on the light squares because you're not going to be able to push them much further. Like, for example, if I put my rook behind the pawn, how do I ever push this pawn?
Exactly.
And I want that bishop on c5 and not f8 at this moment.
Yeah, well, certainly a1 an active dark square bishop instead of the passive one on f8.
This looks very drawish to me.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think this is very easy for Kramnik to hold, and probably just as easy for Maxime to hold. Right now we have this 1 versus 2 position, which quite honestly offers basically 0 chances to win. This is a very easily drawn rook endgame.
Okay, having said that, if you had Mickey Adams' position.
And I have had it.
And you have had
I've had 2 versus 1 in this scenario.
And you've got to win it with black. Are there any tricks or traps that you would try to finagle your opponent into? Would you play, for example, in Mickey's shoes, King E5, trying to put your king on D4? Are there any tricks based on Rook G5 check and F3, Alejandro?
Not really, but you can try. I mean, the problem is that the king is very, very exposed, and this pawns on E4 and F4, even though they're threatening, they do nothing for the shelter of the king. So as soon as you get to D4, I'm going to eventually check you. The rook's going to have to go to D5.
That's what I'm thinking, yes.
And then even here, something like even rook F8, rook G8, there's really not that much danger in the position.
Well, I was thinking if you did allow me,
E3?
I wanted to do some tricky, trappy stuff based on bringing my king to E2. So I thought maybe rook F8 was more precise. You think it doesn't matter that much?
It doesn't matter at all, really, because in this position, you can also go and check from the long side. You can even play rook A8.
Rook A8. So for example, here, yeah.
Yeah.
So let me give you a check.
Okay.
Put your king to F1.
Probably you want to keep it on
yes.
that side of the board.
Well, again, I'm trying to look for opportunity. It may just simply not now. I'm trying to give white an opportunity to go wrong. I'm not sure that this does it, but F3?
No, rook check, right? From D8, I thought.
Or A4, really.
Rook D8, okay. Rook here. Assuming that the king and pawn endgame is not...
It's probably a draw, right?
Yeah, that's the assumption. Okay, let's assume that the rook and pawn endgame, the king and pawn endgame is a win. How about this? Is this putting any pressure on white at all?
And then rook D8 check again?
Rook D8 check again.
Yeah, also I think it was more accurate to even just check on the side, rook A4. Bring the king all the way to the B file.
No, I thought you wanted...
I was going to go king E5 and F4.
Again, assuming that...
I'm assuming that the king E5
is not drawn, but I think it's drawn. I think it's just a draw, right? When
it is, because that changes...
how you could approach the position. No, king goes here, king goes here.
This is
why are you going that way?
Okay, where would you go?
King H4, king F1.
King H4, king F1. Well, I told you I was trying to. I'm doing my best. Even if I have to swindle you while doing it, I'm doing my best. And we have Maurice in London.
As you all explore those interesting end games, I would like to bring up a topic that I think is of real interest. We know that it's very important for young people to study the end game. Everybody wants to be better chess players, and we always say end games, end games, end games, end games, end games. We see these players here playing these endings. You have Anish Giri, certainly a great player in the endgame. We've seen it many times. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave doesn't have a reputation as a great endgame player, but certainly he's a great calculator, and he'll be working out this ending knowing that he's okay. But speaking of young players, I find it simply incredible how young the top chess players have gotten. And take a look at this tournament itself. 5 of the players in the event, 5 of them were grandmasters by the time they were 15 years old. In fact, Nakamura was a GM at 15. He's the old guy in the group. Everybody else were grandmasters at 14, whether it's Wesley So, Fabiano Caruana, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, or Anish Giri. And all of those players have broken the 2,800 mark. So that's simply incredible. And also, if you throw in a guy by the name of Magnus Carlsen and Sergei Karyakin, 7 of the top 10 players in the world were grandmasters by the age of 15. In fact, Sergei was 12 and Magnus was 13 years old. It's just astonishing to watch how the evolution of chess has come. And it seems like if you're not a grandmaster by the time you're 16 or 17, you're practically geriatric in these days. Simply incredible, the development of chess, computers, and the internet and databases, how that has just changed the way the world of chess has worked.
Thank you, Maurice. But that's scary news for those people who are calling in and say, look, I'm 40 and I want to become a grandmaster. And then, well, the stats pointed out.
But you know, going back to that end game, I think we have to see that the king pawn endings in those positions is just completely lost for white, in fact.
Are they? Alejandro, is
yeah,
that true?
Of course.
Yes.
I don't know what we were missing. But instead of going through the king side, you go through the center of the board, and there's no way of drawing the game. Let's just randomly put in the end game. Let's just trade rook somehow. I don't know, king here, rook here. I'm just making bad moves for both sides, and I'm going to trade. And this end game is actually just lost as soon as I put my pawn on f3. It doesn't matter where the kings are. I just go in this way. It doesn't really matter. As long as I can get my king here, and eventually I'm going to force my way in. There's no way to defend this position. King c4, for example, if you go king d2, I always have king d4. I don't see any version of this endgame that's a draw. Yeah, this is all true, but I don't think Maxim's ever going to
no, he's not going to trade the rooks here for sure. But that said, so we go back to the position that we were analyzing as.
Sure. I'll bring it up on my board. And that way the board will be refreshed, and this is the current position, yes.
Right, so he's gone for rook h8, so rook h5 is a threat. And the thing is that you've got these checks on the flank as well as on the file, right? Like he's going to threaten you to threaten the checks from rook f8, rook g8, as well as, yeah, so the idea is to just make sure that your king doesn't advance.
Right, so
and you keep the rooks on the board.
Right, so for the defender, you don't want to trade rooks.
No.
From my point of view, if I'm in black shoes and I'm thinking, how can I possibly trick my opponent? Well, one way I definitely will not be able to trick my opponent is by playing the move f3 check, where I allow king g3, and then black has absolutely no chances and in that position. So from here, what I really want to do is I want to be able to check the white king on the g file first, and only in that case play the move f3. So I was thinking I would play here. Okay, so again, I'm sitting here doing my best to get the position I want. So I'm playing some bad moves for white purposefully to get a position like this, and even this may not be anything, right? But this is basically my only chance.
As long as you keep the rooks on the board.
Yeah, my only chance to trap or to trick white is to get a position where, I don't know, something of this nature, where if I could convince white to go passively with his rook, and again, just to stop a checkmate from behind, you know, something like this, I feel that...
You've got to check on e4.
Yeah, well, I feel that, you know, like maybe I'm in with a shout.
Okay.
I mean, I could be dead mistaken. This could still be a draw, unfortunately. But I don't see any other ways of wrong-footing the white king.
And also, yeah, talking about from the defender side, I think one other idea of just keeping your defenses up would be to, for example, the current position that we do have on the board.
You mean going back to this moment? Sorry. This is the current position.
That's right.
Yes.
Would be to just give checks from f8 and e8, and when the king leaves the defense of the f4 pawn, you go back rook f8, attacking the f4 pawn.
So, in fact, he had that opportunity, what you're mentioning, Tanya. He played the move rook h8, but you make a very good point. What about just checking and keep checking the king all the way to this moment, and you wanted to go back, right, to get this. And again, this is the setup. You're probably right that this is what black can successfully achieve. But this isn't my only option of trying to play for a win, because I don't believe e4, e3. Well, I don't think e4, e3 will be disturbing whatsoever. I think this is the only chance to disturb.
You have to try to play f3 at some point and create some kind of a mating net against the white's king, but it's probably not going to be enough. These endings are theoretically drawn,
Yes, of course they are. Let's go back to the game of Vladimir Kramnik for just a moment. And again, for Vladimir, still, you know, it's conceivable, highly unlikely at this exact moment in time, but it's conceivable that this could be a huge point for him. If he were to pull off an upset victory, he would bring himself in a tie for second with Fabiano Caruana. For Anish Giri, if he could win No, that would only make him +1. He wouldn't be a contender.
Not
for
a contender
the
for our
top
spots,
threes.
but I have to say, I mean, an incredible sacrifice trying to make the position uneven and trying to create some chances. So would be still a big result for Anish, of course. But yes, I mean, given our tournament situation, it means a lot more for Kramnik than it does for Anish.
And if I could ask you the question, we know the fight for the top 3 spots are incredibly important because that's your tickets. So that's our current standings for London. But for the Grand Chess Tour, what results, for example, would Levon need tomorrow to take 3rd in the Grand Chess Tour?
In the
if
overall?
he could, in the overall Grand Chess Tour.
Let's take a look. So we've got, these are the Grand Chess Tour points. Wesley So is the Grand Chess Tour champion, so the first spot is out. For the second spot, there is a fight between
Levon
Aronian, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, who is currently at...
He has 11 points at the moment, right?
Yes.
Because he is... If he'll take clear second, for example, if he were to take clear second,
Then
he
he
would
qualifies.
get 11. And that would jump him up past Hikaru, so...
I think second is 10 points, guys.
10 points.
I'm pretty sure.
So if you win, clear first, you get 13. If you tie for
First,
for
it's
12.
And I think second is 10.
Okay, so 10 points.
That's
so
right.
Here I'm trying to imagine taking the result of Fabiano and giving him 10 points and throwing out his worst result.
Which is 3.
Which is Paris.
That's right.
7. So that would add 7 points
So that
to
would
his
be
current total.
23.75.
Okay.
And
Good.
plus, yeah, so 23.75, and yeah, that would make him leap over Levon Aronian and Hikaru Nakamura.
Well, I would just ask our hard-working production staff in the background there to say, we've got fans of MVL. What results would MVL need to take 3rd? We have fans of Levon Aronian. What would their fans like to learn could be the results of tomorrow that would secure Levon into the cycle, and so forth and so on?
Well,
no chances for Vichy?
There are chances for Vichy, of course.
There are chances for Vichy.
Well, he's currently on +1, right?
Yeah, he
He's
didn't
tied
play
with
in
Hikaru and
Paris.
Kramnik in the tournament.
Yes. Right.
So he has 1475 coming in 2 tournaments, and yeah, I think he
How?
has. Yeah, if he wins tomorrow,
He's not second, so that doesn't guarantee him 10 points. And if he's 3rd after winning tomorrow, that would put him at it's 8 for the 3rd place.
Everybody's
Well, we're
looking
gonna check
at
with our, the thing is, we're going to get our production team on work with
it's
this.
8 for 3rd.
It is 8 for 3rd,
Puts him
but
at 22.
yes, puts him on 22.
That might be 3rd, depending on the other results.
Wow.
Well,
okay.
let's throw it to our production
Production
team to
and we'll
take
come
care
back.
of the math. 8
Yeah.
for 3rd is correct. So yeah, a lot at stake for the games
In
going
this-
into the final round.
Absolutely. And again, you know, there's going to be some serious jockeying for 2nd and 3rd
And I'm kind
prizes.
of glad 2017's Grand Chess Tour is more straightforward. Each player that is part of the GCT will
Yes.
participate in 2 Rapids and 2 Classicals, and they all count.
Yes.
That's it. There's no dropping tournaments. If you have a bad tournament that counts against you, you play 2 Rapids and Blitz, 2 Rapids and Blitz, and 2 Classical
So
events.
you get to choose the 2 Rapid and Blitz events that you choose because we've got 3 events in all. So
That's
you
right.
can choose which ones you want to play, but the result of each of them counts. You cannot get rid of your worst score.
Right.
Exactly.
So more straightforward.
All right, well, let's come back, return to the games for a moment. Has any developments, Alejandro, taken place in Anish Giri?
No. Anish is still thinking. After Naboof 95 attacking his bishop, he's deciding to whether put it in a passive position on F8 or bring it around G5 and maybe sacrifice the pawn on D6.
Yeah, well, that is a tough choice to make.
It is. But Bishop F8, I just feel so...
You feel sad making that move.
Yes, you do.
But then you also don't want to give the D6 pawn. Very understandable why Anish is in think tank here.
It's a torture. Okay, well, let me just take the bull by the horns for a second. If I play in the move Bishop F6, encouraging knight takes F6, king takes F6, rook takes D6, king E5, making pretensions to play rook A3 check, taking your bishop, you're going to give me this check, I suppose.
No, I meant rook d5, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that's what I thought. King
And
e6.
we do have a result, in fact, on the Mickey
Right.
Vasher board. So they have, in fact, agreed for a draw in this position.
Mi-
Clearly, Mickey realizing that there is not much to try for, even though he's a pawn up. This ending is a theoretical draw and
a clear one.
a clear draw, indeed.
Not even testing by tossing out the f4 pawn to the f3 square. I would have gone that direction, okay? I would have played for f4, f3.
A little longer.
A little longer, but okay, these guys are very, very respectful of each other. They know it's a draw. So Mickey said, no reason to play any further.
That's that impressive game by Mickey Adams with the black pieces absolutely handling his opening problems to perfection and, in fact, getting some chances out of the middle game, ending up in an endgame with a pawn up with the black pieces against MVL. I think he should be very happy with his play
Without
today.
question. And for Maxine, is sitting there shaking his head saying, I was having a really good 2016. This event, my openings just really let me down, and he just... Well, I mean, he was on the back foot almost in every game
I
from
think
the
he
opening.
considers himself lucky to only be -1. Honestly.
Without question, Vesselin's taking all the sins of the tournament on his shoulders, but Maxine is lucky to have the score.
He could easily be -3 if he had lost that game against Levon, if he had lost this game. There were a lot of games in which he was in real trouble.
Including against Topalov as well.
Even against Topalov, he was a half point that he rescued out of nowhere. He was just totally lost in that game. He was worse against Aronian. He was worse today. I mean, he salvaged a lot of points, and I can't think of a single game where he scored. Yeah, that his opponents were lucky. No.
Yeah. And tomorrow he's up against Wesley So with the black pieces.
Right.
Another tough game for MVL.
Will we be seeing a night or for MVL?
I think MVL will be happy to see Wesley not push, because at the moment MVL is playing
he just wants it to be
just
done with.
out of form. He wants London to be over. And I think Wesley, I mean, he knows that half a point secures at least tie for first, so he'll be happy with that result as well.
Exactly. Okay, sorry, we were going to our remaining game, and we'll also get an update on our score now that we know those 4 results in the penultimate round. And he, after much thinking, Bishop David 8. So he didn't go for the Bishop F6 move. I just wanted to say that in this position with 3 pawns for the bishop, but the bishop controls so nicely both sides of the board. I didn't see any, not even close. No.
Bishop D8 is an interesting choice, I think, simply because if white blindly goes for the idea that, I'll move my knight and we can repeat, but he's got this bishop c7 defense then.
Instantly knight f4 just to cross out any hopes of any defense you were trying to do.
So bishop c7 is met by bishop g6 now.
Yes, and that's just a draw.
And that's the point of knight f4 and not any other knight move putting pressure on the d6 pawn.
I understand you got a tactical eye there, Tanya, because you're anticipating a knight fork, but can I give up an exchange after
Rook
bishop?
F1 check?
Yes, I was thinking, is this...
That could be interesting.
Let us take a look.
F4.
And we will, well, I guess take with the pawn, king takes.
And now I want to go rook c3.
Before I get my bishop to, my pawns to a5.
I've got, you're not in time because I've got this rook c6 move,
I know,
right?
that's very injurious. Oh no, rook c6. No problems at all. The bishop, sometimes the 2 connected passed pawns supported by the bishop can be huge.
Very dangerous, but you're just not able to consolidate
No.
at this point.
Yeah, you lose the A pawn for sure. I think if you can ditch the D pawn and somehow...
Right.
Right, but you just can't.
I can't ditch that. Yeah, so that was a very intriguing choice for sure. Bishop takes here. I want to get my pawns moving. What can I say? Move those doggies.
So
get those doggies moving.
A5, because b4 runs into, you'll always have to think about knight d5
But the bishop,
options. Well, we're going to keep an eye out on this game, but we've got Maurice Ashley with Mickey Adams in London.
We're with the hometown favorite, Michael Adams, who drew again today after 2 losses in the first 2 rounds with the black pieces. He has since gone +1. Michael, it seems like you've completely stabilized the ship, and today, definitely an advantage but you weren't able to quite press it home.
Yeah, no, I mean, I played okay for a while, and I was, getting a bit ambitious. But, no, again, he did, I think, quite a good job just to give up this pawn and go for the end game. And, rook and pawn ending as a draw, it's not so simple. But, of course, against Maxime, he knows how to hold it.
How'd you feel now after those early losses? It seems like they're way behind you, 6 rounds without losing a game that's similar to what you did last year, and even you got a victory in there as well.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It's hard to understand why you play better some days than others. But the last few days have been better.
Before the tournament started, you told me that there would be decisive results. I'd reminded you about your 9 draws last year. You said, I think there are going to be some decisive results this year. You proved to be correct. Why did you say that to me?
Well, I don't know. I just felt there were so many draws last year, and just seemed like everything was finishing in a draw. And this year, a lot of exciting games, and something to watch every day, I think.
Actually, it hasn't been a single day without a victory in this tournament. What are your feelings about the London Chess Classic being here, and now you've been invited back 2 years in a row to play in this very elite tournament?
Yeah, no, I mean, especially last year, it was really interesting because just something completely new for me at such an advanced stage in my career to really play the top 10 guys. But yeah, it's very hard work, so this year a bit of foreboding, but hopefully it hasn't gone too badly.
I would say it hasn't gone too badly at the moment you're performing to your rating. One more game, though. You've got to face off against, I believe it's Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah.
You get the white pieces. Will you be pressing for the victory?
Well, we'll see what happens. If I get chances, I'll try to win, but it will be the same for him. I don't know what his situation is in the tour, so we'll see. We often have interesting games.
All right, well, congratulations on today's results, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
The gentleman, Michael Adams, showing why he absolutely belongs as a wild card in this event, stabilizing the ship and playing great chess.
Thank you, Maurice and Nikki. Well, that is the question. How is Hikaru doing in the tour, and should he take an asymmetrical risk going for a better prize in London versus ensuring himself a qualification spot in the top for next year? We'll get those
numbers for you shortly.
And Alejandro, your thoughts, please.
Well, I think that it's more interesting for me to see if Fabiano is the one that's going to be risking tomorrow, because even though he has the black pieces against Anish Giri, not the easiest win of the tournament, but Hikaru is currently the one in second. So you could say that the pressure is actually on Fabiano to try to jump over Hikaru in the Grand Chess Tour standings in order to claim those $50,000. And as Hikaru was pointing out, there's only 2 prizes. If there were 3 prizes, I think that Fabiano wouldn't feel the pressure so much, but because there's only 2 and it's a $50,000 difference, it's basically an entire tournament normally. I think Fabiano has nothing to lose really at this point. Might as well go all out against Giri. If he loses, maybe he'll take a slight paycheck reduction from London, but he wasn't getting the Grand Chess Tour money anyway. I think he should mathematically go for a risky decision against Anish Giri.
Except in Hikaru's case, will Hikaru in somehow a similar boat, or he'll just be keeping an eye over his shoulder?
Right, because if both players draw, then it's Hikaru's going to be second.
Right. There you have it.
Very interesting situation, and it's going to be quite exciting to see how Fabiano Caruana is able to create those chances on the board with black pieces against Anish Giri, because that is no easy task.
And for the situation in front of us, I'm sure the computer is now going 0, 0, 0s. Has Anish, how is Anish going to try to tickle his opponent? He just played the move Bishop C7?
He's reaching for the bishop, putting it on e7, to which I assume Kramnik will play knight d5, and then I think the bishop will go back to f8 to try something.
Bishop e7, and we'll flip over to London and Maurice Ashley. Maurice.
I just want to know about our predictions. What exactly did we predict for this tournament? Was it 1, 2, 3 for London, or 1, 2, 3 for the Grand Chess Tour?
Oh, you're
no.
See, nobody's talking to you,
Naka
Maurice.
rises to the top. You have to listen to me. Was it just for London? If it's just for London, then I still like my 3 picks. in terms of the three people
It was
I have.
just for
I can end
London,
up
and
being
these
the
are
only one
Grandmaster
with the three
shenanigans.
people.
I'm not taking any of this. This was just for London.
Okay, well, what happens if Kramnik, let me ask you a question. What happens if Kramnik and Nakamura are tied at the end of it? Does it count that we got the 3 right? Because you would have also gotten
It counts the 3 right, because there is no tiebreaker in London for anything below
so
first.
there's no tiebreaker.
Right.
Right.
Okay, why? Then I need Nakamura to flip with Fabi, which he needs to win tomorrow against Adams. Okay, I just wanted to know.
Kramnik did not go knight d5, so
Right.
he has refused a repetition.
So just to echo the question that Maurice asked.
Yes.
Okay.
If there's no tie for first, there's no tiebreaker. But if there's a tie for second
and below
for the Grand Chess Tour,
they split the points and the prize money.
Okay.
Yes, no tie
Simple.
breaks.
That just makes it as simple as can be.
And a very interesting decision by Vladimir Kramnik to not go for knight d5. He's played rook c3.
And I like rook c3 because sometimes you think that the correct thing to do is to repeat moves in order to make a draw, but sometimes your opponent just gives you an option to just improve your position, and it's silly to make that repetition. Like, knight d5 is fine, but like, why not go rook c3 and start attacking the pawns? It's probably, even if it ends in a draw, it's probably the easier version of a draw rather than going knight d5 and allowing your opponent the opportunity of now putting the bishop on f8.
Yeah, I liked rook c3 quite some time ago.
And you can see that immediately Anish is ditching that pawn on d6, saying, well, this has not been my favorite pawn on the chessboard, plays d5.
d5? Whoa. Just throwing away the pawn? So that he's keeping in mind rook a3 as a potential to steal any initiative that
I think
Vladimir.
no matter whether you take with the knight or the bishop, you go rook a3. And while we do believe that Anish might have offered a draw to
I wasn't watching
Vladimir
the webcam.
Kramnik and is waiting for an answer for him, but well, this is the current position, and after d5, if white goes knight d5 or bishop d5, you would expect rook a3 on the board.
Something like that, yes. And if that was in fact Anish's approach to play d5 with the anticipation of playing rook a3,
it's just a dead draw.
It's just a dead draw.
I mean, there's nothing either side can do. The opposite color bishops guarantee that even further.
Yeah, but after giving the d5 pawn, I mean, it's clearly Anish is happy with the draw. I mean, it's not like black is trying anyway, so...
Right, right.
Well, Kramnik can try. I mean, there are some positions, especially with the rooks off the board, where like, even if I lose both a6 and b5, it's still probably a draw.
Yes, exactly.
Exactly. Yes, so just to show our viewers, after something of this nature, if the rooks came off, and on a very bad day,
You lost both your pawns.
both these pawns were actually swept off the board. It's one of those situations where these two guys could potentially neutralize and hold the pawn on g3.
Let's take a look at the moment when Giri actually made the move and what we suspect offered a draw to Vladimir Kramnik. And
Yeah.
And we saw that just happen
Yes.
right now.
So that was definitely
Played
a draw
d5.
offer. Yes, when he did play the move d6. Well, now the question is, will Vladimir accept?
And he said
just
that
said.
he wants to continue. And,
He said,
and Anish with
come
a
on,
smile on his face.
let's play it on, said Vladimir. And Vladimir, I believe, has just played the move knight takes d5.
No, bishop takes d5.
He did play bishop takes d5, and we will expect to see rook a3
And
appear
bishop
shortly.
b3 is not what you want to do because that just invites a5 on the board. So you can't really avoid the exchange of the rook.
I actually was
Thinking
thinking about it as well. Should I? But no, not
You
when.
want to avoid it if you can, but I don't think it's possible in this particular position because of a5.
Right, and Tanya, you just hit that bishop quickly is what you want to do with a5, a4, and that will just absolutely...
yeah, but rook a3 is just a dead
And he's
draw.
reaching out for it.
Well, again, Anish has unfairly at times been called the drawing master, but at the same time, it's very impressive to go through any tournament with this elite caliber of opponent undefeated. And maybe on better days, he could have actually been a +1. Who knows, +2. He had some opportunities in this event, whereas I can't think of anybody who really had him. Was he ever at a
Not that much worse. He was slightly worse in a couple of games that I can think of. I think he was down a pawn once, but I forgot who he was in a drawish endgame. And the big miss was definitely his game against Anand, where he was just completely winning.
Yes.
Had he found the correct continuation there with Queen D7 check and Rook B1.
Right. But also Topalov, if he had just played G5.
Yeah,
yesterday,
okay, he was completely winning against Topalov as well.
There was chances that he could have been +2.
Yeah. Yeah.
Remarkable.
Well, I think that's true about Giri, because I remember the candidates tournament where he famously went for 14 draws in a row in one tournament. He had so many decisive chances. I remember he was up like 5 pawns against Caruana.
Yeah.
Do you remember that game?
Yeah.
It was just one of the most insane games I've ever seen.
I think it was like he had 3 won or winning positions, I should say, in Moscow. Didn't win any of them, but also didn't lose a game. And maybe here he was a little bit unlucky not to have a victory to his credit.
We do see Anish with a lot of draws at the absolute elite top-level tournaments. But in fact, we have a handshake and a draw has been agreed. I was just going to say, yes, that despite these draws at the elite level, in fact, when he's playing players below his level, you know, the 2600 or the 2650, close to 2700 grandmasters, he absolutely destroys them.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And at this level, he definitely has a more safety-first, precautious approach, but a complete monster when he's playing against weaker players.
Yes, yes, he really does do extremely well. Maybe it's just a sign, and maybe he's just too respectful to his opponents. Hard to say exactly why he doesn't have those more victories, more ups and downs. He's just too stable.
And I think with Anish and his demeanor, taking all that into account, it's kind of easy to forget that he's just 23.
Yes.
I mean, he has his whole career in front of him to develop different styles of play and, you know, choose different ways to continue. I mean...
And again, to his credit, today he's playing
one
black.
Of the best.
Today he's black against Vladimir Kramnik, who has a huge plus score against him. Maybe you think Anish was a little bit worried and nervous about playing a person who's actually beaten him so often. So, you know, he drew, all in all, quite comfortably. And with these results in the history books, let's take a look at our current standings and where we're going to go tomorrow for the 1, 2, 3 prize.
Right, well, we're going to have that right up. So let's just go through what really happened today. Yes, we had the Nakamura-Aronian matchup. We had high hopes from that one, but it was quite a pale draw. Really nothing much transpired there. Then the MVL Adams game, that definitely had its moments. Super impressive opening play going into the middle game by Mickey Adams with the black pieces, and he was able to go into an endgame with a pawn up, but really not one where there were any real chances. And take a look at our standings after round 8. Wesley So leads. He's at 5.5. The Grand Chess Tour champion looking to take away the London Chess Classic as well with him. Fabiano Caruana on sole second with 5 points, and tied for third, Hikaru Nakamura, Vishy Anand and Vladimir Kramnik. Levon Aronian and Anish Giri are on 50%. Bashir Lagrave, Mickey Adams at 3.5, and Veselin Topalov, well, just a heartbreak for Veselin. Absolute nightmare.
And Veselin Topalov losing the only decisive game to Vishy Anand, who brought a great novelty to, well, a brilliant idea to this age-old Queen's Gambit, declined it.
As he's been doing throughout the tournament, and this is what we're looking forward to tomorrow. It's Levon Aronian with the white pieces against Veselin Topalov, and undoubtedly, you know, Veselin's a target in this tournament, in this event. He's having a nightmare event. Levon Aronian is going to go all out with the white pieces. Vishy Anand versus Vladimir Kramnik, the clash of the titans in its true sense. 2 former world champions, 2 legends of chess will be facing off. Anish Giri with the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana, another very, very important matchups with huge bearings for the standings. If Fabiano Caruana is able to create chances and make the most of it, we might even see a tie between him and Wesley So for the first spot. Wesley So up against Bashir Lagrave. Well, I would predict not too much risk taken by Wesley. And we've got a press conference tomorrow at 2:45.
With Michael Kordakovsky. Michael, of course, is the head of the Kasparov Chess Foundation here in the United States, and Michael is one of the consultants who is helping with the organizers in the Grand Chess Tour.
Yes, and let's go to Maurice Ashley in London with his final thoughts for today.
Well, it was definitely an exciting day today in London because we crowned a champion. A Grand Chess Tour victory goes to one Wesley So. He certainly deserved it. He's played the great chess, the best chess of all so far in the event, and so the deserving champion. But there is one more round to go in this tournament for sure. This round is the one that will decide who is the champion of the London Chess Classic. Wesley So a half a point ahead of Fabiano Caruana. But absolutely anything could happen because the leaders are not playing each other. So you have people who are even behind them who could possibly actually leapfrog them if they have a loss tomorrow. So Fabi will be going for it. Naka will definitely be going for it. And Wesley, he'll be trying to make sure that he gets the job done and be crowned the champion. So it should be an exciting day here tomorrow, and we'll be bringing you all the action live from London.
Thank you, Maurice. Well, for me, the butterfly effect. Just imagine if Magnus had been in the tour and there had been no Wesley So. I mean, it's remarkable. Just that one wing, and it happened to be the World Championship conflict that Magnus felt that he couldn't do both. So,
and as Alejandro pointed out, what set him in the path was a very, very lucky victory against Magnus Carlsen earlier in the tour from Paris. I mean, yeah, champion's luck.
There you have it. Alejandro, final thoughts.
Well, overall, a pretty disappointing round, I think, from the chess perspective, simply because the two matchups that we were hoping for would be very exciting and very fighting chess kind of fizzled out into draws. But props to both Wesley So with the black pieces simply neutralizing one of the greatest theoreticians up there. Fabiano Caruana always coming up with new ideas, especially in the E4, E5 lines. He simply wasn't able to get anything at all. And also to Levon Aronian, who was able to just as well neutralize Hikaru Nakamura. Those games fizzled out into nothing. But I think the most disappointment of the day, that would be Veselin Topalov and his play today. I don't think even he believes that he's 1 out of 8, but that's how it rolls.
And there you have it.
What an absolute career milestone for Wesley So, winning the 2016 Grand Chess Tour and winning it convincingly. A deserved victory. He's been the most consistent player throughout the tour, 4 events, proving himself in the Rapid, Blitz and the Classical. He's going to go back home with a very cool $295,000.
I'm looking for the graphic. It looks to me, Tanya, that's the assumption if he was to win the London Chess
Classic
by himself. That would be his take-home pay for being on the Grand Chess Tour.
That would be a cool $75,000 as well, added to his $100,000 victory, and plus all the other individual event prize money that Wesley So has won in the tour.
And you see the consistency there from Paris, 7 points, from Leuven, 10 points, from the Cinco Cup, 13 here. What can you say? Extraordinary.
That's the difference, because if you see a lot of other players, they've got this one event where they've got a real low score.
Right.
You know, like 3 or 4 or 5. But Wesley So, his lowest score is also 7, which is a very good finish. That is when he finished 4th, in fact.
Yes.
Well, a lot of questions yet to be answered tomorrow. We'll be back, same time, same place.
We'll provide all the answers. Join us tomorrow.